Chapter 201. Spirit Grade Lightning, Qianjun. Not long after, Zhao Manyang came out of the appraisal hall. Normally, once the auction list had been made, it could not be altered. However, the bidding for a warrior-level soul essence was even more ferocious than a spirit seed. Did any of those who were here to participate not wish to see this kind of thing appear? The organizing party instantly put the warrior-level soul essence onto the auction list. I let the old master appraise it. He said that this kind of parasitic soul essence is very special, and the more special the soul essence is, the more successful the manufacturing of a nebula tool will be, and the higher the quality it will be. Thus, the scale skin phantom mother soul essence that you are auctioning will be worth 10 to 20 million. If it generates a fight between large forces, then there wouldn't be a problem for it to reach even 25 million, Zhao Manyang said, an admiring look on his face. This guy's saliva nearly started dripping. He really wished that he personally had killed the mother beast. However, Zhao Manyang also knew that he was a person without a soul container. Even if he had personally killed the mother beast, he would still have no way to retrieve its soul essence. Also, the appraisal master said the warrior-level soul essence has been stored very delicately. This can only be done by either an outstanding undead magician or by an incredible high-level soul container. Right, how did you get such a high-level soul container? These kind of things are rarely seen, Zhao Manyang began to chatter endlessly. Inheritance. My family is poor, but we did inherit this thing. Mo Fan didn't explain too much, he just answered vaguely. You not being an undead magician is just too much of a waste, Zhao Manyang sighed, and didn't continue pursuing the subject. However, Zhao Manyang did realize a really big problem. He had always been the young master of an aristocratic family, yet right now, he was just a simple nothing compared to Mo Fan, who have suddenly gained riches. Just when he was about to enter the auction hall, Mo Fan wanted to take a look at the sumptuous mansions around here. Unfortunately, his line of sight was quickly occupied by an ugly face. This face looked like Mo Fan owed him 5 million renminbi, just a single glance made him feel uncomfortable. It's you, HMPH, the ugly face coldly grunted. Who are you? Mo Fan asked. The ugly face immediately seethed with anger. This daddy is Bai Zhangfeng. Do you understand? Bai Zhangfeng, the young master of one of the great aristocrat families of Shanghai. I am Bai Zhangfeng. Bai Zhangfeng's complexion turned increasingly ugly. During the rookie competition, Bai Zhangfeng wanted to hold an attitude like the Terminator, intending to tyrannically abuse Mo Fan and get rid of him, thus becoming the focal point of the entire school. Who knew that the second he was up against him, he'd be hit by a life-threatening Thunderbolt? This placed Bai Zhangfeng in an exceedingly difficult situation, and even forced instructor Ji Yuhan to chase him down. That day, Bai Zhangfeng had truly lost all his face. Furthermore, that scheming whore, Mu Nujiao from the Mu family. Losing is losing, yet she actually obtained the support of so many people by donating resources to cover their losses. In the past couple of months, Bai Zhangfeng had already been scolded by his seniors a lot. There'd occasionally be someone saying, look at the Mu family, their daughter's ideas are extensive. Yet you, Bai Zhangfeng, are a man who is the same as trash. The words Bai Zhangfeng's elders used on him had many different versions. The second he got home, he would be scolded. They decreased his living expenses dramatically, and made him lock himself in to cultivate every single day. All of this was caused by Mo Fan. However, this guy who caused him to live like Sun Tzu for the past few months didn't even remember who he was. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for you playing a trick back then, I'd be able to kill you with just the pinch of my fingers. Just wait until the day I enter the main campus. If I don't beat you up, then my name is no longer Bai Zhangfeng. Bai Zhangfeng was enraged by Mo Fan, pointing toward Mo Fan's nose as he snarled this out. This grudge was something Bai Zhangfeng would never let go. This semester, he was completely nameless due to what had happened at the beginning of the term. However, he would turn the tables around before too long. Whether it was Mu Nujiao, Zhao Manyang, Shen Tianxiao, Luo Song, or even this Mo Fan who had caused him great pain, each one would be stepped on by him. He, Bai Zhangfeng, had entered the school with the attitude of the strongest person within his generation of the Bai family. Not only would he be superior to those common students, he would even be stronger than those disciples from other aristocratic families. Bai Zhangfeng's words had filled the inside of the auction hall. Mo Fan looked after the guy while feeling puzzled. After he waited for Bai Zhangfeng to walk a little further away, Mo Fan finally turned around and asked Zhao Manyang, "Just who is this Bai Zhangfeng?" "It's the guy who was put down by your Thunderbolt during the beast battle competition. He is an intermediate magician, but he got beat by you in just a second," Zhao Manyang explained as he couldn't stop laughing. "Oh, it's him. I finished him off way too quickly back then, I didn't get a good look at his face," Mo Fan said. The Bai Zhangfeng who was walking up the stairs also heard this, his body began to stumble, he nearly fell down. "Shit, he is bullying me. Just you wait, just you freaking wait. The battles within Azure Campus are simply little fights between children, just wait until the main campus, it'll be hard to say who the champion will be then." Zhao Manyang was indeed very sincere. Not too long after the auction started, the spirit grade lightning seed came out. The people from Zhao family did not say much. They had this attitude of whatever the opponent would bid for this spirit grade lightning seed, the Zhao family will always up them. The spirit grade lightning seed went up over 2.8 million RMB, but it was still purchased by the Zhao family. Using a baseless reputation to exchange for a 2.8 million renminbi valued spirit grade lightning seed was definitely worth it in Mo Fan's eyes. As for what the Zhao family were able to obtain from resolving the dangers this time was not something Mo Fan was able to calculate. Even the losses by this great aristocrat family were not something that could temporarily calculate. 2.8 million renminbi, it has been successfully auctioned off to this Mr. I already introduced the spirit grade lightning seed at the beginning of the auction, however, I can't help but do it once more. This lightning seed was extracted from a heavenly mountain where the thunderclouds merges with the summit of the mountain at all times. It is called the Qianjun. When you release lightning magic, the Qianjun will generate a great destructive power through the surrounding air. The vibration caused will be even more effective than your normal lightning. We all know that common seeds are mediocre, spirit seeds are intellectual. Therefore, I hope that the spirit-grade Qianjun that was extracted from the faraway heavenly mountain and brought here will be able to find a good master. I apologize that I am a bit talkative today, this is because the person who extracted the Qianjun was a good friend of mine. He died during the extraction of Qianjun. It was a friend who went through life and death to finally bring it back to the city. The auctioneer seemed to be deeply moved as he said this to all the participants of the auction. The middle-aged man who won the bidding battle from Zhao family seemed to be very courteous. He smiled as he said toward the affectionate auctioneer, "Mr. Wang, don't worry. The Qianjun will be given to an extremely outstanding youth. Youth, I like youths. They dare to charge and battle, not like us old people. We cannot go anywhere. Youths are good, they are suitable for the Qianjun." The auctioneer had a good temperament, he immediately began to smile. That Mr. Wang didn't seem to be your average person, there was no one who dared to gossip about him. Qianjun, Mo Fan really liked that name. Spirit-grade lightning seeds, they all possessed intellects. They had the temperament and personality of a living creature, so they also received their own name. Qianjun, that was a name of power. The lightning element was the magic that encompassed the greatest power within all of the classical elements. The name Qianjun was extremely suitable. In the future, all of the lightning and fire magics would possess their own prefixes. His lightning would be called Qianjun. Chapter 202. I'm rich. There was a lot of things appearing that Mo Fan had never heard of in his life in this auction. Zhao Manyang explained about some of the things to Mo Fan. Many of these items were things Mo Fan was very interested in. For example, some of the magic tools with supplementary effects. Magic equipment and magic tools had definite differences. Magic equipment was only able to link itself to the soul. Once activated, it could transform into a special piece of battle equipment. While the magic tools were mostly just supplementary, things that granted nourishing effects were things that could not be activated. For example, one of the items sold in the auction was called the Poison Fire Ring. This kind of ring was a magic tool. It added on a certain poisonous effect to all of the caster's fire magic. Unfortunately, this kind of ring cost far more than a spirit-grade fire seed, and Mo Fan was unable to purchase it. The next item is something even more people will be interested in. It is a blue velvet sparrow's egg. After going through appraisal, it is confirmed that this egg has a 100% chance of hatching. Summoner magicians, you may bid your price. Oh, I almost forgot. This blue velvet sparrow possesses the Penglai Skylark bloodline. As long as you raise it to adulthood, its strength will be no weaker than that of a full-grown warrior-level magical beast. The blue velvet sparrow is enough to take one flying, and an incomparable mount for flight. Its lowest price is 70 million renminbi, so everyone can start bidding now. The auctioneer's face looked focused as he said this. As soon as the blue velvet sparrow's egg came out, a disturbance went through the auction hall. Although the price started at 70 million, the bidding people were everywhere. Mo Fan was almost scared by these rich people. In his previous world, 100 million renminbi was a unit that people wouldn't even dare to think about. However, the blue velvet sparrow's egg was selling for 70 million plus. And that was the lowest price. You're also a summoner, don't you have any plans to get yourself a young one to nurture? Zhao Manyang asked Mo Fan sitting next to him. Do you think I look like a person who would be able to afford that? Mo Fan smiled bitterly. There were only two types of magicians that could manage beasts. One of them was telepathic magicians, and the other was summoning magicians. The intermediate magic for the summoning element was contract summoning. Contract summoning and dimensional summoning had two very large differences. Dimensional summoning summons a wandering beast and puts a soul imprint in them so they can fight for you. This kind of creature had a limited time it could stay around. Furthermore, you never knew when they would die within the summon plane, or might not want to participate in a battle. Contract summoning was the true core spell of the summoning magicians. The summoner would be able to go out into the wild to find a magical beast to form a contract with. Once the contract was done, the magical beast would be the contracted beast of the magician, and 100% loyal, attending to its master at all times. Frankly speaking, dimensional summoning was a temporary job. While the magical beast was out, it would continuously use mana. The longer it battled in the real world, the more mana it would use. A contract summoning was the one true being. He would be signing a contract with an existence that already existed in this world. Once the contract was successful, the magical beast could be considered tamed, and become a lifelong companion. Wasting your resources on your dimensional creature is really useless. The dimensional creature is not a long-term companion. However, the contracted beast is something you can spend as much resources as you want on, and it will also reciprocate that to you. I suggest that if you obtain some kind of resource for refining a beast, you'd better leave it for your own contract beast, Zhao Manyang advised him. 70 million is not something I can afford. Bro, why would you want to buy a blue velvet sparrow? Magical beasts that can fly have always been extremely expensive, Zhao Manyang said. All right. The summoning Stardust advancing to Nebula level would require just a bit more time. Although having one more summoned beast would be able to increase his combat prowess by several times, seeing the price of the blue velvet sparrow made Mo Fan to feel like getting hold of a young beast would take him who knew how many years. These things were expensive. As of right now, Mo Fan was at the intermediate level, and all these things were only useful for intermediate magicians. However, once he reached advanced level magician, just what kind of price would these things go up to? Casually become a few hundred million? No wonder why they said if you didn't have money, don't become a magician. It was so true. The next item being sold is one that cut the lines. Don't be anxious everyone, this line cutting item will definitely be something you will need. The auctioneer waved his hand to indicate for the girl to bring the new treasure up to the stage to auction. Look at this container. I believe everyone should already know what we're auctioning off this time. The auctioneer gave a slight smile. Soul Essence. What level of Soul Essence? If it is the servant level, then it'd be too unsuitable for this place. The auctioneer purposely sold a small climax. He waited until everyone began talking before continuing. This is a warrior-level soul essence. This came from a parasitic-type magical beast. Everyone most likely knows that the more special the soul essence is, the higher the probability for them to become a nebula magical tool. Just like a Stardust magic tool, the nebula magic tool is an item that is long in demand, but short in supply. The most important material, the soul essence, is most likely something that everyone will love. We will begin the auction of the parasitic-type warrior-level soul essence. The starting price will be 12 million. From starting price, one could see that there was no need to worry about this item not being auctioned off. Even something like blue velvet sparrow egg could be sold for a lot of money. Furthermore, since it is for the summoner, the bid battles weren't too fierce, as the people needing it were quite limited. However, soul essence could be directly linked with a Stardust magic tool or a nebula magic tool. Just which magician would not require Stardust magic tools or nebula magic tools? A warrior-level soul essence was not as expensive as a blue velvet sparrow egg. However, the bidding contest was still just as fierce. The second they heard that this was an extremely rare parasitic-type soul essence, the bid price began to increase. Soul essence is one of the best sellers. In the future, if you acquire more soul essences, you can contact the appraisal master from today on. They're from our Zhao family. He definitely won't swindle you, Zhao Manyang told Mo Fan. Mo Fan was shocked. This warrior-level Su essence was worth at least 10 million. However, Mo Fan quickly realized the people in the audience had given different kinds of bids. This thing was indeed very lacking, no wonder why it could directly cut into the line. Fortunately, the little loach pendant was able to collect soul remnants and soul essences. What if I just earn money by selling soul essences in the future? Speaking of which, Mo Fan's little loach pendant seemed to have some special abilities that he himself was not sure about. Otherwise, how could others kill numerous magical beasts yet been unable to collect a single soul essence, while he had already acquired 2 of them? When he had the opportunity, he needed to do research on this little loach pendant. At the end, the soul essence of Mother Beast was sold for 29 million renminbi. The real value of a special soul essence was roughly around 20 million. After its price had risen by nearly 10 million, he could clearly see that the supply did not reach the demand for it. He became rich in an instant. Chapter 203. The 28 million renminbi man. In just an instant, he earned a profit of 28 million renminbi. Mo Fan felt an unprecedented happiness. He has never seen this much money in his entire life. The person buying it was actually the Bai family. Ha ha ha, Zhao Manyang looked at the person who last made a bid and couldn't help but laugh. The person from the Bai family seemed to have already gotten the thing they've wanted. They weren't interested in the last item that was being auctioned, so they rose together and left the auction hall. When Bai Zhangfeng and his fellow clansmen had walked outside the auction chamber, he had swept a glance at Mo Fan and said, "A lot of the things here are things that you will never get in your entire lifetime. Do you think you're impressive with that little power? Just wait until I have a nebula magic tool, my cultivation will easily surpass yours." Yes, when the time comes, please be lenient, Mo Fan said while purposely acting as though he was afraid. Bai Zhangfeng strutted away with an unbelievably arrogant way, while the Zhao Manyang next to Mo Fan began to laugh like crazy. Only Zhao Manyang knew that the Bai family had directly put 29 million renminbi into Mo Fan's pocket. Mo Fan even dared to sell a soul essence, this only meant that he most likely had even better things. Otherwise, who would actually want to sell something that could increase their own cultivation? This Bai Zhangfeng guy, he thinks his own family is so solid. Just wait until we enter the main campus and watch just who will surpass who. In Mo Fan's hand was indeed an even better cultivation tool. The little loach pendant had actually drank the underground holy spring, not even a warrior-level soul essence was capable of improving it. After Bai Zhangfeng left, Mo Fan continued to wait for a while to see if there was a magic equipment that was suitable for him. As he hoped, not too long afterwards, a magic shield appeared. A good set of magic armor had an incomparable high price. Thus, Mo Fan would rather have a good magic shield, so when he was in a crucial situation, he would be able to block a mortal wound. A departing nether shield appeared in the auction hall. Not only was it able to block an all-out attack from a warrior-level creature, the surface of the shield was able to turn into spikes and deal deadly piercing damage. Mo Fan bought this departing nether shield. The people who bidded for it weren't many, but it was purchased by Mo Fan for 17 million in the end. The departing nether shield's price was even higher than the Blood Beast boots. After all, its defensive capabilities and its ability to counterattack were much stronger than that of the Blood Beast boots. Naturally, Mo Fan also asked about it. His own Blood Beast boots could be sold for around 12 million. The things that Pearl Institute gave out were definitely not some cheap goods. Do you want to buy any Deathstrike magic equipment? Zhao Manyang asked him. Deathstrike magic equipment was something that all magicians loved, everyone from primary to intermediate. In situation where attack methods are limited, Deathstrike magic equipment would be the most important factor for many magicians. Are there any good Deathstrike equipments for 10 million? Mo Fan asked. Let's use a warrior-level creature as an example. If you truly want to cause a mortal damage to a warrior-level creature, then the Deathstrike equipment will always be at least 20 million or more, and those that comes with additional effects are naturally even more expensive. Then I can't afford it. I'll leave some money to raise my little beast, Mo Fan said. TSK, that makes sense. If you have money, you do need to raise some canaries. I'll introduce you to some good healthy girls. What I meant was my summoned beast. Mo Fan really admired how perverted Zhao Manyang was. Oh, I was thinking about something else. However, you can still introduce the healthy girls you mentioned. Zhao Manyang couldn't keep up with the way Mo Fan was thinking. Selling soul essence, buying magic equipment, he had about 12 million renminbi remaining. Adding on to the 3.1 million that he originally had, Mo Fan happily realized that he still had 15.1 million remaining after purchasing the magic shield. With this money, he needed to move out from that godforsaken area. Mo Fan had to endure that area for far too damn long. The dam safety area that required you to take a bus and transfer to a subway to get to the city area was even more remote than Bo City. How could it possibly be suitable for a man like him, who is now worth over 10 million RMB? In the next semester, Zhao Manyang also said that he wanted to move out. In this kind of situation, Mo Fan also didn't want to be bored and stay in the dorm. He could change to an even more independent area for cultivating, so he wouldn't risk exposing himself. The secrets he had were not small. If someone was to see them, it could get pretty bad. After returning to the school, the end of the semester quickly approached. This semester did not have any examinations. Only in the next semester would there be an official examination for entering the main campus. This semester could be called the growing phase. If the students were cultivating somewhere else, that was fine. If they wanted to take classes, that was also fine. It would be fine even if they didn't touch the gates of the school for the entire semester. The only examination would be the examination for entering the main campus. To most magicians, the Azure campus and main campus were very different. The real Pearl Institute was the main campus, the resources there were abundant, while the competition was equally frightening. If you were able to distinguish yourself there, then you would be known throughout Shanghai, or even an influential figure for the whole country. Entering the main campus was definitely the most important thing for all students. Mo Fan could clearly see that the reason why Zhao Manyang wanted to move out was not because he wanted to bring girls home to have sex with, but to put more effort into cultivating. After the matter of the arena, he had received a lot of resources from his family. He had no reason to continue loitering about. As for Mo Fan, not only was he confidently planning on entering the main campus, the most important thing was the hunter competition that was happening in less than 2 years. The lightning and fire nebulae couldn't stay at just the first level, he had to quickly level them to the second. Mo Fan couldn't forget about the domineering fiery fist, 9 palace spell that Ms. Tang Yu had used. That was the 3rd level of fiery fist, and adding on the spirit grade fire seed, its might would definitely destroy any opponent. The lightning element was the same, it had to increase as well. If it stayed at that level, that was definitely not a good thing. Even the shadow element was the same, he had to learn how to draw its star atlas. The Star Atlas books were limited. His summoning element hadn't reached the intermediate level either, he had to put efforts into cultivating that as well. There were so many things to level up on, Mo Fan felt that there was no time left for him to use. Another thing was, Mo Fan had actually already caught a whiff of the gunpowder attitude that pervaded the entire school. It was said that the main campus examination was a straight magic war. Since Mo Fan had essentially offended all of the people in school, when that day came, if he didn't have the ability to pressure others, he would be stepped on like a dog by those people in just minutes. The people who hated him were definitely not limited to just by Zhaoting. Someone said that they had even created an anti-Mo Fan society. That society was specifically created to attack the public enemy of the schools, Mo Fan. The strength that Mo Fan had displayed back then did indeed appear monstrous to a lot of the primary level students. This society's strength had already grown greatly, they were only waiting to crusade against the monster and uphold justice. Mo Fan had never once regretted stealing other people's resources. If he hadn't stolen them away back then, how would he be able to fight against the Mother Beast? If he didn't kill the Mother Beast, then where would he have earned enough to gain the Spirit Grade Lightning Seed and the departing Nether Shield? This was called the strong becomes even stronger effect. Those dregs. They really thought they would be able to contend against him if they bitterly cultivated for a year. When the time came, they would learn that Daddy Mo would still be their daddy. Chapter 204. Co-renting. Once the semester ended, Mo Fan began looking for a new place to live. He was able to afford it, spending some money to find a good apartment to live in was not a problem. In fact, Mo Fan was already interested in the Golden Origin apartments to the west of Azure campus. These apartments were relatively close to the school. Behind them was an artificial lake park. Although the lake wasn't big, its grounds were beautiful. Mo Fan walked up to the 12th floor of the building and knocked on the door of the apartment he wanted to rent. "You're here, are you the guy who called me just now?" The landlord auntie appeared to be very enthusiastic and friendly as she said this. "Yes, I saw that you were renting out this place on the internet," Mo Fan said. The landlord auntie sized Mo Fan up and said, "Oh, come in first." Mo Fan nodded. Just as he was about to enter the room, two girls came out of the elevator. One of the girls was wearing a long, snow-white summer dress. On the front of it was an image of a landscape. She was like a cloud as she floated over, it seemed like she was looking at the numbers of the rooms. The girl next to her appeared to be very petite. What really shocked him was that her petite body possessed a gigantic moon that could be seen very clearly with the glance of an eye. The girl was already wearing very loose clothes, but it was not enough to conceal this radiance of spring. "Excuse me, oh, it's you?" Just when the girl was about to ask the auntie a question, she happened to see Mo Fan by the entrance. Her face revealed an astonished expression. Hee, how coincidental, Mo Fan was also shocked he would actually meet an acquaintance here. This girl who was wearing a white dress with a painting in the front was not some random person. She just so happened to be the Mu Nujiao who had displayed an ferocious strength during the rookie competition at the very beginning of the year. In this campus filled with youthful hormones, Mo Fan believed that the greatest topic of all of the boys at night was definitely this girl. When they mentioned girls, then they would inevitably mention the beautiful and moral girl of their dreams, Mu Nujiao. The societies that Mu Nujiao joined would always be completely packed. The community events that Mu Nujiao participated in would definitely have people watching in the surroundings. There was nothing they could do. Mu Nujiao's public image was indeed extremely good. If it wasn't for Zhao Manyang, who saw through it at first glance, then Mo Fan would have almost believed it. "Are you also here to take a look at the room?" Mo Fan said. Mu Nujiao nodded without saying anything. "You guys know each other?" You are really familiar." "Oh, you are that great monster," the petite girl with large breasts yelled out, flustered. Mo Fan was speechless. Rumors of him being a great monster had really been spread around. Being able to scare a girl like that? This girl didn't look like she's scared. How come she appears to be in high spirits? Encountering Mu Nujiao here was not something Mo Fan thought strange. the school had a regulation where the new students had to live on campus for a year. This regulation was actually strictly enforced for the first half of the semester. During the next semester, the students who had some ability would definitely choose to live somewhere close to school. Those who cultivated required a place of their own. This Golden Origin apartment block was relatively expensive. Most of the students were using their money to cultivate, so how could there be a surplus of people wanting to live in this kind of luxurious apartment block unless you were a wealthy person like Mu Nujiao? The apartment block was very big. The decorations were exquisite, the entire place appeared to have a compound architecture. The first floor had a living area with a rug covering it. The entrance hall led straight to a balcony that was as big as a placement house. The balcony had a parasol, recliners, a pond, and bookshelves. The living area was completely decorated. It appeared to be moon-shaped. An extremely large television was on the wall with a half-bed-style couches. On the opposite side was a Western-style kitchen and a small bar. For Mo Fan, a poor man's child's perspective, a living room should have a couch and a television. Anything else wasn't necessary. For a place like this that had a little bar and a Western-style kitchen, this indeed broke his experience with houses. Although Mo Fan had not seen the room yet, the luxury of this building made him sigh deeply in sorrow. It made sense as to why it was so expensive. Fortunately, the current him could be considered wealthy. "The rooms are all upstairs, do you want to take a look?" the auntie asked. "I don't need to see it anymore, I'll take it." Mo Fan didn't feel like looking. Even the living room had been decorated like this, what's the point of taking a look at second floor? The rooms were definitely not much different. "What about the two ladies then?" the landlord auntie glanced at Mu Nujiao and asked. "I really like it, Sister Mu, let's pick this." The petite, energetic girl seemed to really like this place. The truth was, she and Mu Nujiao had already seen quite a lot of different places. Most of them did not satisfy their demands. The most important thing was both of them were born to rich and wealthy families. What may have been delicately renovated could only be seen as crude and simple in their eyes, no different than living in the dorms. However, this place, they could tell that someone had spent a lot of money to renovate it properly with just a glance. There was a bit of an art to it. It wasn't much different from those places they would stay in when they went out to have fun. "Since you are all very content with this place, then why don't you co-rent?" "To be honest, the rent for my place here is indeed very expensive. There are not many people who would rent it on their own. A couple thousand RMB per month is not a laughing matter," the landlord auntie said. Mu Nujiao creased her brow. She didn't like the idea of co-renting. No matter how expensive it was, she wouldn't mind at all. All right, I haven't co-rented before." "I've never co-rented before, I've read a lot of novels where people co-rent in university. It seems interesting." The petite girl had a very one-track mind as she replied delightedly. The landlord auntie smiled as she hurriedly continued the introduction. "This place has a total of 4 rooms. 2 rooms are in the south, and 2 are in the north side. It just happens to be separated. Since you already know one another, then co-renting would be very suitable," the landlord auntie said. "Little rabbit, don't spout nonsense." "Landlord auntie, we aren't actually that familiar with him," Mu Nujiao said firmly. "Aya, Sister Mu, don't worry. The rooms are all on their own, and it's even separated by a whole section. Other than the first floor being a common area, the other ones cannot be common areas. My grandfather is really mean, he said he'd restrict my spending once I enter university. If we don't share the cost, it would be very expensive. With one more person sharing the cost, that'd be great. If not, we could even have him pay half," the white rabbit girl said. Hey, I never said I'd be paying half." Mo Fan immediately jumped up. Co-renting sounded pretty good, Mo Fan would definitely not reject that. However, the questions about the money, they had to clear that up first. "You two are wealthy people, don't cheat the poor one. Other people would even offer to pay the rent for the whole place if they could co-rent with Sister Mu. We are only letting you pay for half so you can enjoy co-renting with 2 beauties." This kind of treatment would make you smile even in your dreams. All right, let's just do that. I want to stay in the room by the lake. I'll have my people bring my things over, the White Rabbit girl said excitedly. Your people. Once Mo Fan heard this, he started to feel not so good. Chapter 205. Battle against the Backup Boys. The White Rabbit girl cheerfully went off to select her room. As a sister, Mu Nujiao was very close with her, so she quickly followed after her. It was clear Mu Nujiao didn't want to co-rent with a guy. You could tell her thoughts from her knitted eyebrows. Mo Fan didn't mind at all. Being able to see two beautiful girls jumping around in his surroundings while cultivating was definitely a pleasurable matter. Mu Nujiao was definitely very attractive and her figure was definitely fine. Buildings and buildings of men fantasized about her. Now, he would be able to live together with her. That was just living high on the clouds. What was the saying again? A single man enters university, graduates as a family of 3. It seems like he was not far away from that kind of lifestyle. Mo Fan did not bicker about paying for half of the rent. He originally only wanted 2 rooms, one for himself, and one for Xinxia. Xinxia was about to enter her holidays, and he couldn't let her remain in school or go back to the safety placement room. It had been a while since he met her, so it would be a good time for him to talk talk about emotions again. He didn't have to worry about his father. He had wanted to return to Bo City for a while. According to Xinxia, he might have gotten himself a woman, so he would remain there for a longer period of time. Mo Zhaoting had been living as a bachelor for a long time. It was finally time for the spring to return back to him, thus, Mo Fan transferred $1 million to him so he could casually squander money. TSK, transferring $1 million to his father's card, having money is extremely comfortable. Tutu. Mu Nujiao called out to the bouncing White Rabbit girl a bit angrily. Tutu obediently walked back, looking as though she had done something bad. Her eyes, however, looked very sharp. Sister Mu, I know I was wrong. I know you don't want to live with outside people, however, aren't you curious on what kind of method he used to escape from your forest of Kuan back then? Additionally, don't you think this guy has many hidden secrets? Tutu wasn't stupid at all, she immediately pointed this out. Tutu did indeed mention all of the thoughts Mu Nujiao had. Mu Nujiao was an existence invincible amongst her peers. She had never imagined that she would be defeated by a common-born magician at the rookie competition. Additionally, Mu Nujiao had also heard about the gymnasium incident. The person who really killed the mother beast had to be Mo Fan. If you wanted Mu Nujiao to believe that a person who could single-handedly kill a warrior-level creature had no secrets, it was definitely impossible. Thus, Mu Nujiao had always been very curious on just what Mo Fan was hiding. Sister Mu, what needs to be disliked can be disliked. What you need to scold can be scolded. However, his strength is definitely at the top of the school. He is far more interesting and possess more potential than those people who come from influential families and brag about being influential or strong. Co-renting with him now is an opportunity. Get familiar with him, there's a possibility he'll join the Mu family because he'll admire you. Your Mu family is currently lacking talented people. Instead of wasting so much money on those shady henchmen of other families to have them join your family, you might as well subdue this great monster. I heard Dean Xiao accidentally say that this great monster's prospects are unlimited. Tutu said firmly. Mu Nujiao immediately sank into deep contemplation. A person that even Dean Xiao recognized to a certain extent, could it be that this great monster really did conceal even more power? For the Mu family, sister can make an effort to endure it. Furthermore, I don't think the great monster is a bad person, or else he wouldn't have stepped up for the incident in the gymnasium. Since you focus a lot on your own cultivation, you may not know things in school. I heard from a lot of girls that the great monster personally saved them. Tutu continued. Mu Nujiao was originally firm on opposing this boring co-renting. After hearing what Tutu said, she began to waver. She was very curious on how Mo Fan had defeated her. She was also curious on whether he was the person who actually saved all the people in the gymnasium. What made her even more curious was what this great monster was hiding. Additionally, with what Tutu had said about the co-renting, the possibility of attracting him into the Mu family was true. Mu Nujiao began to waver. Tutu seemed to know how to come to an agreement with Mu Nujiao. As long as there was some hesitation, she would carry it out. That way, Mu Nujiao would have to give a rather difficult reply. All right. However, he seems to be very close with the person from Zhao family. Thus, we need to be careful, Mu Nujiao said. Don't worry. Mo Fan didn't know that the two ladies was already plotting how to unveil his secrets. He paid the rent for the last half of the month in one shot, and then he laid down in the first-floor living room to enjoy himself. The couch was very soft, it felt as though his entire being would sink into it. It could be that Mu Nujiao had no interest in this kind of stuff, since she was a very wealthy person. To Mo Fan, who was at the very rock bottom, even having to sell his house to live in as luxurious a place as this, it could only be described as comfortable. Furthermore, adding in Xinxia, then this place would have a total of 3 girls. This was simply living the life of an immortal. He laid there comfortably, watched some TV, browsed the internet, and drank some wine. His afternoon was incredibly satisfying. He had painstakingly cultivated for such a long time, he hadn't had a chance to loosen up and take it easy like this. Outside of the elevator, 2 delicate and handsome men carrying a large bunny were walking in. The delicate man looked very polite and smiling courteously. Even when he was doing a job like moving, he still had to display his best trait in the best manner possible. You can put the things in the living room, Tutu said. All right, oh? There's actually someone who got here before us. The man wearing glasses with a scholarly smile took a glance at Mo Fan. In his eyes flashed a trace of an imperceptible hostility. Mo Fan had fallen asleep on the couch, he didn't care about the other people walking in. He was in a daze when he was woken up by someone. He suddenly discovered a gigantic white rabbit plushie on his couch, he almost jumped up. What is this? Mo Fan rubbed his eyes. Moving, half of this couch will have my bunny on it. Tutu said, a little arrogantly. After saying this, Tutu instructed the other 2 backup boys to leave. The man wearing glasses with a scholarly smile swept a glance at Mo Fan and quickly ripped off the fake, harmless face as he said, Brother, why are you still laying there? Didn't you hear Tutu tell us to leave? Mo Fan glanced at the glasses man and replied, Dude, I live here. The scholarly glasses man and the other vanilla man immediately froze, eyes wide. The 2 of them quickly scoffed. Their bodies immediately let out an aura of disbelief, it seemed like they hadn't woken up from a dream. Living together with Tutu, who didn't know Tutu is always with Mu Nujiao. Living with Tutu was equal to living together with Mu Nujiao. Stop daydreaming, hurry up and get lost. The vanilla man looked very refined, yet the things he said were not refined at all. Mo Fan immediately creased his brow. Your daddy, am laying here resting comfortably. How come there are 2 dog-looking things coming at me trying to berate me? The ones who should get lost are you guys. This is my house. Mo Fan stood up, his gaze on the 2 guys who were deliberately looking for a fight. Tutu saw the 2 sides being hostile to one another, she started to get excited. With a devious expression, she ran to the side and grabbed some snacks to eat. Her eyes flashed with a certain killing intent as she looked at Mo Fan and the 2 backup boys, having no intention of resolving the misunderstanding at all. Chapter 206 50,000 for one time. Glasses and Vanilla did not expect this mover to be so arrogant. With Tutu looking at them from the side, how could they possibly act like they were weak? The magic aura surrounding them did not loosen up even a little bit. Especially Vanilla. At this moment, he was not refined at all. His jacket was floating as a boiling hot aura could be felt from his body. A fire magician. Furthermore, he was actually an intermediate fire magician. No wonder why he dared to be so arrogant. Being able to achieve intermediate level within the Azure campus surely gave them the right to look down on normal students. The issue was Mo Fan a normal student? Who knows where these two guys' dog eyes are? They didn't even recognize this great monster, and furthermore, they even dare to brag in front of me. What are you guys doing? Just when their auras was about to collide, Mu Nujiao's solemn voice echoed from the second floor. Vanilla's aura immediately dispersed into nowhere. He looked foolishly at Mu Nujiao in her white cotton dress. Glass's expression did appear to be relatively normal. However, the desires that flashed within his eyes belied his acting. He looked refined and courteous as he said to Mu Nujiao, "My name is Han Luo. Being able to meet Lady Mu Nujiao here is such an honor. We apologize for accidentally offending you. This kid here is truly a rascal. He dares to say that he lives here. This kid is daydreaming, and he is blaspheming Lady Mu Nujiao. Thus, we wanted to give him a lesson." Their magic auras could be felt easily. The aura that Vanilla let out before had most likely alerted Mu Nujiao, who was in her room, which is why she came out. "That's right, since he is still speaking to us rudely, Tutu, it is better if you don't interact with people like this in the future," Vanilla added. Mu Nujiao immediately looked at Ari Tutu, who was on the side with a package of chips in her hand. She didn't have to guess to know what Ari Tutu was up to. Did Ari Tutu not know that Mo Fan was indeed living here? He does indeed live here. "The two of you can leave, don't cause trouble here," Mu Nujiao said. Huh? Glasses and Vanilla were both flabbergasted. It was the legendary co-renting? Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu are actually co-renting with a man. Is the rent too expensive? That's not right. How could the two of them possibly care about this little amount of money? Furthermore, from the idiot outfit, they could clearly see Mo Fan was a poor student. How could he possibly rent such an expensive apartment? There must be a mistake somewhere. The two guys' faces were extremely rich. Who cared what kind of strange reason was behind it? Whoever was able to co-rent with Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu only deserved to die. However, the two of them did not want to cause trouble here. That was because they were only here to move things, and the other reason was because they didn't want to leave behind a bad impression on Mu Nujiao. If that is the case, then we will leave first. A misunderstanding. Glasses turned around with a slight smile, his face having changed extremely fast. Hurry up and get lost, you annoying thing. Mo Fan didn't give him face at all. It was a good afternoon, and he had been sleeping extremely comfortably. Suddenly, two dogs came out of nowhere and started to bark. He had lost his good mood. The mouth of Glass's Han Luo mouth twitched. Vanilla wanted to get angry, but the two of them ultimately left this place. As they were leaving, they swept their gaze at Mo Fan with a bit of hatred in their eyes. "Kid, just you wait. Tutu, you're causing trouble again," Mu Nujiao said to Ari Tutu right after she saw the two people leave. "Sister Mu, I just thought it was funny. I didn't know that Han Luo and Jia Wenqing would be so ill-mannered." Ari Tutu used a potato chip to cover her face as she tried to look innocent. Mo Fan was also speechless at Ari Tutu. He glared at her as he said, "Co-renting is co-renting. But I need to agree on 3 things with you." Huh? Ari Tutu was puzzled when she heard this. In novels, it would always be the main heroine who would arrogantly force the co-renting guy to agree on 3 rules. How come it is the great demon who said that to me first? This script is not right. I also think we need that. Mu Nujiao nodded her head. She couldn't continue to let Ari Tutu cause trouble like this. Bringing in strangers and have them sleep over requires the approval of the other people. Mo Fan immediately extended one finger. "You're the one who will bring a guy home to sleep over," Ari Tutu retorted, fuming. "You cannot enter my room, not in any possible circumstances." Mo Fan extended his second finger. Mo Fan had 4 elements to cultivate in total. If Ari Tutu barged in and caused trouble, then she will most likely see this. This was a secret that Mo Fan did not want anyone knowing. "That is also something I want to say, HMPH. Ari Tutu hurled back. Number 3, I know the two of you have the appearance of immortals, and there are numerous people pursuing the two. There will be many house flies like those two flying around here. In the future, if you want the handsome and elegant me to act as a shield against them, that's fine. If you call me to chase them away, that's fine as well. However, I will charge a fee, 50,000 renminbi. Mo Fan said. Why don't you go and rob someone? Also, you're handsome and elegant my ass. Ari Tutu was already making threatening gestures. Tutu, don't use vulgar language, Mu Nujiao said. He's the one who is being irrational. This is all I've got for now. If I have anything else in the future, I will bring them up. Mo Fan, being a completely honest man, definitely had his own principles. Ari Tutu was scowling at him from behind. She admitted that she used Mo Fan to chase away the annoying Han Luo and Jia Wenqing. However, Mo Fan started his price at 50,000 renminbi. That was a bit too excessive. Being a future roommate, wasn't it his responsibility to chase away flies? Mo Fan, be careful of those two people. They are the disciples from relatively powerful aristocratic families. Be careful of them making your life difficult. Mu Nujiao knew that although the two of them looked humble, they were very petty people. Arrogant aristocratic disciples were everywhere, none of them being able to endure anything. A trivial matter. Mo Fan didn't mind. The thing was, there was no activity from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. It had been a long time since Mo Fan had fought a monster. If Mo Fan didn't fight for a day or two, his entire body would start to feel unwell. It just so happened that he could use the arrogant disciples from those families to loosen up. Speaking of which, ever since his last time battling Mu Nujiao, Mo Fan had basically not had a fight against magicians. That was not a good thing. The hunter competition also had a part where they battled other people. Great Demon, could you make it cheaper? My allowance is really not much, Ari Tutu asked in a low voice. You have to trust my specialty, I am able to deal with any kind of case. I can stomp them until I can't stomp them anymore. 50,000 for one time really isn't earning me any money, my lady. Mo Fan was not kidding. At this moment, if he was to take on a mission from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, he would get at least 300,000 renminbi. With his strength increased, if Mo Fan dared to directly take on an even bigger assignment, that price would be even higher. HMPH, this time doesn't count. It's a service test. How were you able to tell that I wanted to use you to chase the two guys out? They are really annoying. They are terrible backup boys. Unfortunately, they are the children of my parents' friends, so I can't directly turn it into hostility. It's normal, a handsome man like me will always encounter situations similar to this. Ari Tutu immediately began to chuckle even as she began to curse at his shamelessness. After chatting for a bit, Ari Tutu suddenly realized that this great demon was nothing as repulsive as the one in the rumors. Furthermore, he seemed to be very entertaining, much more entertaining than those young masters. In that case, should I tell him that there are currently people who are plotting to get together to subdue him? Forget it. Let's watch his performance in the future. If she was content with it, then she'll sneakily tell him about the things that some people want to do to him. The people who wanted to subdue him were many. Who told him to offend so many people during the rookie competition? Even the incident at the arena would not be able to completely whitewash his name. Chapter 207. Tomb of Ancient City. As they entered winter, there were no signs of snow. Originally, the more north you went, the more snow you'd see. The interesting thing was that Shanghai did have the winter air, and Hangzhou had a little bit of snow falling down. With the snowflakes landing on this city like a paradise, it made it look increasingly fascinating. Mo Fan also understood why Xinxia wanted to come here. Compared to Mo Fan, who was a country boy who had set his mind on living in the big city, Xinxia was different. She only wanted to live in a tranquil, aesthetic city with a mountain, river, and bridges. Xinxia's school was relatively close to Shihu. When Mo Fan got to Hangzhou, he didn't hastily go and pick her up, he was intent in taking her out for a stroll. They slowly walked past the long dike. On the two sides were willow trees waving in the breeze, and in the distance was the gleaming reflection of waves in the sunlight, clear and crystalline. Even further away were mountains, some of which were tall and some small. There were temples and there were kiosks, and on the other side were many different tall buildings, reflecting the river. After passing through the dike, they arrived at the scenic area of the Lei Feng Pagoda. Mo Fan looked at the new pagoda and its former location. Just when he was pondering something, a person who seemed to be a local to his side began to mysteriously say, "Little brother, is this your first time here?" What you are looking at is the former location of the Lei Feng Pagoda. According to the old people, a white snake was once been excavated from this area. A white snake? How big? Mo Fan asked, interested. It should at least be this thick. After saying it, the tanned local made a hugging motion. That big? Mo Fan was startled. What the hell, if a snake was that big, then it was basically a magical beast. No one was able to kill it at that time. In the end, some great master used his own life to seal it up. The local man glanced to his left and right, as though he was saying some big secret. Unable to kill it? That amazing? Then where was it sealed in the end? Mo Fan conveniently asked. Possibly within the new Lei Feng Pagoda, or it could also be beneath the broken bridge. It's also possible that it is on the three pools mirroring the moon, or it could be near the Bai Causeway. Look, I have a handbook guide in my hands. It introduces the legends on it and the guides to other scenic areas. 1 for 5 RMB. From one glance, I could tell that you are a person who likes to explore the truth. Seeing how you are destined for this, I will sell this to you for only 4 RMB, the tanned local said. For RMB, that's pretty cheap. However, sir, I think the big snake story isn't enough to attract enough people. What if you change the big snake to a person, turn it into a fairy, who in turn met a man on the broken bridge? The two are exceedingly sentimental, but some great master did not like this, so he decided to seal this snake girl's essence beneath the Lei Feng Pagoda. For the book of this story, you should ask someone to draw a couple of beautiful bubbles. This way, there'll be many ladies and youths who will buy it. Since it seems like you are destined for this story, I will sell the copyrights to you cheaply, only 9 renminbi. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. The local man was startled as he heard that. He felt this little fella did have some logic behind his words. The issue was, how did his wanting to sell things turn into him using his own money to buy things? Qianjun, who was sitting on her wheelchair, heard Mo Fan and the local man talking gibberish with a deadpan face, and couldn't help but laugh. Fluttering around here and there, the two men ultimately were unable to sell things to one another, and ended it abruptly. After the person selling the maps left, Mo Fan continued to push Qianjun to walk around the pagoda before he said, "How come this guy doesn't have any common sense? Has he never heard of the legend of Madam White Snake?" "I've also never heard of it," Qianjun said. "Oh, it doesn't exist here? I thought the history here was exactly the same, so this kind of folklore should also be the same." Mo Fan was a little surprised. "I don't understand what you're saying." Qianjun's face appeared confused. "Didn't I tell you once before, I am a man that came from a different world? In that world, we don't learn magic. Although we do have the Qin dynasty, Sui dynasty, and Tang dynasty etc. However, since the animals have been replaced with magical beasts, it seems like much of the folklore has turned out a bit differently," Mo Fan said with a straight face. Qianjun couldn't help but whisper, "I'm no longer a child. How could I believe what you're saying? Even you won't believe me. It seems like I can never prove that I'm a person from a different world," Mo Fan said with a bitter smile. "But you're still you," Qianjun said. Mo Fan was slightly startled. He originally wanted to use this kind of style to conceal his foibles. However, Qianjun's words suddenly caused Mo Fan to ponder and feel like he was released from the tension. Seeing Mo Fan starting to ponder, Qianjun thought she said something wrong. Her little voice changed the subject as she said, "Brother Mo Fan, one of my history teachers said that people from our Bo city are very special." "What did he say?" Mo Fan asked. "Do you remember the underground holy spring? It has a really, really long history. it dates back to over 200 years before the Common Era, Qianjun told him. Oh, it's like that. Then after nearly 2,000 years passed, the area around the underground holy spring must have had a lot of stories happen. Then, why do they say that we, the people from Bo City, are special? Mo Fan asked. The teacher said that the people from Bo City were most likely protected by the underground holy spring. Bo City in the past was only a small village and was ordered by an ancient sovereign king to guard the underground holy spring for years. However, with the passing of time, the protectors continuously grew in numbers. This caused the small village to turn into a town, and after many years, the town became a city. With the entrance of new people, the change of lords in the city and the overthrowing of the feudal society, Bo City finally developed into what it was today. The protectors had long ago disappeared without a trace, along with the passing of time, or the entire city was actually filled with protectors, Qianjun said sincerely. Mo Fan was eagerly listening. He couldn't help but think of those people from the Black Vatican. The people from the Black Vatican seemed to have some kind of objective when they destroyed Bo City. Could it be that the destruction of Bo City was closely tied to the history of the protectors? However, this was based on something from over 2,000 years ago. Were the protectors really that important? Was their objective really the underground holy spring? The underground holy spring was currently in his own hands. In that case, the thing that the Black Vatican wanted had always been in his own hands. Doesn't that mean I'm in danger? Those Black Vatican animals really dared to do anything, they even massacred a whole city. The events of Blood Alert were something Mo Fan could still vividly remember. What else did your history teacher say? Mo Fan asked. He was speculating based on some of historical records. He said if you wanted to find the truth, you'd have to go to some kind of ancient tomb and explore there. However, there were a lot of dreadful creatures within that tomb. Up until today, there hasn't been a single magician who has truly entered the mysterious tomb. Qianjun informed him. Tomb? What tomb? Mo Fan pressed automatically. The ancient city has a tomb. It's inside the most famous spectral land of our country. Brother Mo Fan, did you not hear about it during your classes? Chapter 208. Mo Fan's New Bodyguard. Tomb of the Ancient City, the Spectral Land? This was like opening up a whole new door for Mo Fan. The truth was, Mo Fan had been mostly focusing on painstakingly cultivating for the past few years. He still did not understand the structure of this world quite yet. All he knew was that things that existed in his world also existed here. The history in his world was fundamentally the same as here, even the same people in the history did not change. However, when he was ridiculing the local who was trying to sell him the map, Mo Fan realized that some of the myths passed down in his original world had mysteriously disappeared in this one. This surprising fact caused Mo Fan to be quite baffled. These two worlds were just like mirrors, even some of the small details were identical. There was no reason for such an ancient myth to be not passed down, unless the tomb of the ancient city has a very long history. The entrance to the tomb was discovered by a few hunters a couple of years ago, and within the tomb were spectral creatures 10 times more ferocious than magical beasts. There were many archaeologist magicians who tried to find treasures passed down through history, but they returned with nothing, due to those spectral creatures that were dedicated to protecting the tomb. After they were attacked and other explorers were sent to their own deaths due to unknown factors, the government has officially classified it as a forbidden area. Thus, no magicians are permitted to go there, Qianjun said. Is that so? I really am an idiot when it comes to geography. Mo Fan awkwardly moved his head, he showing that he was indeed a bit ignorant. However, thousands of waves were already crashing inside his skull. Ancient city, isn't that just Elevenon? Mo Fan naturally knew that there were many tombs in the vicinity of Elevenon. After all, it was the ancient capital. The Imperial mausoleum had many mountainous tombs. What Mo Fan had never thought was that due to spectral creatures existing in this world, the tombs and mausoleums in the ancient city had all turned into the incredibly dreadful territory of specters. Spectral creatures were considered a type of magical beast. Those gigantic tombs had basically turned into an underground paradise for magical beasts. This kind of thing absolutely horrified people feel just thinking about it. The ancient sovereign king who had our ancestors guard the underground Holy Springs tomb is there as well. Thus, if you want to know the sequence of events, you'd have to go to the tomb and find the clues. My history teacher has been trying to apply for a team of archaeologist magicians from the school and the government to enter the tomb. The government was unable to find the reason behind the destruction of Bo City. Thus, the project which my teacher applied for may very well be successful. When that time comes, he will select a few students and a squad of powerful magicians to enter the tomb of the ancient sovereign king. Qianjun told him proudly. Your teacher sure has some guts. However, it is a matter that happened many thousands of years ago. There's no way the Black Vatican could have passed down a thousands-year-old grudge, right? That is a bit much. I heard that the Black Vatican's birthplace is overseas, Mo Fan offered. That, I don't know. My teacher have been studying this for a long time, and he is even more obsessed with archaeology. Qianjun stuck her tongue out. Qianjun did not forget that her history teacher actually spent a whole week talking about Bo City, the protectors, and the underground Holy Spring. Mo Fan stopped discussing such a heavy topic with her. With the two of them being survivors of the calamity of Bo City, they were not willing to talk too much about it. Brother Mo Fan, who are you calling? It's Ms. Tang Yu. She lives around this area. Since we are already here, I was thinking of paying her a visit. However, it seems like she's a little busy. She didn't pick up. Oh. Forget it, let's return to Shanghai. I'll take you to my new place, you'll definitely like it. Yeah. Hidden Spirit Temple Magic Trial. 10 men with interwoven sacred swords painted around their necks were sitting around a stone table. Their expressions were solemn, and they appeared very stern and grim. The Sand Tiger of Dunhuang has been resolved. The vicious Tu Zhangjia has already been arrested. There's danger in Jiayuguan, we need to dispatch more people there. The Snake Clan in the Qiandao Lake is overflowing. We need to contact the army to deal with it, there are over 20 missing people. Loosen up on the 3 pools mirroring the moon. They men were concise and comprehensive. They quickly reported the things that had happened recently, and things that needed to be more mindful of. Sitting in the head seat was an old magician wearing a gold and red-colored cloak. The old magician would assign someone to deal with a matter after it was reported. Tang Yu, the old magician called out with his head lowered. Yes, head judge. Tang Yue's hair was tied up, displaying her delicate and beautiful complexion. Her appearance today lacked any sign of gentleness. Her face was hard and solemn. There was nothing casual about her at all, she even exuded a strong spirit. The 3 pools mirroring the moon will be handled by you. Since it is being loosened, you can stop your other missions and deal with this before you come back to make a report, the old magician said. Head judge, do you want me to let the violent spring person who interacted with Chao He escape? Tang Yu asked in astonishment. I will naturally assign someone else to continue following him. Right now we can confirm that the main schemer behind this is Salang. Salang seems to be quite obsessed with the underground Holy Spring. Once the area is stable, you can be more mindful of that kid who protected the underground Holy Spring at that time, the old magician said. Salang is planning to make a move on him? With the strength of Salang and his subordinates, I'm afraid that, Tang Yu immediately felt uncertain. Don't worry. Salang and his subordinates have already been strictly blocked off by us and another organization. This point is something Salang himself also understands. At most, he'll dispatch some pawn to do the job. It shouldn't be a problem for just you to deal with these fugitives. However, if Salang dispatches some expert, then we will also dispatch some people to arrest them, the old magician said. Yes, once the place is stable, I will immediately go to Shanghai. Tang Yu accepted the order. You can go. Lu Jiu and her? Yes, head judge. You go to Japan for a while. Go investigate whether the thing that attacked the fishing village was a wild magical beast or a summoned beast. Yes. Li Jiang, you can stop the network over there. The advanced magician. Kill him on the spot. Yes, sir. After leaving the hidden spirit temple, Tang Yu restarted her own mobile. After she opened it, Tang Yu realized she had a few missed calls. Among them were 2 from the little scoundrel, Mo Fan. Tang Yu was a little surprised. She was just about to find him, yet he had just happened to call her? Why did you call me? Tang Yu returned to her normal, gentle and slow facade after calling him back. I missed you. Get lost, Tang Yu said with a bad temper. She had never met a student this shameless. He truly thinks he can do whatever he pleases with me just because of that one time. He sure is dreaming. I was in Hangzhou not too long ago. Mo Fan didn't want to tease her too much, so he told her this sincerely. What about now? On a car back to Shanghai. I will go to Shanghai after a while. I need to finish up my job here first, Tang Yu said. Tang Yu was hesitating whether she should tell Mo Fan that there would be someone was going to cause trouble for him. However, after thinking about it carefully, telling a student about this kind of thing was a bit unnecessary. It would be better if she just secretly took care of the pawns of Black Vatican when the time came. When the time comes, I'll take you out to have some mala crayfish. All right. After Tang Yu hung up, she couldn't help but whisper to herself, why am I always involved with this little scoundrel? I was even assigned to be his bodyguard this time. Chapter 209. An excessive commission. Mo Fan had no more regrets in life. A place filled with beautiful girls, his eyes had some problems looking at them. No wonder why the ancient people would only live to 40 or 50 years old before they die. Who knows how much nosebleed Mo Fan have had in the past few days, let alone the ancient people's wives and concubines. In the middle of his winter vacation, Mo Fan was feeling cozy inside his place. The entire living room had a fluffy carpet. They didn't even have to turn on the heater to feel comfortable. Sitting on the couch in the living room while meditating gave him an extremely good feeling. It was just too nice. Naturally, Mo Fan would only cultivate the lightning and summoning element when he was in a public area. The other 2 elements he only cultivated when he was inside his room. Furthermore, he had to properly control any leaking aura. Mo Fan also realized that the white rabbit girl Ari Tutu would try to expose his secret by any means. Don't think that you can close your eyes and swaggering in 34 degrees will help you expose me. Thinking back on Ms. Tang Yu, a mature and sexy woman like her wanted to do things with him, yet he was still able to control himself. However, not too long after the winter vacation started, Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu returned back to their homes. For a period of time, the entire apartment had turned into a secret paradise for Mo Fan and Xinxia. Locking the door and carrying her onto the sofa, that truly was like being up the creek without a paddle and without any aid. Xinxia's cultivation speed was not slow at all. Compared to Mo Fan, a student who didn't even listen in his classes, Xinxia was much more sincere about her own things, including cultivation. Right now, her cultivation was very close to breaking through the intermediate level. If the little loach pendant could be used on other people, then Mo Fan hoped that he could help out Xinxia a little and help her walk into the intermediate magician level. An intermediate level healer magician was relatively popular. The healing element students and senior students within the Pearl Institute had always been the most popular people. For a lot of people, these healing students were like guardian angels. They wore white uniform, were gentle, kind, and beautiful. Unfortunately, the little loach pendant was indeed what Ms. Tang Yu had told him. He could only use it because he had some kind of spiritual connection with it. In other people's hands, it would be no different than those ugly rings that you could find in some random store. Xinxia wanted to break through the shackles of stardust. During this winter vacation, he had seen her cultivate. Naturally, Mo Fan couldn't just sit idly by. He started to cultivate the lightning and fire element, hoping for the 2 to reach the next state. The fiery fist and thunderbolt had already reached the right level of power. However, their effects were not as clear against warrior-level creatures with sturdy physiques. The winter vacation quickly passed by. Mo Fan reluctantly brought Xinxia back to her school. He was also about to enter the second half of the study year. During the second semester, Mo Fan did not excessively engross himself into cultivation. He mostly went to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency and looked for missions that were more suitable for himself. Combat was the best method to increase one's strength. Mo Fan realized that his cultivation had reaped a huge harvest after every single battle. Either the nebula had expanded or it had reached a level where it was able to attack the next level. His lightning and fire elements had been stuck in the first level of intermediate for quite a while. Mo Fan urgently hoped that he would be able to raise them to the next level, and leveling by combat was the best method. Lingling, how come there are still no missions? I'm nearly bored to death. Mo Fan sat inside the milk tea shop as he solemnly looked at the little lowly Lingling enjoying her milk tea. If there is no business, then there's no business. What can I do? Lingling's face showed that she didn't mind that at all. Aren't you guys a shop with a long-established reputation in China? Lingling didn't even open her eyes as she continued drinking her milk tea. Mo Fan's entire being seemed to have withered. Not fighting for a couple of days made his whole body feel uneasy. Just like that, he passed those days, bored. Mo Fan was sitting on the balcony as he watched a couple kissing each other by the artificial lake. Either way, he was currently bored to that extent, and his cultivation seemed to have gotten stuck, unable to take another step forward. He heard the ding-ding as his phone began ringing. When Mo Fan heard that ringtone, his entire person seemed to wake up. In order to immediately receive a mission, Mo Fan had changed Lingling's phone calls to a special ringtone, which happened to come right now. Mo Fan, there's work to do. Lingling's voice said clearly. Good, what kind of work is it this time? Mo Fan urgently asked. It is a bit complicated, but also simple at the same time. Come to the Hunter Agency, Lingling said in a strange tone. Mo Fan was also puzzled. He had been in the Clear Sky Hunter Agency for around 4 or so months, and had dealt with nearly 10 different missions. Every single one of them had been successful, and normally, Lingling would also give a simple description of the mission over the phone. Why did she want him to get to the headquarters this time? Nursing a funny feeling, Mo Fan took a cab to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Clear Sky Hunter Agency was the same as always. It looked like a fusion tea house that was close to going bankrupt, and was completely deserted. After walking in, the doorbell was heard very clearly. There was indeed not a single customer inside. Old Man Bao was smoking at the counter of the bar. Lingling was sitting in front of the counter. Her long legs were skinny but did not reach the ground. She was even wearing a short skirt with long stockings. Mo Fan walked in the front of Lingling and asked, "What is it?" "Look at it yourself. This kind of mission is my very first time seeing one after all these years in this profession." Old Man Bao pushed the mission document in front of Mo Fan. Lingling also didn't say anything. She drank her fruit juice as she waited for Mo Fan to finish reading it. Mo Fan was confused. He picked up the mission document and began reading out loud. "Due to special reasons, I have been kept busy with something, and so I could only dispatch other people to deliver this mission to you in the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. I hope you are able to dispatch an experienced hunter to help me protect someone's safety. I believe in the reputation of your Clear Sky Hunter Agency. I have already transferred the money to your bank account." As Mo Fan read this, he didn't feel like it was anything complicated. He was puzzled as he looked at Old Bao. "Isn't it just being a bodyguard? There's nothing special, right?" Old Bao knocked on the pipe as he slowly said, "Look at the person you would be guarding. Could it be that this person is special? But no matter how special they are, it's just protected. What the hell?" When Mo Fan saw that, he began to feel uncomfortable. Mo Fan looked closely at the mission document as he rubbed his eyes. He was confirming whether he read it wrong or not. "Initially, we also thought this was a prank. However, the money has indeed been transferred to our account, and it wasn't a small sum either," Old Bao said. "What is this?" Mo Fan held the mission document as he felt cold sweat coming on. Protecting someone was very normal. Mo Fan didn't think this mission had any unique areas. The problem was, the person to be protected in the mission statement was named Mo Fan. Mo Fan initially thought someone had the same name as him. After all, his name was handsome, elegant, and was very meaningful. Other people sharing his name was naturally a normal thing. However, the mission document clearly stated, Pearl Institute Azure Campus, Rookie Summoner Student, Mo Fan. Hiring a hunter to protect a hunter. Mo Fan felt like he did not have enough brain cells to use for this. Originally, Mo Fan thought the situation with the wife and husband in the past was extremely strange. However, compared to the situation right now, they were on a completely different level. Chapter 210. Meeting in Ambush. Grandpa, what do you think? Lingling asked from the side. Since someone has such good faith and has already given us the money, thus we naturally have to take responsibility for it until the end. I'll have Dashing come here for a bit, he should be back from Demon City, Old Bao said. Wait, I am a hunter myself. Can't I protect myself? As long as nothing happens, then this money will be mine. Mo Fan thought of nothing but the profit. Recently, the Clear Sky Hunter Agency hadn't had anything for him to do. Now that a mission finally came, he couldn't just not do it because it was strange. If Mo Fan directly accepted this mission and protected himself, then how would that be strange? We can't do that. If you were to die, our Clear Sky Hunter Agency would lose our reputation, Old Bao said seriously. Mo Fan was swearing to himself. After hearing what the old man said, could those still be words from a human? You have to be extra careful. Since there are people who would offer this much money to invite our Clear Sky Hunter Agency to protect you, it signifies that you are in a life-threatening danger, Lingling said sincerely. I won't wander aimlessly. I'm cultivating at school most of the time, how could I possibly be in danger, Mo Fan said. After saying this, Mo Fan suddenly thought back to what Xinxia's history teacher had said. If the Black Vatican's true objective was the underground Holy Spring, and if the underground Holy Spring concealed an even more ancient secret, then wouldn't the Black Vatican come and find him once more? If it was the Black Vatican, then it would be really hard for him to deal with them himself. Could it be Boss Xiangkong became aware of the trend of the Black Vatican, and employed someone to protect me? He was unable to do it, Mo Fan thought to himself. There were not many people who were capable of spending a large sum to protect him. Mo Fan's basic guess at this moment was the people from Bo City. You don't have to feel uncomfortable. Dashing specializes in protecting people. People who are being protected by him have no idea that danger has come before it is completely resolved. Lingling, you can go ahead with Dashing and look after Mo Fan, Old Bao said. Yes, Lingling nodded. After leaving the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, Mo Fan had some heavy worries. If it really was the Black Vatican, then it would really be quite a bit of trouble this time. He had encountered the cruelty of the Black Vatican. They would do anything to accomplish their objectives. Moreover, they had a way to get in anywhere. Whether it was Instructor Bai Young from before, or Yu Ang, who had hid himself in the Mu family for over 10 years, these types of people were very hard to guard against before they exposed themselves. Forget it, thinking too much about it was of no use. He'd have to take one step at a time. The current him was no longer the same as the little primary magician in the past. If they dispatched people over, then he'd have to see how many dog lives they had. After returning to the school, it was already evening. Mo Fan did not want to take a detour. He planned on directly walking past the artisanal park. As he had arrived at the artificial lake, a few silhouettes flashed by on the small hill to the side. After reaching the intermediate level of shadow element, he was extremely sharp toward changes in shadows. Even if it happened on the hill, he could still immediately sense what was behind it. Mo Fan's heart tightened as he cursed to himself, no way, they're making a move this fast. It appears that senior brother Dashing has yet to come and protect me. The Black Vatican's actions were actually this fast. Furthermore, they even dare to conceal themselves in the area surrounding Pearl Institute as they waited to ambush me. Go, finish it as soon as you can, someone shouted. It probably came from the leader of them. Mo Fan's brow creased. He subconsciously took a large step back so he could take a look at these people who were ambushing him. A few silhouettes immediately jumped out from behind the hill. There was a magic aura on all their bodies. Furthermore, there were star paths lingering around them, which could only mean that they had already prepared their magic. A ball of bright fire streaked across the night, immediately tossed from a high place on the hill. From the restless level of the fireball, you could clearly determine that this was the third level of fire burst, ready to rupture out and kill. Mo Fan quickly dodged to the side. The fire burst struck the area he had been standing at, and the powerful flames turned into a tongue of fire as it splashed towards him. Mo Fan's eyebrows creased, his foot stomped ferociously on the ground. At the same time, beneath his feet a rose-colored flame quickly scuttled forth. The flames quickly crawled up Mo Fan's body, as if he had donned an outfit of flames. It looked extremely elegant. After the scarlet flames coming over saw Mo Fan's rose flames, they looked like children who had seen their homeroom teacher after doing something bad. They were so scared that they began scuttling toward other places, with no intentions whatsoever of offending it. What a joke, a little common fire dared to contend against rose flames. Mo Fan coldly swept a glance toward the magician who had used his magic on him. Before he was able to clearly see the person, the water on the lake's surface suddenly dropped, the surrounding air was frantically being absorbed. They formed a tornado around 2 meters wide. The tornado was formed by the water, and the water of the lake had been completely drawn into it. For a moment, the black water turned into a coiling water dragon, twisting its thick physique as it ride toward Mo Fan. The watery mist was everywhere as it pushed toward Mo Fan's face. His hair was blown back as he was promptly soaked, before it even touched him. As he watched the wind disk tornado coming closer and closer, Mo Fan didn't dare hesitate. He immediately activated his blood beast boots. The blood-colored light turned into armor as it covered Mo Fan's legs, giving him an immense amount of energy. With just one step, Mo Fan was able to jump nearly 10 meters. He knew that even though the tornado's power was great, its movement was very slow. After calculating the tornado's devastating trajectory, Mo Fan hastily jumped onto the park's gloomy street lamp. Then he hopped onto a tree trunk that was relatively close. The tornado was unable to change its direction and carried the lake water as went tearing through the woods. For a moment, the woods looked as though it had been hit by a storm. It was a mess everywhere. "This kid sure is nimble," a black shadow cursed. Mo Fan didn't pay attention to the person who said that. He was well aware that the one that poses the biggest threat was the intermediate wind magician, and he had to deal with him first. Mo Fan flipped his hand, lightning force casually scuttled forth. These lightning arcs turned into strips of purple-colored snakes as they flew toward the wind magician who had cast his spell. His lightning strike was continuously arcing loudly to the nearby hill. Furthermore, it had accurately struck the correct person. After Mo Fan saw that person was currently being paralyzed and unable to move, he firmly charged toward the hill. 2 balls of flames exploded in front of him loudly. However, he possessed the rose flames, and he was not scared of strength of that level. He avoided the center of the rupturing fire burst, where the strength of the explosion was the strongest, with a slight shift, and used his boosted speed to rush toward the hill. Blood Beast Hoof. Chapter 2:11. Making a move on the wrong people. When Mo Fan activated the Blood Beast Boots active effect, energy began to gather in his legs. At this moment, the power of his legs was no longer as simple as a human's. They held the power of the ferocious trampling Blood Beast hooves. When Mo Fan kicked toward the hill, the stone mound instantly exploded, causing it to collapse. The brute force transmitted to the back of the hill, and the intermediate wind magician that was hiding behind it nearly fell apart, just like the hill. The sound of his bones breaking seemed to be extremely clear amid the sounds of the hill falling apart. Mo Fan passed through the fragments of the hill that he had kicked apart. He saw people were unable to get up, pinned beneath the pieces of the hill. Only then did he turn around as his gaze locked onto the other 2 attackers. The 2 attackers stood there, they seemed to be stunned after they saw the hill getting destroyed. Too savage. He kicked the 5-meter hill to pieces. Just what kind of a person was this? The 3 of them were just some people invited by Jiawen. After hearing that there was someone who dared to molest their fairy, Mu Nujiao, they were instructed to come here and teach him a lesson. Originally, they only wanted to give him a taste of their ire before running away. Who knew that the battle had barely started and yet, their strongest member, the intermediate magician Fu Chenming, would get beaten half to death? Who are you people? When Mo Fan realized that the two were completely dumbstruck, he suddenly realized that these people didn't look like those from the Black Vatican. When the people Black Vatican made a move, they would definitely demand your life, or else they would take their own. These people used fire burst to probe him at first, and when they realized primary magic was useless against him, only then did they start using intermediate magic. We are students of Pearl Institute. We came here to find a student with the intentions of disciplining him a little. Who would have thought that we mistook Senior for being that person? Please be lenient, the member who cast the fire burst said urgently. Yeah, we are in no way a match for Senior. Who instructed you guys to come? Mo Fan asked coldly. It was Jiao Wen. The two didn't dare not answer. Mo Fan blushed with shame. They really weren't people from the Black Vatican. These two guys were quite pitiful. If they were even a little bit slower in revealing their identities, then Mo Fan would have used Fiery Fist to turn them into ash. Mo Fan would not be even a little lenient toward the Black Vatican. His hometown and so many people was buried beneath their hands. Other than a bit of lingering fear toward them, most of his feelings toward them were anger and hatred. Hurry up and take him to the infirmary, any slower and he'll die, Mo Fan ordered the two. How could the two dare to say anything else? They ran toward the ruins of the hill and dug out their senior schoolmate, Fu Chenming. After lifting up their schoolmate, they were horrified as they realized their senior's bones were nearly completely shattered. His entire person seemed as though he only had a little bit of life left in him. This was not just your simple savage. Zhong Bing and Li Wang were considered good students. This sort of disciplining others was usually something that was instigated by their seniors. Their idea of discipline was to beat the other person up a little. However, how could they have imagined that the admired senior Win student would have nearly all his bones shattered from a kick, and was nearly killed outright? It was like they had committed some sin since it seemed like they encountered a demon. Zhong Bing and Li Wang didn't dare to stay any longer. They were deeply scared that if this senior would get in a bad mood and kick them, too, they would have an even bigger problem. With that little disturbance past, Mo Fan returned to his apartment. It seems like I'm too cautious. Even if the Black Vatican's ability was greater, they still would have no reason to come to the Pearl Institute to commit an ambush. Mo Fan rubbed the side of his head in an attempt to calm his nerves. However, this was also impossible. After guessing the Black Vatican was planning to make a move on him, Mo Fan could not just loosen up and calm down easily. During the destruction of Bo City, there were too many people dying. Many of them were people that Mo Fan knew personally. The scene of He suffering from the evil schemes was still freshly imprinted in his memories. He would never forget it. Apart from this, the husband of his aunt had also died. The hunter squad captain, Xu Dahuang, died, Fei Shi did not survive, and the people who had been disciplined by Mo Fan's first lightning magic, Xu Bing and others, their corpses were seen by Mo Fan when he was walking toward the safety area. Trying not recall these things, he had put the nightmares in the back of his head after coming to the new city. He had let the extremely bloody event slowly fade, while his hatred for the Black Vatican only increased. In the battle just now, Mo Fan had indeed let out his hatred. It was why he did not go easy on them. In the end, it just happened to be a farce. Fortunately, that person was still alive. Although what he did could be considered self-defense, directly killing someone would still result to him being invited to the magic courts for a cup of tea. When the new semester started, yet another piece of new information passed through the school. This was the fact that the demon Mo Fan nearly killed a wind magician before school started. This matter was immediately spread throughout the school. This caused the nearly dissipated bad reputation that Mo Fan had to redouble. Mo Fan was actually invited by the school to have tea. This was because the senior student needed 2 or more months to completely recover even after receiving healing from the healing teachers. Furthermore, whether there would be repercussions in the future was something they didn't know. The second semester of every year was the most important period for charging into the main campus. Him being handicapped for 2 months essentially rendered it impossible for this Win senior student to head into the main campus. Since it involved human lives, Dean Xiao had to personally deal with this matter. Mo Fan, why were you so serious in your attacks? Dean Xiao asked as he wrinkled his brow. It's not that the school didn't allow private battles, it's just that the method Mo Fan used had almost cost someone's life. Thus, the school had to deal with it, no matter what. Mo Fan didn't explain too much. Either way, what he wanted to say had already been said. It was they who ambushed him, all he did was defend himself. Did you encounter some kind of trouble? Dean Xiao asked. Mo Fan didn't reply. The Black Vatican dealing with him was something that he had speculated on his own. Telling Dean Xiao this kind of thing was of no use. All right, you can return. Be careful during the main campus examination. Don't do things like this anymore. Dean Xiao did not say anymore, he could only allow Mo Fan to return. After leaving the school board, Mo Fan walked down the main road of the school. He could still feel a dark cloud hanging over him. He didn't know why, but his heart just did not feel safe. Is it because I'm afraid of the Black Vatican? Or was it that he felt anxious because he knew that the Black Vatican was planning on making a move on him? However, that made no sense. Back when he was at the primary level, he was not afraid of them. So why now that he had reached the intermediate level? That's right, he was not afraid of them. He was afraid of them taking away the lives of the people he knew. Chapter 2:12. Put his all into the fight. My strength has indeed increased. However, my father, Mo Zhaoting, and Xinxia do not have the ability to protect themselves. That guy Yuang was still alive. Considering the Black Vatican are people who would use twisted methods to force Mo Fan to take out the underground Holy Spring, the best way for them would be to attack his direct relatives. Not good, he couldn't just sit and wait for his death. The enemy was in the dark, whereas he was in the light. Lingling, tell old Bao that I don't need protection. Let senior brother Dusheng protect my dad, Mo Zhaoting. And then, Lingling, I beg you, please go and protect my little sister Yixinxia. Mo Fan quickly took out the phone to call Lingling. The mission was for us to protect you, Lingling said. If something were to happen to them, then I wouldn't be any different from being dead, Mo Fan said. This, Lingling was hesitating. However, old Bao's voice quickly transmitted over, Dusheng, go. Protect Mo Fan's father. Lingling, you pay attention to his sister. Thank you, Mo Fan said gratefully. Dusheng and Lingling won't be by your side. My other disciples are not here, either. There's no one to protect you, so you need to be careful of everything. If you really can't endure, then you can come and hide in the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. There is no one who would dare to cause trouble in my, old Bao's, territory. Not even the power that wants to deal with you. Old Bao declared firmly. I just happen to want to meet them. That way, I can go back home next year and use their blood to offer to my ancestors. Mo Fan said ferociously. If these scumbags from the Black Vatican really thought that Mo Fan was the same person as he was in the past, then they would be making a great mistake. In the past, his strength was indeed weak. There were many things he could only stare helplessly at. Back at the arena, when Mo Fan saw these girls crawling out of the carcasses of the skin-scale phantoms, Mo Fan suddenly realized that many of the people in Bo City were just like them. Each and every one of them was just like these infected girls. They begged to live, including He Yu, who had given her life for Zhong Hu. When she was on the verge of death, the thought of her exchanging her life for his caused people's hearts to grieve. That's why Mo Fan charged into the arena with the intention to save people. When your strength had achieved that level, and you had the capabilities to save someone, yet you chose to turn around to leave and pay no heed to them, that kind of conscience would follow you for life. It would make him no different than those dogs from Black Vatican. Perhaps he currently did not have the courage to sacrifice himself for justice like Boss Xiankong, nor was he as great as He Yu, who had used her own life to trade for the one boy that she secretly loved. However, if the him at that time possessed the strength he had now, then he would not have hesitated to blast the Black Vatican to pieces. These animals that were just as bad as magical beasts came just in time. The underground holy spring is indeed in the hands of your father, Mo Fan. If you have the skills, then come and get it. This time, whoever comes, is whoever dies. Oh? Are you sure that you're done preparing? Dean Xiao was a little startled as he looked at this student who seemed as though he had suddenly changed personality. Yeah, I will enter the 3-step pagoda to cultivate, Mo Fan said with great determination. The Black Vatican would probably dispatch some person with power to deal with him. Mo Fan was not sure, but Old Bao seemed to know the inside information. He told Mo Fan that the advanced magicians were mostly under watch. Additionally, Pearl Institute was overseen by an expert like Dean Xiao. Those who are even higher than advanced magicians would definitely not enter the university to ambush him. The Black Vatican had already been put under tight surveillance by the Magic Court and other influential powers. However, this kind of thing was like a net. They had firmly captured the range of Black Vatican activities within the web, but at the same time, it meant there were some who had escaped from it. Or, they could have gone through a long and complex process to hire some others to ambush him instead. Thus, the Pearl Institute and Magic Court were unable to completely prevent the pawns of Black Vatican from infiltrating. As for hiding, this kind of thing could be hidden from for a while, but you could not hide from the world. Mo Fan could not be cut off from the world forever. Mo Fan himself would not hide, either. All right, I will help you apply now. This requires some time, stay in school to focus on your cultivation, Dean Xiao said. Thank you, Dean, Mo Fan nodded. The 3-step pagoda had similar effects to the underground holy spring. It would definitely have a great effect on increasing his strength. This is what you fought for yourself, don't thank me. Not only that, you've also done a great contribution for the school for the matter at the arena. It wouldn't be unreasonable for us to award you even more things. However, you are also aware of your transaction about the meritorious award, and also the fact that you almost killed someone, Dean Xiao said with a smile. So you already knew, Mo Fan said awkwardly. I'll notify you once I've arranged it, Dean Xiao said. Then I'll leave first. Just when Mo Fan was about to leave, a male teacher walked out from the hall next to them. Mr. Guhan looked at Mo Fan, who was walking away through the window. He turned around and looked at Dean Xiao. Since we've already been notified, then why aren't we simply hiding him? The Black Vatican are capable of doing anything. They will always find any kind of method to deal with the people that they are targeting. We are in the light, we are not guaranteed to be able to control this situation, Mr. Guhan said sincerely. To eradicate the Black Vatican is everyone's responsibility. Our school should also put forth some strength. After investigation from different places, the current Black Vatican has suddenly been closed tightly. The Magic Court and the different influential forces have basically caught only their shadow. This time, they've been hiding for more than a year, and they finally showed some movement. Furthermore, it's toward a student. Presumably, Mo Fan has something on him that would indeed be something both you and they would need, or else they would not make a move at this time. Dean Xiao stroked his beard. So, the Magic Courts are planning on using the opportunity of the Black Vatican's move this time to dig out some of the things they are planning, and from there, dig out the whereabouts of Salang. Guhan said. Exactly. Doing this may expose Mo Fan to some danger, however, I believe this child has the ability to protect himself. The Black Vatican has been successful in their endeavors for all these years. They are guilty of monstrous crimes. If we still cannot arrest them, then who knows how many more calamities like Bo City will happen, Dean Xiao said. The matter of Bo City had already passed by a few years ago. The people might gradually forget about it, but the government, Magic Association, Hunter Union, and other influential forces would definitely not let them go. This thing needed to have an end. Since we have received the tips from the Magic Court, then why don't we directly tell Mo Fan? After all, he is the bait. He should at least know that, Guhan asked. He's a smart person. I believe he already knows it deep inside. If he was scared, then he would have hidden himself already. He brought up the 3-step pagoda. This means he wants to increase his strength and fight back against the Black Vatican. He has made his own decision, Dean Xiao said. I am still a little bit worried. The Black Vatican are vicious and merciless, difficult to guard against, whereas he is only a student. Let's choose to believe in him. He is much stronger than what we have imagined, and smarter, Dean Xiao said. Not too long after Mo Fan had nearly killed someone, Dean Xiao had received some information from the Magic Court. From them, Dean Xiao was able to understand why Mo Fan was so vicious in his attacks toward the people that had attacked him. Mo Fan already knew that he was currently in a situation where his life was in danger. However, he didn't run. This gave Dean Xiao no choice but to acknowledge this student spirit. Even if he was to run, he still couldn't run from the world. Dean Xiao believed that he had made the correct decision. Chapter 213. Three-Step Pagoda. Inside the Jingan private convalescence, a middle-aged man was standing next to the hospital bed. His gaze was focused on the person covered in a body cast. Fu Tuanming, let me ask you one more time. Have you already been exposed? The man asked coldly. I have not. I can swear on my life. I went to probe using the name of someone called Jiawen. The school will definitely not have realized anything. However, I just don't understand why that person was so vicious in his moves, the person with his entire body in a cast replied. That person was precisely the Fu Tuanming who had his bones shattered by Mo Fan's kick. His gaze carried dread as he looked at the unpredictable person in front of him. I will assign others. You just need to tend to your wounds, then use your connections to seek revenge on him. I need to obscure the facts, said the man who was standing beside him, while emitting a killing intent. Lord Deacon, he is the enemy of many people within Pearl Institute. Even if you don't make a move, he is still surrounded by enemies. From what I see, the most suitable time would be during the main campus examination. From the news that I've gathered, there are already a couple of disciples from aristocratic families that have decided to get together to deal with him during the main campus examination, Fu Tuanming told him. I don't need you to teach me what to do, the fiendish man replied coldly. After their conversation ended, the fiendish man left. Fu Tuanming sat up with great difficulty as he looked out the window. He was dumbstruck as he realized that when Sir Clergy had walked into a dark area, there were a couple of malevolent shadows accompanying him on the left and right. Although these dark beasts belong to the deacon, those creatures, said to be refined using half-living people and half-corpses, were the dirtiest, ugliest, and the most lamentable things in this world. Mo Fan, do you really think you'd be able to escape this time? The deacon was standing inside a dark shrubbery, a hat now on his head. His eyes were scanning the Pearl Institute, which was lit up brilliantly. He slowly removed the hat from his head, revealing a face covered in half of a mask. When the light brushed past him, his revealed face would have horrified anyone who saw it. Even if you hide within the university, it'll still be useless. I said it once before, I will turn you into a slave. Just like these dogs right here, when I tell them to do something, they will definitely do it, the half-faced man swore in a sinister tone. He swept past the dark beasts next to him that were trying to suck up to him. There was not a single hint of pity in his eyes as he kicked one of the dark beasts in its thick neck. Yuang had a hobby. He liked to turn the people that he detested the most into one of these non-human creatures that would throw their lives away for him. Not a ghost, not a human, they were being treated like dogs as he tormented them forever. Three-Step Pagoda was located inside the main campus of Pearl Institute. The elites within the main campus fought over resources all the time, and among the resources was the Three-Step Pagoda. The Three-Step Pagoda was similar to the underground Holy Spring, a heavenly treasure. The underground Holy Spring was nurtured by itself for thousands of years. The energy that was contained within it could nurture a whole city and produce outstanding magicians. The Three-Step Pagoda also had a long history. It was constructed by a wise man that was able to gather the elemental energy floating around the world into this special magic building. Elemental energy was everywhere. A spirit seed was born when the elemental energy and the magic energy were extremely dense in an area, and after years of refinement, they gradually evolved into a seed. The Three-Step Pagoda's location and structure was capable of converging energies from over thousands of meters. It was just like a giant route that spread across thousands of miles. Even if this area looked like it was remote, it did cover a relatively large area, and was able to provide the tree trunk with a continuous amount of energy. The condensation from the three-step pagoda could be called the most crucial point behind the rise of the Pearl Institute. Originally, the school had decided that not only did you have to enter the main campus first, you also needed to display a relatively outstanding performance to obtain a chance to cultivate in the three-step pagoda. Mo Fan had become an exception. This opportunity was something that Dean Xiao had already warned Mo Fan of. There might only be one opportunity for him, so he must cultivate properly. Mo Fan knew that he was facing a great danger. The Black Vatican wanted to deal with him, so he could no longer keep waiting. He needed to have his strength increased as quickly as possible. The three-step pagoda. It appeared to be a symmetrical, three-cornered building. Its exterior looked like it was composed of silvery metal. It was as big as a tower, and seemed to be quite glamorous within the main campus. Dean! The two men who were standing by the entrance of the three-step pagoda respectfully saluted as they saw Dean Xiao. So you are the ones guarding it today. I have already had someone show you the permits, you can take this student in, Dean Xiao told them. Oh, so this is the rookie student from the Azure campus. I was only able to enter the three-step pagoda 2 years after I entered the main campus. Junior, your luck truly makes me admire you, one of the guards that looked relatively friendly said with a smile. Mo Fan smiled modestly back. Follow me, I will tell you what to do. The friendly guard led Mo Fan into the three-step pagoda. When Mo Fan followed him inside, into a long tunnel made of metal. He didn't know how long he walked down the tunnel, Mo Fan suddenly heard a strange sound. This tunnel was strange. Based on the speed he was walking inside the straight tunnel, he should have gone from the entrance to the very back of the pagoda several times. Why did it feel like this tunnel did not have an end? This three-step pagoda looked like it was at most 50 meters wide from the outside. Do you know why this is called the three-step pagoda? The friendly student guard asked. Could it be that this place is similar to a hallucination? It appears to be walking straight, however, we were really walking on a winding road or a returning road. From the entrance to now, we've walked at least 500 meters. The three-step pagoda's diameter should only be about 50 meters. Mo Fan said. No, we've actually been walking straight this entire time. You are only from the Azure campus, so you might not know much about the theories regarding the space element. The space element has a concept called, a step is 1,000 feet, 2 steps are 10,000 meters, and 3 steps are boundless. The three-step pagoda is also called the boundless pagoda. This is because it did not look that majestic from the outside, but it is extremely difficult to walk to the end of it in the space inside, the friendly senior guard explained to him. Space studies. This was Mo Fan's first time hearing that word. Yeah. The three-step pagoda was constructed by a great expert who cultivated in the earth element and later on, the space element. This place has fantastic space magic enchantments. Even now, there is not a single person who has been able to decipher it. That is why we can only use the instructions left behind by our seniors to use it. The three-step pagoda has many layers of space, and each space layer has different amount of energy that it can condense. Since you are an intermediate magician, you can only cultivate on the first and second layer. If you proceed further, you risk bursting apart from an influx of energy, the friendly guard warned Mo Fan. This? How do I determine what space layer I am most suitable to cultivate in? That you will know once you've experienced it. Chapter 2:14. Abnormal Cultivation. As he continued along, a staircase appeared in front of them. This staircase was extremely astonishing. It consisted of stair boards that were floating in midair, without any type of support. The tunnel led to this dark area, where the floating steps were linked to a triangular platform. I can only lead you here, you just need to follow the staircases up, the friendly senior said. All right, thank you. After the senior guard walked out, Mo Fan cautiously stepped on those floating steps in order to see if they would fall down. This kind of feeling was like when he played Super Mario in the past. The second he stepped on them, he he would have to quickly jump away or else they would immediately fall. Reality confirmed that the floating steps were extremely sturdy. Mo Fan did not know what kind of powers were used to keep them floating. However, they were just floating in the air, quite sturdy, and they didn't move even a little when he stepped on them. Mo Fan was relieved, and followed what the senior guard had told him, heading up the stairs. After he arrived at the triangular platform, which was as large as a basketball court, he finally arrived at the first layer. The energy of the world would be very sturdy in this place. The magicians in this place would cultivate connecting with their nebula, and the nebula's speed of expansion would be much faster. Mo Fan followed the stairs to the top. In the beginning, he was walking quite smoothly, as though there was nothing blocking his way. However, at some point, Mo Fan began to feel dizzy after he took half a step onto the 5th floor. As he continued walking, his breathing became more ragged. What is this? Why is my mana continuously disappearing? Mo Fan quickly realized where the issue lay. His mana was disappearing. He didn't use any magic whatsoever, nor did he enter any practice in control. So how could his mana keep disappearing? Forget it, let's not worry too much. Let's first arrive at the destination. Mo Fan increased his speed in hopes of reaching the metal platform in the air in a single stretch. The faster he climbed the stairs, the faster his mana was being used up. His fire nebula's energy seemed as though it had nearly dried up. After arriving on the platform, an immediate, rich fire elemental aura pulled through. They were like a group of fairies as they fluttered around him. The flames seemed very friendly as they lingered around, even taking the initiative to enter the spiritual world. As he felt the energy rush into him, Mo Fan immediately entered meditation. He realized, with some mild surprise, that the cultivation speed here was not any slower than the underground holy spring in the past. Back then he was only at the primary level. The energy provided by the underground holy spring was crucial for him to go from primary level to intermediate level. Right now, he was already at the intermediate level, yet he was still able to receive that astonishing cultivation speed. The first layer's cultivation speed is already 20 times faster than normal. What kind of effect would the second layer have? Mo Fan couldn't help but wonder. The richness of the elemental aura within this place was 20 times more than outside. The meditative speed to expand his nebula was also about 20 times. Cultivating inside here for a little more than an hour would be equivalent to doing it outside for a whole day. What if I were to walk further up? The dean had said that the number of times each person entered the 3-step pagoda was very limited. Since the higher he went, the richer the elemental aura, then he had no reason to not go further up. Let's challenge the second layer. Outside of the 3-step pagoda, the friendly-looking senior returned to his original guarding area. The guard standing next to him with an apathetic expression shot a glance at him and said, "Did you forget to tell the rookie again that the more steps they take, the heavier the gravity of the space becomes, thus, the mana they use will be even faster." "What's the point of saying that? He'll find out on his own," the friendly senior said without a care. "You should tell the rookie to not enter the second layer. The second layer's gravity is stronger than the first by nearly double. A normal magician will have lost all of their mana by the time they are halfway there. As soon as their mana runs out, the magician will feel dizzy and will no longer be able to meditate and practice control," the apathetic guard said. "I didn't tell him. You also know that there are many arrogant people out there that overestimate their own strength. Even if I warn them to not enter the second layer, they would still attempt it. The 3-step pagoda's resources are indeed extremely alluring. The higher the layer, the increasingly rich the elemental energies are," the senior said with a smile that carried a bit of a crafty feeling. "Doing that is wrong." "What's wrong with it? Why does a rookie from Azure Campus get to enter the 3-step pagoda? We are required to guard this place for 2 entire years before we are allowed an opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda to cultivate." The senior's smile disappeared, his face displaying his jealousy. Mo Fan was a massive gaming fanatic back in the day. In a normal multiplayer game, killing monsters to increase a level takes a long time. This was because they want to keep the game balanced and extend its life. For example, killing a monster would get him 100 experience points. Afterwards, some people seeking benefits developed a private server for the multiplayer game. In this private server, killing a monster would net one 10,000 of experience points. That kind of leveling was like riding a rocket to the top. When he first played in the private server, it felt incredible. Now that he was on the second layer of the 3-step pagoda, this was basically killing monsters within a private server. When he cultivated normally, Mo Fan needed the little loach pendant to reach the second level of nebula. It would increase the cultivation speed by 4 times, and increase stardust cultivation by 5 times. However, in this rich, second-layer space within the 3-step pagoda, he could reach 40 times the speed. Mo Fan's nebula cultivation speed was increased to at least 100 times a normal person's, while his stardust speed might reach 160 times. This was even more incredible than the underground holy spring. Cultivating in this place for a whole day was equivalent to cultivating for 3 whole months. Originally, the progress of his summoning element was relatively slow. Mo Fan wanted to put effort into his lightning and fire nebula, so he didn't focus on the summoning element for a while. However, after he paid a little attention to the summoning stardust in this place, the summoning stardust began to impatiently break through its shackles. In just a single day, his summoning stardust expanded. It painlessly reached the nebula level. His summoning element stardust control could also be increased in this place. However, after considering that control was something that he needed to get familiar with, he decided to not waste time on this and put the newly formed summoning nebula aside as he continued to practice his lightning and fire element. The breakthrough of his lightning and fire element was the crucial point of cultivation at this time. Cultivating within this private server and then going to the outside world to chop other people, that was something that you didn't get to experience every day. Chapter 2:15. The third layered space. Mo Fan was concentrating on cultivation, he dared not loosen up even a little. What made him really joyful was the lightning and fire nebulae had already advanced into the second level. The first and second level had a huge disparity between them. In terms of just mana, the second level would have double the amount. A small nebula's coverage became increasingly bigger, and the radiance of the mana within became increasingly brighter. Lightning and fire leveled up once more, and Mo Fan's confidence began to grow increasingly greater. The time of cultivation within the 3-step pagoda was limited as well. Mo Fan calculated it, he only had around a single day left. In fact, after cultivating for the previous few days, his cultivation speed had indeed risen sharply. It was so fast that even Mo Fan had problems believing it. However, this thing was like eating medicine. The more medicine you ate, the greater the chance of developing an antibody. When Mo Fan used the second layer's 40-fold richness of the 3-step pagoda to break through, the speed of his cultivation had gone from the original 100-fold down to 80-fold. When he reached the 5th day, it was only about 50-fold. On day 6, it had decreased to 30-fold. This kind of situation was quite normal. Like the underground holy spring, the 3-step pagoda was rich in resources, but just like anything else, it only worked the very first time you went in. The longer you continued to cultivate in this place, the more its effects would drop. After it had dropped to 30-fold, Mo Fan only had one last day left, which was essentially just like him cultivating for half a month. It didn't mean too much for Mo Fan. How about ice the last day and charge into the 3rd layer? This idea popped up in Mo Fan's head. The higher the layer, the richer the elemental energy was. Naturally, the benefits of it would be even greater. Being able to obtain an opportunity to use a place like the 3-step pagoda was very rare. Mo Fan relied on the mana of his 4 elements to charge into the 3rd layer. Mo Fan now understood the layering of the spaces. A spiritual gravity existed in this place, and the higher the layer, the stronger the spiritual gravity. This was a crucial design to compress all of the elemental energy inside. Thus, when a magician walked toward the upper layer, they would definitely feel the pressure from the spiritual gravity. Their mana dispersing would be the biggest sign. Only when you had a high amount of mana would you be able to challenge the higher space layers. Mo Fan possessed 4 elements. The mana he had was definitely much greater than other intermediate magicians. Adding on the breakthrough he had made this time, he could not help but attempt the third layer. After saying it, Mo Fan had already begun to climb the steps between the second and third layer. For every step he took forward, his head felt as though it had a heavy ball tied to it. This kind of heavy feeling could really inflict more pain on the spirit. Mo Fan clenched his teeth as he continued to climb. After he had gone halfway, he felt as though Xuanzang was chanting the band-tightening spell. It could only be described as extremely painful. The spiritual gravity was increasing, and his head became increasingly heavy and uncomfortable, as though he was being squashed. I can't endure it. If he continued, his brain would explode. Mo Fan finally chose to give up. This kind of spiritual pain was even more painful than the time he first charged into the intermediate level. Oh, I'm already here? Just when Mo Fan was giving up, who would have known that the third layer was just in front of him? This really was not wasting anything. No loss, no egg, he nearly died from that. He was like a half-dead old man as he climbed onto the third layer. When he reached the third layer, the spiritual gravity instantly disappeared. In place of the pain was an entire 80-fold elemental richness that he could feel within his elemental ocean. He greedily began to absorb it into his own nebula. It was a whole 200-fold cultivation speed, heavens! Mo Fan nearly went crazy. After getting to the third layer, his cultivation speed directly started to rise. Mo Fan's best cultivation speed in the second layer was 100-fold for his nebula, and this time, it had directly doubled. A day was equivalent to 200 days. This was the equal of meditating for over half a year. People said the road of cultivation was long and slow. That was indeed true. If you were cultivating under the condition that you didn't use any resources or any aiding devices, then a normal person could spend his whole life cultivating, yet he would at most reach the intermediate level, and be unable to take a step further. It was precisely these heavenly treasures and rich resources that allowed a magician to exploit their talent and take a step higher. It had been 7 days since he came to the 3-step pagoda, and that itself was enough to equal cultivation in the outside world for more than several years. This time, Mo Fan put his focus in cultivation on the fire element. If he was to allocate it evenly amongst the 4 elements, then it would be very hard for him to get one of them to rise to a higher level. However, now that he put all of his focus onto the fire element, it could very well break through to the next level. Fiery Fist, 9 Palace. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the same domain as Ms. Tang Yu. Although he didn't know what kind of level she was at, he knew that he was at least 1 step closer to her. A day was a very short period of time. Mo Fan wished he could keep staying in this place. Unfortunately, the school had set the time at 7 days. Not even a second longer was allowed. Every time the 3-step pagoda opened required a large amount of energy. Thus, the school would firmly control this. Mo Fan walked out of the 3-step pagoda, his entire being comfortable. It seemed that if you went even further up from the 3rd layer, there would be an even higher domain. If he had another opportunity to come, he would definitely continue to challenge the space. The cultivation speed he obtained from there could truly make a person go crazy. After walking out of the main campus, Mo Fan was on the way home. His phone suddenly started to ring. Mo Fan, you need to come home quickly, Ari Tutu's voice came from the phone. What happened? Mo Fan asked, feeling confused. It's like this, I am in Starbucks drinking coffee, and even ordered a lot of food to eat. I finished eating everything, and then realized that I forgot my wallet and my cards. Can you hurry here and help me pay? It's not too far. It's by Nanyu Street, Ari Tutu said urgently. Although I am pretty unsophisticated, I also know that Starbucks is like KFC, you have to pay to get the stuff first, Mo Fan replied sincerely. This place is just that strange. What can I do? Either way, come here quickly. Ari Tutu said, flustered at his reply. Mo Fan was also pretty hungry. He was just planning on passing through the commercial area, so he did what Ari Tutu requested and walked over. After walking to the entrance of the store she said she was at, Mo Fan could see Ari Tutu was beneath the green parasol, wearing a cute cartoon t-shirt. She looked as though she was looking around herself, as though she was waiting for a savior to arrive. After she saw Mo Fan, Tutu began to make noises like a nightingale. She immediately ran over as she intimately grabbed onto Mo Fan's arm. Heavens, Mo Fan was used to calling Tutu a big milk rabbit. It was because her breasts were indeed extremely exaggerated. With her grabbing onto him like that, Mo Fan's arms felt as though they sank into her pair of jade hairs. Getting this kind of intimate treatment after coming out of closed meditation caused Mo Fan's nose to heat up, like something was gonna come out of it. It's just, Mo Fan didn't enjoy it for long, as he could feel pairs of ice-cold, angry gazes shooting toward him from a few people there. The matter was indeed a little different from normal. This Tutu must have attracted some big trouble, so she asked me to help her escape from it. Chapter 216. Southeast Asian. Mo Fan has his eyes fixated on a couple of people in formal wear. It was very clear that these people were emitting a magic aura. Their faces were cautious as they watched Mo Fan. Among them, a relatively young man with a strong nose took a short step forward and said, "Magician, don't meddle." This girl was disrespectful towards our king, was disrespectful toward our young master. We don't plan on making it difficult for her, we only require her to apologize to our young master. Have you read too many wuxia novels, you even talking about young masters? Isn't he just a wealthy second generation who has eaten his fill? Tutu immediately spat. Who are these people? Mo Fan carefully glanced at these people and realized that although these people did look Asian, the outlines of their eyes and faces were a bit different. They looked more like people from Southeast Asia. I don't know, Tutu said innocently. Mo Fan was speechless toward this girl. She dared to provoke them despite not knowing their background. We are already very polite. Since we are unable to continue this in a good manner, then don't blame us, one of the men with a high nose said. After saying this, he began to emit an even stronger and fiercer magic aura. It carried a red heat as it spread into the surroundings in this cold weather. The other people were doing the same. They were all magicians that weren't weak, they didn't seem to take the civilians on this street into account. Little brother from the magic courts, we meet again. Why are there magic activities? Just when the opposite party was about to make a move, a middle-aged uncle greeted Mo Fan with a smile. Mo Fan turned around and realized it was the appraisal magician from the Magic Association, Guo Liu. "Ah, it's great appraiser Guo, you still remember me," Mo Fan said with a smile. Mo Fan remembered that when he went to get his awakening, this great appraiser was actually very cold toward him. So why was he being so warm to him now? Magic Court. The young man with a high nose immediately creased his eyebrows. He glanced at the other people. It seemed as though they were very scared of the magic courts. The few people did not say anything else, and instead turned around and left. They did not look back or pursue anything else. Mo Fan looked at the couple of strange Southern Asian people and felt very confused. Could it be that they came here illegally, or else why would they run away like rabbits when they heard magic courts? Did something happen? Guo Liu asked. "Oh, since you guys are familiar with each other, you can continue talking, I'll leave first." Tutu's eyes flashed slyly. She ran away before she finished talking. Mo Fan was even more confused about this situation, however, he was not bothered enough to ask. The issues he had were already a lot, so why would he care about that big milk rabbit's matters? "I'm not from the magic courts, the person who introduced me to you was my teacher," Mo Fan awkwardly explained. Oh, it's like that. Oh yeah, I saw your teacher, Tang Yu, a while ago. Her cultivation caused even me, an old man, to feel like I was inferior, Guo Liu said with a sigh. "She's in Shanghai?" Mo Fan asked. "Yeah, she brought me along to assess a kind of jade. It was strange, I wonder why she was looking for a jade that attracts those from the snake clans. Carrying something like that around is relatively dangerous," Guo Liu said. Mo Fan remembered that Ms. Tang Yu did say she was coming to Shanghai. I wonder why she didn't contact me. A while ago, Mo Fan did try to contact her through the phone. However, it kept going to voicemail. During those times, it was because she was on a mission. Snake Jade Stone? Just what kind of mission is Tang Yu doing for her to use that kind of strange thing? Next time you awaken, come to me, all right, I will definitely give you the best materials. Oh, the next time you awaken, you'll be an highly esteemed advanced magician, Guo Liu said. All right, then I'll thank you in advance, Mo Fan nodded. After coming out of isolation, he had already encountered strange things. Firstly, he encountered the Southeast Asian people who were scared of the magic court, and then he heard about Tang Yu doing a strange mission. Forget it, these were not things that he could do anything about. After returning to his residence, Mo Fan realized that the Mu Nujiao, who was seldom meditating in the living room, was actually sitting on the couch by herself. This girl must have done yoga before. Her sitting pose was extremely beautiful. From her plump chest to her hips to her butt, the curves were so beautiful that it truly made one forget how to think. Then looking at those delicate, straight long legs, bright and clean, round, it was like they were as vulnerable as glass. TSK, he could play with those legs for a whole year. Mu Nujiao must have sensed that someone was looking at her. However, she must have thought it was Ari Tutu, or she could have reached a crucial stage. Ignoring him, she was immersed in her cultivation. Very soon, Mo Fan realized that there was a bracelet on Mu Nujiao's wrist that was currently letting out a special light. It turned dark and then bright, matching the rhythm of Mu Nujiao's steady breathing. A nebula magic tool. Mo Fan looked at her in surprise. The higher quality Stardust magic tools were already extremely expensive. In Bo City, it appeared that only Mu Ningxue had a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool on her. On Mu Nujiao's arm was a nebula magic tool that could nourish nebulas. Although he could not determine what grade it was, Mo Fan realized the light and warmth it exuded was nowhere inferior to the little loach pendant. Just how big were the assets of the Mu family? They would actually gift something so precious to a girl who was barely 20. In fact, after he came back from winter vacation, Mo Fan sensed that Mu Nujiao's cultivation had increased by a lot. Back then, he didn't dare to confirm it, but now Mo Fan could clearly sense it. Experts have their own fates, Mo Fan sighed. He himself had obtained the baptism of the 3-step pagoda. His strengths had advanced by leaps and bounds. Mu Nujiao, a disciple from a big ancestral family, must have had her own luck. Even if he was able to put all those normal people to the very back, it didn't mean that he could completely pressure those people from outstanding ancestral families and those who did their best at cultivating. Mu Nujiao seemed to be making an effort for the main campus examination. In order to enter the main campus, one had to have an outstanding performance. Mo Fan himself also knew this. As he had many enemies, he would definitely attract a very cruel test on the main campus examination. Furthermore, he also had to consider the Black Vatican, who would make a move on him at any time. Mo Fan didn't goof around, he went to the balcony to cultivate. Not too long after he left, the beautiful lashes of Mu Nujiao on the couch began to move. A pair of beautiful eyes, like jade stones, opened slightly. She glanced at Mo Fan, who was cultivating on the balcony, nibbled on her lip and asked, "How did this guy increase his cultivation by so much?" Mu Nujiao was a bit unresigned. She could be said to have relied on her family's colossal resources. It could be said that if she wanted to increase her cultivation, then her family would do everything just to help her achieve that. This Mo Fan clearly did not have anything. So why was he able to maintain the same increase as her? His lightning nebula had definitely reached the 2nd level. His summoning element had perhaps also reached the intermediate level. She had to put in even more effort. If it wasn't for her family supporting her from behind, then she most likely would not have been his match. Mu Nujiao closed her eyes again and entered deep meditation. Chapter 217. Those beneath intermediate level do not have the qualifications. The road of cultivation had always been slow and dry. A lot of people loathe studying, they think studying is a very boring and dry thing. The truth is, even if you were to do something that you really, really like doing, if you were to do it without resting for a whole 365 days, then it would also become boring and disgusting. It would become not just hating studying, but being unable to go back to the mindset of finding it fun. In this world, the experience Mo Fan was the most familiar with was the fact that the process of magic cultivation was equally dry and boring. When that refreshing feeling slowly disappeared after months and years, all that supported him to not waste even a little bit of his time every single day was the motivation to become even stronger. Since the days were countable, then one just had to persevere. Just like practicing control. The control of every star was basically like focusing on placing down domino tiles. Your heart cannot waver in this process, or no matter how much work you put into controlling the stars, they would all drop down because of the small mistake you made. From linking a star path to drawing up a star atlas, each of the controlled stars were like domino tiles. The energy could be 100 or even 1,000 times greater. In order to complete the star atlas even better and faster, it required daily practice. In any situation where there were external disturbances, the stars would almost always fail when interlinking. When controlling the stars, the heart would always waver. So when it came to battles that concerned life and death, then one would be even less perfect in execution. I am very gratified. This is because, from the day of the rookie competition until now, I've seen the growth of many people. I remember not too long ago, there were many who regarded the main campus examination as a devil lingering around our Azure campus. It overlooked you, encouraged you, and it caused you to bitterly cultivate for it. This was not wrong. Whether it was hearing it from others, or experiencing it, or you received this information regarding the main campus from somewhere else, I believe none of them are rumors. I think the reality will be even more cruel. The Azure campus is the final destination for your youthful cultivation. It is the little pond of warmth before you face the torrents and waterfalls. The real magic development happens in the next station. No matter how wronged, unfair, and how much you've suffered, you need to suppress it on your own. No one will sympathize with the weak. At the general meeting of the school, Dean Xiao, who had always been benevolent and kind toward all the students, suddenly changed. These words caused a lot of people to feel uncomfortable. Their most beloved Dean Xiao had turned into what seemed to be a magic demon coach that didn't care about anything but magic. Could it be that the competition within the main campus was actually that cruel? Could it be that those with a background and power can stir trouble as they want, while those without a background and have an average strength can only hide in the corner? Any students that have yet to reach the intermediate level do not have the qualifications to undertake the main campus examination. Those who remain in the Azure campus are only allowed to stay for 3 years. In these 3 years, you have the privilege to enjoy the resources and various benefits of being a student of the Pearl Institute. However, if you cannot break into the intermediate level within 3 years, then please do not consider yourselves students of the Pearl Institute after you leave. Dean Xiao's words were like thunder as they reverberated within the minds of the students. If they don't break through within 3 years, they were no longer students of Pearl Institute. Wasn't that rather inhumane? Those who aren't intermediate magicians, you may leave. This is not your battleground. Dean Xiao seemed as though he had changed to someone else, causing a lot of the students to feel a bit unwilling. The Dean Xiao today was no longer the same teacher that drew up a beautiful future for everyone. He was just like a demon that compared everyone. He was ruthless as he drove out the weak. Did you not understand? Weaklings are not suitable to become the real students of our Pearl Institute. What you need to do is to be able to raise your head high with your chest out when you hear these words next year, and stay. Now, you can go put in effort for the next year. Although there were a few complaints within the crowd of people, there was not a single person who would dare to refute him. Gradually, the students who had been in Azure campus for a while began to walk away. Their faces carried unwillingness and humiliation as they left. As for the new students, they were just standing there blankly. Perhaps it was their first time experiencing this kind of treatment for strength. In the past, no matter what level the students were, the school would definitely receive criticism for their discrimination. After seeing the senior students leaving, there were some people who also began to take steps and walk away. Li Juanhao, let's go, a man said to his friend. Why? I'm this close to breaking through, why won't they let us participate in the main campus examination? The student called Li Juanhao said. Let's go, we'll definitely stay in next year. Damn it, damn it, damn it. These people, really? What are they feeling bad about? If you don't have the qualifications, then you just don't. Staying in the Azure campus is pretty good as well. Guogui, let's go, I know you are also feeling bad, don't worry, I'll treat you to some food, an indifferent, sloppy-looking guy said to his female friend. You can go. The girl, Guogui, stood her ground. What's the point of just staying here? There are only intermediate. The sloppy man suddenly realized something as he looked at the girl in shock. He gasped, You broke through to intermediate. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. However, all you do every single day is mix with that gang of scoundrels. I believe I will finally have some results today. The girl, Guogui, appeared to be very indifferent. She would stay there, and he would leave. The conversation between the guy and the girl was accidentally heard by Mo Fan nearby. After seeing the sloppy student leaving with a depressed spirit, Mo Fan couldn't help but sigh. It's not that the girl was heartless. When two people are pursuing two different things, then there was no point to walk together. Mo Fan actually admired the decision made by the girl called Guogui. Really, girls always seem to like those with money, good looks, and those who would make girls happy. How do you expect those guys who are average-looking, but powerful to live like that? There were many people who had been putting effort into their cultivation because of the saying, if you're ugly, then you should learn magic. Only those people putting more effort into their cultivations were more suitable for these kind of girls. People began to leave. The students nowadays had hearts of glass. All they did was suffer from a little unfairness, but acted like they had suffered from an enormous injustice. If Mo Fan himself was still in primary level, he would definitely be the first one to leave. Weak, telling you to leave is also good. If you were to meet a magical beast, then the magical beast would tear you apart, just because you're weak. There were around 50,000 students at the school meeting. It was different from the main campus examination in the past, where everyone could participate, but the frequency of disqualification was equally high. This time, Dean Xiao directly cut off all of those who had yet to reach intermediate level. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary teacher could do, either. Chapter 218. The Great Hunt. Those who stayed, congratulations on being admitted to the main campus area. Dean Xiao's attitude changed. No way, we got admitted just like that? Didn't they say we have an exam? Yeah, why are there no exams? Are we really not taking any tests? If there were some people at the primary level staying, then wouldn't they have profited from it? Would that still count? The people remaining seemed to be about 1,000. This number had indeed exceeded the imaginations of many. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. Entering the intermediate level and being able to unleash an intermediate magic were two different concepts. It could be assumed that among the crowd of people, there would be quite a few that had entered the intermediate level, but were relatively far from being able to draw the Star Atlas. If there's no examination, then how do we determine the top 10? I heard the one who gets first place will be allowed to enter the 3-step pagoda. The second place and third places could obtain a magic tool. The 4th to 10th places would be able to obtain some other rewards. Someone immediately objected. Dean Xiao seemed to have anticipated this kind of discussion. He waited until everyone had finished talking before he slowly fished out a scroll from his breast pocket that contained instructions. A few days ago, we received some information. A shadow beast the government used for taming has escaped due to problems with its supervision. The shadow beast possesses some of the shadow elemental abilities, and it is able to hide really well in the night. At the same time, it's very hard to find them as they sneak through the city in the day. This shadow beast has gone through special training, so it won't take the initiative to attack human beings, nor would it try to massacre them. Right now, it is like a wandering cat as it was in some place inside Shanghai. Our school is supposed to be assisting the government. The second we find any kind of trail of the shadow beast, we are to notify them immediately. Right now, I want you guys to catch this shadow beast alive and return it to the government. This will be the placement examination for the main campus. After Dean Xiao announced this mission, the 1,000 people began to talk in a loud buzz. They'd heard that this main campus examination could possibly be a large-scale battle royal. They originally thought it was going to be a competition between students, however, it turned out it was actually a military mission. What is worth mentioning is that the shadow beast won't attack humans on its own, nor does it have the intention to slaughter others. However, when it gets attacked or pursued, its temperament will change greatly. Its danger level would be no less than that of a regular magical beast. That is why when you find the shadow beast and are going to catch it, you will need to outline a plan first. The students or the group that catches it and delivers it to the school's beast cage will obtain the reward. If a single person finishes it, then that person will receive the reward. If it's a group, with a limit of 5, then they will divide the reward among themselves. The reward is obtaining an opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda. Dean Xiao said. 3-step pagoda. Heavens, it's the 3-step pagoda. As the words left Dean Xiao's mouth, 1,000 students nearly went crazy. Even the students within the main campus would fight among themselves for the 3-step pagoda. This time, Dean Xiao had actually given out 5 spots. Mo Fan had personally entered the 3-step pagoda to cultivate. He was very clear on just what kind of frightening cultivation speed it could bring magicians. If he had directly charged into the 3rd layer, then that 200x cultivation would have been incredibly useful. If he was given a couple more days, then Mo Fan firmly believed that he would be able to increase his other elements to a whole new level. The first day after coming out of the 3-step pagoda, Mo Fan made a promise to himself that he would definitely return to the 3-step pagoda once more. Who would have known that happiness would come this quickly? The reward for the main campus examination this time would actually be an opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda. Good, that's too good. The current him was able to enter the 3rd layer. If he was able to cultivate within the 3rd layer for 7 days, Mo Fan's shadow element and summoning element would both increase to the 2nd level. A student who was standing relatively close to the platform excitedly asked, "Dean, are there any hints or trails?" Dean Xiao shook his head and said, "You'll have to go find it on your own." Happiness was happiness, and being excited was excited. However, this mission had no hints or clues, and thus had already become a massive obstacle for the 1,000 or so students that were taking the test. If you were to add in the outskirts of the city to the entirety of Shanghai, it was an incredibly big area. There were numerous alleys and streets. At this moment, they weren't able to determine which area of the city the shadow beast was in. Trying to find a shadow beast with the ability to conceal itself within this incredibly busy large city, that was like trying to fish a needle from the sea. Mo Fan really needed to enter the 3-step pagoda once more. When he entered the 3rd layer, he had focused on cultivating the fire element. He had already touched upon the door of the 3rd level of fire magic. If he was given 2 more days, then his fire nebula would definitely reach the 3rd level. Beneath the advanced level, Mo Fan had no need to be afraid of anyone. Apart from this, Mo Fan's shadow element could be classified as having only just entered the nebula stage. Control of his giant shadow spike star atlas had been cultivated by Mo Fan within the 3-step pagoda. Otherwise, he would have needed more than half a year before he would be able to cast it. What was originally nearly impossible to do was now something that he was very familiar with. As for the summoning element, there was no need to mention it. Mo Fan was still unable to draw the summoning element's intermediate star atlas. The time within the 3-step pagoda was far too limited. Mo Fan had only focused on his fire and lightning cultivation. The next time he entered the 3-step pagoda, Mo Fan would have 2 options. Either he would charge into the 3rd level of the fire element, or he could raise the level of his shadow and summoning elements. In short, for someone like Mo Fan that had so many elements, being able to enter the 3-step pagoda once would result in his strength increasing by at least 1 level. The shadow beast, if only Ling Ling was here, it would be great. She is an expert in pursuing beasts. She was even able to find those creatures that hid beneath human skin. This kind of shadow beast would be simply nothing for her. Mo Fan said to himself. Mo Fan could already be considered a high-level hunter. He was also at his wit's end, so he had no idea where to start. After returning to his room, Mo Fan opened his computer with the intentions of looking up materials regarding the Shadow Beast. He wanted to see if the Shadow Beast had some kind of special habit. Mo Fan. Since the examination this time allows you to form groups, why don't you join our beautiful girls group? Look, with me who is so filled with knowledge, the knowledgeable and powerful big sister Mu, you who is fierce and is super capable of fighting, and 2 others who possess very good controlling abilities, we would definitely be invincible. Tutu immediately charged into the living room as she said this to Mo Fan, her face filled with excitement. Her 2 jade hairs were bouncing back and forth in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan raised his head as he looked at the Tutu whose face was filled with expectations, and then he glanced at Mu Nujiao, who was changing her shoes. Find someone else, Mo Fan shook his head, as he didn't plan on going with them. Don't tell me you're planning on doing it by yourself. Aya, how could you be like that? We, the beautiful girl group, invited you with such sincerity. Don't you know how bad your reputation in school is? There is no one who would want to be in the same group as you. Other than Sister Mu and I who don't avoid you, who would have thought that you'd be this selfish, and even reject us? I will bite you to death. Tutu spewed out as she became flustered. Tutu, stop causing trouble. Mu Nujiao immediately stopped her. Mo Fan didn't feel like explaining it to Tutu. The truth was, it was not that Mo Fan didn't want to form a group with others. After all, there was no difference between the rewards one person got and a group of 5. However, Mo Fan was very clear on his current situation. Perhaps the Black Vatican didn't dare to make too much noise within the perimeter of the school, but once they exited the school, they would dare to do anything. Mo Fan didn't want to involve these 2 girls into his own matters. The Black Vatican would definitely not be lenient just because they were beautiful. Chapter 219. Setting a Trap. When the Black Vatican did things, they tend to use sly schemes. Right now, there were no movements from them, which only signified that they had been scheming in order to have it all done at once. Their most beautiful opportunity to make a move would be the unavoidable main campus examination. The main campus examination couldn't exactly disappear. If it did not take place, that would only notify the Black Vatican that the different powers were on guard against them. Furthermore, the Pearl Institute couldn't exactly cancel such an important matter just because they were suspicious. Forget it, let's not think about these things. Let's find the Shadow Beast first. Monkey, you're currently in the army, right? Mo Fan called Zhong Xiaoho's number. Yeah, Brother Fan, let me tell you, I'm really amazing right now. As soon as Zhong Xiaohu heard Mo Fan calling, the serious demeanor he had built up within the army suddenly turned into a child trying to brag about his grades as he began boasting. Did you apply to the central section on your own? Mo Fan asked, feeling slightly shocked. Zhong Xiaohu seemed to have mixed in well with the army. The army was making efforts to nurture him. Although he had to go through a year of central section training, he would be promoted to an officer once he returned. Yeah, you can learn a lot of things from there. Brother Fan, did you need something from me? Zhong Xiaohu asked. After their separation in Bo City, Zhong Xiaohu had chosen to enter the army. He chose a road that majority of the students did not take, while Mo Fan went to Shanghai and competed within his school. The 2 of them walked different paths, but that did not affect their friendship. Yeah, I want to know more about one of the domesticated beasts in the army, the Shadow Beast, Mo Fan said. I'm not responsible for that area. However, I do have a companion who specializes in taking care of shadow beasts. I might not be able to get extremely classified information, but the more common things won't be a problem, Zhong Xiaohu said. Zhong Xiaohu's work ethic was quite high. Mo Fan called him in the morning, and by the afternoon, he had already sent the materials regarding the Shadow Beast over to Mo Fan. Brother Fan, if you are ever around the central section of the army, come and find me, I really miss you. I will. Brother Fan, you must be really impressive now, right? Of course. Brother Fan, you are still so immodest. Zhong Xiaoho's companion really helped Mo Fan a lot. The material stated that the shadow beasts that had been domesticated had an extreme craving for beef. They would have to eat at least half a cow every day. If you wanted to find a wandering shadow beast within Shanghai, then you'd have to start finding clues from some of the beef processing factories within Shanghai. Mo Fan wasn't in a hurry to go to the beef processing factories. Shanghai was a colossal city. The larger beef processing factories might not number 1,000, but there would at least be 800. To find a shadow beast was easier said than done. Soon enough, Mo Fan arrived at a police station. A high-tier hunter's identity was no less than that of an officer. Mo Fan was able to use the police to help him find information regarding thefts. Mr. Hunter, the reports that you wanted have been sorted. Since most of these are trivial matters, and a lot of these are about stealing and destroying meat, these kind of cases would at most have us sending some people over to take a look and take a report. For it to be completely investigated is rather impossible, the female officer said to Mo Fan. All right, thank you. Another thing, if someone makes a report regarding theft or destruction of meat, then please notify me as soon as possible. These are my contact details, Mo Fan said to the female officer who helped him find the information. All right. The female officer seemed to be a rather new worker. She was very enthusiastic toward most things. After leaving the police station, Mo Fan returned home to browse through the materials of these thefts and destroyed meat. The frequency of these events are relatively high within the Pudong district. Most of the recent cases are along Wan Street. This place should be close to the harbor. The imported meat would all be stored around here before they use trucks to deliver it across the city. Mo Fan quickly had a direction to work from. On the same day, Mo Fan went to Wan Street, which was near the harbor in Pudong district. Having the identity of a high-tier hunter made it very convenient getting things done. As long as he was investigating a case, especially one related to magical beasts, the workers would definitely cooperate and tell him everything they knew. Mo Fan had arrived at the beef storehouse and began to cautiously investigate the area. The materials given to him by Zhong Xiaoho stated that the shadow beast was a creature whose tail tended to shed hair. The lost hair would have a fluorescent glow. Thus, if he was trying to find the location of the shadow beast, it would be very easy to use the fluorescent light from the tail hair to determine whether it had appeared in this area or not. After searching through more than 20 beef storage areas in succession, Mo Fan finally came to a beef storage area that was not carefully maintained, and found a fluorescent tail hair. The lost tail hair will disintegrate into dust within 7 days. This hair has almost turned into dust. His investigation did not let him find the exact location of the shadow beast. All it did was to tell him that it had been around this area. The time it stayed here was relatively short. Finding the clues here were of no use. Mo Fan could only leave to find the next suspicious area. Not too long after Mo Fan had left the beef storage, another team of people came over. Furthermore, each one of them began to look over the different beef storages. Brothers, could it be a real magical beast appeared? There was already someone who came by before to take a look, a worker said as he trembled in fear. Oh? There's someone who would come here before us? Shen Mingxiao asked, feeling slightly shocked. Shen Mingxiao was also one of the more reputable people within the school. He had relied on the connections he had within the Hunter Union to come all this way, and thought he was the very first one to obtain these clues. Who would have thought that someone had already been here? It seems like we need to be even faster. If it was found by someone else first, that would be bad, Luo Song said. Don't worry, the shadow beast can only be ours, Sheng Mingxiao declared. After Mo Fan left the beef warehouses, he began to proceed toward the Huangpu River. Hello? Who is this? Just when Mo Fan was about to reach the next area, his phone began to ring. Mr. Hunter, it's me. I have just gotten a tip that there is a huge amount of beef being stolen by an old meat vendor in Shujiangan. Do you want to go and take a look? The female officer inside the police station called to say. All right, I'll go and take a look. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Mo Fan said. Oh. A man with a mask covering half his face was standing in a parking lot by a very common convenience store, a cold expression on what was left of his features. A completely black creature was standing next to him. Its long claws were wrapped around the cold and sweaty female officer's throat. If the beast's claws closed lightly, then the policewoman's blood would definitely splash everywhere. "You've done well, I won't kill you. This, however, does not mean I won't kill your family. So, if you want your family to live, then you better not tell this to anyone," the man with the mask said, an ominous glint in his eyes. The truth was, he wanted to kill people. After his face had been ruined, he had imagined every single person he had killed off to be Mo Fan. However, he didn't kill this policewoman. If she died, then the people of Magic Court would rapidly be in pursuit of him. The Black Vatican enjoyed slaughter. Killing people didn't need any logic behind it, but before they killed someone, they would make sure it didn't bring them any trouble. Chapter 220. Entering the trap by mistake. Along the Huangpu River bank, there was light coming from a high location from afar. These lights were flickering in different colors as they reflected on the surface of the river. Following the movement of the stream, it looked like a floating, colored ribbon in the dark. A heavy odor similar to excrement drifted by, instantly ruining the beautiful scenery. This was followed by numbers of black figures coming out of the river, one by one. The odor came precisely from these figures. The 5 figures were in the front. They looked like they were chasing away animals as they let out a severe, excoriating noise. They began to swiftly move toward Qianjun, because they had to gather there before their objectives got there. "Hui Sai, you stay on outside. The second you see our objective, notify me immediately." The man wore a long grey cloak that covered his body, and a mask covering his face. The 5 of them were all wearing long, grey cloaks. All of their bodies emitted a strange odor, and from one glance, you could tell they weren't good people. "Yes, sir." The person called Hui Sai immediately stood guard outside. They entered a rather shabby factory. This factory seemed like it recycled lower quality meat, as it smelled like meat everywhere. There were a lot of other things mixed together with it, so it smelled more like dog food, and could still be sold for a good price somewhere. The factory had some machines in operation. However, there was not a single person inside, perhaps no one within 100 meters. "Once we've gotten our objective, remember he needs to be alive. Do not fail, or else you know what will happen." Hui Yi pointed at the dark beasts crawling around the floor, who only knew how to listen to orders. The other 3 people glanced at the dark beasts, and couldn't help but shiver coldly. The scariest part about the Black Vatican was that once you've made a mistake, then the punishment you got was even worse than dying. Outside of the factory, a man with a purple outfit slowly approached. His eyes were very solemn in the middle of the night. "Lulu, you stay here. I'll go in and take a look," the guy said toward the girl next to him with a high ponytail. "Don't go in, they look very dangerous." "Zhaoting, why are you following these people? Just what are those half-human, half-monster things?" the girl with the high ponytail called Lulu said. When he unintentionally caught a whiff of an unusual odor from a student, Zhaoting seemed like he had turned into a different person. Lulu did not understand just what had happened, she could only follow Zhaoting. "Don't ask, you stay here. If I don't come back within 10 minutes, you must leave immediately. Remember, don't stay here," Zhaoting said in a very serious tone. Originally, Zhaoting and Lulu were looking for the clues of the shadow beast together. However, when they were looking for clues around a playground, Zhaoting caught a whiff of a very unusual odor. This odor was something Zhaoting would never forget. That's because this was a smell emitted from a creature with a pitch-black body that had appeared during the calamity of Bo City. Zhaoting really hoped that his own sense of smell had a problem. However, when he was stealthily following that student, he had discovered that the student was a dark beast. Black Vatican. It was the people from Black Vatican. They seemed to be scheming something again. Zhaoting hated the people from the Black Vatican to the bones. They were the people that caused his family's death. Near Zhaoting's home was a lair tunnel. When he went to the different districts to find his family with a depressed spirit, he only found a white paper with names. His father, mother, little brother, and grandma's name were all on the white paper. He had survived, but suddenly, he was by himself. Zhaoting did his best to forget about it. He wanted to live again in a new environment. He met an all-right girl. Being with her made him very happy. This made him forget about the pain. However, today, he smelled this odor. This kind of odor was emitted from a student in the Pearl Institute. When he had pursued that student to this place, he had actually discovered this student was a member of the Black Vatican. This factory seemed to be their nest. He had to go in there to confirm it. If that really was the case, he will immediately notify the magic courts to have them come here. These godforsaken Black Vatican. He had to completely eliminate all of them from this world. Zhaoting had already slowly infiltrated the factory. The factory was immensely large. There were many places for him to hide. Zhaoting was confident in being able to protect himself. Zhong Lulu was waiting outside. She did not have any movement spells, so the only thing she could do was wait outside and guard. She was very worried. She didn't know who these people were, however, she could feel that they were extremely savage. If Zhaoting was discovered, then his life might not be guaranteed. Zhaoting had awakened his second element. His second element was the wind element. This was a relatively good thing for him. He needed a spell that allowed him to move quickly. Otherwise, he'd have a strong destructive lightning, but no abilities to protect himself with. Zhaoting had infiltrated through a broken window. He was standing on one of those crossed steel bars as he overlooked the large and spacious factory. They were indeed here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Strange. Why are they missing one? Zhaoting was watching this from up top, and had only discovered for grey-cloaked people hiding here. They looked like they were awaiting someone to ambush. "Are you looking for me?" a dark and cold voice spoke up from behind him. Zhaoting's face was shocked as he looked behind him. He realized one of them was standing at a place not too far behind him. Zhaoting was stunned. How did he find him? Could it be that they actually set up a trap inside this factory? Impossible. When he was following them before, there was no way they were able to discover him. Lightning strike, wrath strike. Zhaoting's reaction was fairly quick. He quickly condensed lightning within his hands. The imprints of lightning immediately appeared in his surroundings as Zhaoting quickly interlinked his stars. They turned into a couple of purple serpents as they flew toward the person behind him. The lightning would conduct through the steel bars. These conducted lightnings were able to win him an opportunity at a key moment. It's the lightning element. The objective has appeared. Catch him. The Huiyi, who looked like he was the leader, immediately raced over. The other three had already prepared a trap. Following the order, black figures emerged from all of the exits and windows. A strong smell of excrement began to rise all around. Zhaoting looked around his surroundings in shock and realized that he had been completely surrounded. In the front were around 10 of them, on the beam of the steel bar were 7. From the exit and windows, there were around another 8. There was a total of 25 dark beasts. Zhaoting could never have imagined that they had actually set up a trap here to surround him. Just how were they able to discover he was following them? "I'm gonna kill you!" Zhaoting yelled out, his face filled with extreme rage. Chapter 221. Slaughtering the Dark Beasts. Rumble tilde. The fierce crackle of lightning erupted within the factory, the ear-piercing sound causing people to subconsciously cover their ears. Zhong Lulu was still hiding outside. Her complexion turned white as she saw the flickering lightning inside of the factory. The lightning illuminated the area while miserable shrieks could be heard from within the factory. There was a few strange and disgusting shadows that could be seen in the glare of the lightning, and the number seemed to be quite high. Zhong Lulu was not sure what to do. Biting her lip, Zhong Lulu charged toward the factory. She couldn't just let Zhaoting deal with these strange people and dreadful creatures alone. Zhong Lulu ran to the entrance of the factory, and saw 4 people whose limbs looked like they had been cruelly twisted as they slowly crawled along. Their faces looked like ghastly monkeys and their skin color was completely black. As she looked inside of the factory, she saw a man wearing a grey cloak staring at Zhaoting with cold eyes. He stomped on Zhaoting's face, now covered with blood, as he swore furiously, "Scoundrel, you dare to ruin our plans. Our great deacon told us to bring the person away immediately so we won't be exposed," Huisai said urgently. "I'll take this kid away. You guys can kill the girl. Quickly tidy up the area, and don't leave behind any traces," Hui Yi said. Originally, they only wanted to surround the objective in this place. In the end, they encountered an irrelevant kid that had completely ruined their ambush. After calculating the time, the real objective would most likely get here soon. They couldn't let the objective know that they were making a move on him. Hui Yi whistled and ordered the dark beasts to drag away the wounded Zhaoting. The rest of the 4 people were focused on Zhong Lulu, who had charged into her own death. The 4 people might not be the scariest ones, but the most dreadful ones were precisely the dark beasts. Zhong Lulu never imagined that there'd be so many demonic creatures within this factory, and immediately regretting charging in impatiently. Goo 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 tilde tilde. The dark beasts looked like hungry wolves seeing fresh meat. They fought with one another as they charged toward Zhong Lulu. Zhong Lulu hurriedly took control of her water stars and turned the surrounding droplets into a water barrier. The water barrier helped defend against some of the fatal attacks, but was unable to completely block the claws of the group of dark beasts. The water barrier was quickly broken through, and their claws began to streak past her chest. A long line of blood emerged and splashed the 2 rusty windows to the side. "Do you want to take this girl away to have some fun?" Hui-san saw Zhong Lulu letting out a miserable cry, and his eyes flashed with lust. "We could be considered to have failed this time. If we were to delay the matter even longer, then we would get punished by the deacon," Hui said coldly. When Hui-san thought of the person wearing half a mask, the things he had in mind were immediately gone. "It's better to kill this girl as soon as possible. Let's deal with the crime scene first." Save me." A wound appeared on Zhong Lulu's thighs, so deep you could see the bones. She risked her all just to crawl outside. She had always been nurtured within a school. She had never encountered people this cruel before. They didn't even have the slightest bit of humanity. With just a single command, they began to tear her to pieces. Even though Zhong Lulu was an intermediate magician, she was still unable to cast her magic while she was being attacked by dark beasts from all directions. She did not have any good defensive equipment. If she had a good defensive item, or the intermediate level violent wave, then it could potentially have saved her life. Unfortunately, she was currently unable to complete that complex water star atlas. The blood wound was very long. A group of dark beasts were surrounding Zhong Lulu. They seemed to enjoy the process of slowly tormenting a living person to death. "Hurry up and kill her. If you waste any more time, then I'll take each one of you and feed you to the great demon." Huio commanded the dark beasts angrily. The dark beasts were scared to death. At last, they finally stopped tormenting and moved to end this pitiful life. "A woo tilde tilde tilde?" Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the howl of a wolf was heard. While the sound was still reverberating, a swirl of dust began to form from afar. The dust was rolling widely as it began to engulf the place. Flying sandstones. The fine sands were like bullets as they pierced into the body of the black beasts. The rest of the cowardly dark beasts began to jump to the sides in an attempt to dodge the flying sandstones. Within the murk, you could see a sturdy figure using a frightening burst of speed to charge over. It was at least 3 or 4 times bigger than a dark beast. The huge wolf bit into a dark beast that tried to flee from the flying sandstones. Gah! As the wolf bit into it, the sound of broken bones was heard, followed by a painful noise made by the dark beast as it was directly bit in two. The upper body of the dark beast fell down. It had yet to die, and even began to use its claws to continuously dig at the floor in an attempt to crawl away from this dreadful creature. The spirit wolf raised a paw, and stomped on the head of the dark beast's head like a watermelon. Brains and goo splattered around the floor. A dark beast that hadn't escaped in time died instantly. Just a moment ago, it was taking joy in tormenting living beings. This time, it suffered from the process of itself being mercilessly slaughtered. On the floor, the Zhong Lulu raised her pale face as her blood pumped out. She looked up at this impressive blue creature with the physique of a wolf. This creature was standing right next to her. It was clear that it was trying to protect her. When she saw that there was a very familiar man sitting on top of the wolf-shaped creature, her tears began to mix with her blood as they ran down her cheeks. She knew this person. This was precisely the Mofan that Zhaoting mentioned all the time. He was also the great demon talked about within the school. You should run. There are still many more inside, Zhong Lulu managed to gasp as she cried bitterly. Really? Mofan stared at the dark beasts as well as the 4 grey-cloaked men. I will kill as many as there are. Mofan jumped down from the back of the spirit wolf and carried Zhong Lulu off to the side. A Wu Tilda? The spirit wolf was already unable to hold back his killing intent, and took the initiative to charge toward the 4 dark beasts. A tackle, a smack, and the 2 dark beasts with smaller statures were directly sent flying. They smashed into the iron door of the factory with a loud metallic sound. The other 2 dark beasts took the opportunity during its attack to bite the spirit wolf. They ripped out a bit of its skin along with the fur on its body. The spirit wolf didn't care about the little wound. It turned it around and bit into one of the dark beast's arms, and easily threw the dark beast into the air. The spirit wolf waited for the smaller dark beast to fall from the air and used its front claws to ferociously smack it. Before the dark beast was even able to land, its bones were smashed to fragments. The objective has arrived. Go. Hurry up and go. Hui's eyes turned ferocious as he commanded the dark beast behind him. The other 3 grey-cloaked people all issued commands to the dark beasts they controlled. They originally thought their operation this time had failed. Who would have thought the objective would still come to deliver his head despite seeing the circumstances here? It was a pleasant surprise. Outside the iron door, Mofan stood in front of the heavily wounded Zhong Lulu, staring daggers at the black dark beasts charging over. Zhong Lulu was breathing heavily. Seeing at least 15 dark beasts charging over caused her to nearly faint. To a magician who did not have any ability to defend themselves, being assaulted by a group was their biggest taboo. Under a group attack, magicians generally could not cast their spells. Zhong Lulu began to despair. It seemed she was still going to die in this place. Chapter 222. Qianjun, Thunderbolt, Yaksha. BZZT. Lightning emerged around Mofan, arcs of electricity spiraling around his body. A beautiful star path emerged beneath Mofan's feet. Zhong Lulu watched Mofan draw the star path, astonished to realize his control of lightning was much better than Zhaoting's. Whether it was control of the star path or interlinking the star atlas, it all went smoothly. There were no pauses in the middle. Another Thunderbolt? So what if it's intermediate level magic? At most, it can kill a single dark beast. With the amount of people we have, you can forget about killing all of us, even if you used up your mana. Hui-san was acting savagely. When he saw Mofan use the exact same magic as Zhaoting had before, he began to ridicule him. The lightning element was indeed impressive. The might of the intermediate level was very hard to defend against. However, they were from the Black Vatican, and they could command from 1 to 5 dark beasts each. A Thunderbolt could at most kill 1. Even if its power was excessive, it was still useless. Mofan heard the ridicule coming from the disciple of Black Vatican. The corner of his mouth curved up into a cruel smile. This dog-like thing was really not your normal naive fool. Did he really think that an intermediate magic spell only had a single form? Thunderbolt! He pointed toward the sky, and a thundercloud quickly emerged in the pitch-black sky. The light flashed as it fell down at an astonishing speed. A thick purple lightning bolt split open the skies, its body brimming with destructive powers racing down. Even the air was being scorched. Mofan took control of the Thunderbolt. When it was halfway down, he yelled out the chant of the spell once more. Thunderbolt, Yaksha. Halfway down, the purple lightning began to split apart, and forked out into several lightning branches. Cross Thunderbolt. There was total of 5 branches coming down out of the Cross Thunderbolt. Its power didn't seem to have decreased as it struck the 5 dark beasts in the very front. The 5 dark beasts was originally running over fiercely. However, in the very moment they were hit by the branches of Thunderbolt, they were directly turned into pieces of flesh. The blood droplets were very thin, blood mixed with flesh. They were thoroughly electrocuted, their heads had been instantly turned into ashes, and their flesh blasted apart. Thunderbolt, Yaksha was extremely fast and cruel. In a flash, the 5 dark beasts were turned into scraps. The only thing that remained was the blood steaming on the ground. The bright flash made it hard for Zhonglulu to open her eyes. When she was able to see everything clearly, she discovered that the 5 dark beasts had turned into steaming puddles after being hit by the Thunderbolt. This was the second level of intermediate lightning magic. Mo Fan had actually cultivated all the way to the second level of the intermediate lightning realm. He had instantly killed a third of the 15 dark beasts. The Hui Yi who had a ridiculing attitude before had suddenly turned stiff. Their objective was much stronger than the lightning elemental kid from before. Whether it was the lightning star Atlas's formation speed, or the might of his lightning spells, they were all on a completely different level. Hurry up and go, take the opportunity while his magic is down. Huio commanded furiously. The dark beasts didn't dare to even hesitate. They all continued to charge toward Mo Fan. These dark beasts had always been the most optimal cannon fodder for the Black Vatican. Even if all of them were to die, the disciples of the Black Vatican wouldn't care as long as they accomplished their mission. Facing the remaining 10 dark beasts, Mo Fan was not scared in the slightest. There was lightning flashing within his palm, the lightning strike spells were extremely simple for him right now. They didn't even see him make a movement to use the spell. Fwish! Sharp claws flashed by, practically streaking across Mo Fan's throat. This attack was extremely dreadful. If the artery in his throat was sliced, he would definitely die. Mo Fan had already seen this extremely quick dark beast and took a small step to the side. The moonlight was being dimmed by a cloud, it formed into 2 gloomy paths. Mo Fan was just standing by one of the gloomy paths. When the dark beast made its move, Mo Fan had sank into the boundaries of the shadows. The second dark beast charged toward the darkness and hit the air. It was extremely furious as it kept looking for Mo Fan's shadow everywhere. However, it did not know that Mo Fan had already moved 10 meters away, to another dark area. Qianjun, lightning strike, wrath shock. This time, it was no longer a purple lightning. Within the purple of the lightning strike were some darker colors. The beautiful purple lightning had turned into an indigo current. BZZZT. The lightning strike seemed to be far from as strong as Thunderbolt, but coupled with the dark energy, it was extremely ferocious. Originally, lightning strike was used to whip and paralyze. Adding on the dark force, it caused the surrounding air to tremble and form into a completely vibration. This lightning strike, wrath shock, lashed onto the body of the quickest dark beast. The second the dark beast came in contact with the lightning, it had no way to move. A jolting pressure effect came along with the lightning strike as it shocked the dark beast multiple times. It was like a thick indigo iron chain had slammed down heavily. The dark beast's body was instantly covered in series of scars. Once the lightning strike completely whipped over it, the dark beast was turned into mincemeat. The only smell was the fresh tang of ozone from the aftershock. This dark beast had been turned into mincemeat only 20 meters away from Zhonglulu. The atmosphere was still trembling a little, and Zhonglulu's heart was unable to calm down. Was this still primary lightning magic, a lightning strike? A lightning strike, even a third level one, could at most cause some damage to a dark beast. People had to take the opportunity when they were paralyzed to use another magic to inflict serious damage on them. However, the lightning strike used by Mo Fan was different from that used by the other lightning students, including Zhaoting. His lightning was indigo. His lightning carried a power that shook even the air, it was an incredibly strong pressure. Originally, it was just some normal lightning strike, but it had turned into some heavy chain-like thing that crushed the dark beast's body, killing it just like that. Qianjun. When he used his lightning strike, he did say that. Could it be that his lightning is no longer the common grade? Strong. This great demon that once received the worst reputation in a stroke at the rookie competition was actually this powerful. Those dreadful servant-class magical beasts were just like children in his eyes. He only needed to use primary magic to completely whip them to death. Qianjun. While Zhong Lulu's heart was billowing, Mo Fan once again drew a lightning star atlas. This star atlas's speed was relatively fast, and didn't seem to have been affected by the continuous assault of the numerous dark beasts. An ominous noise was heard once more, as this time Mo Fan used his spirit-grade lightning seed on his intermediate lightning magic. Primary magic with his Qianjun lightning seed could already kill a dark beast, then what about an even stronger intermediate magic? Coupled with the effects of Qianjun, what kind of might would that be? Qianjun. Thunderbolt. Yaksha. An indigo-hued nebula began to condense. The indigo bolt struck down without pause. When it reached halfway down, it split into several lightning branches equally strong. From a place not too far away, the slowly flowing Huangpu River reflected this incredible destructive dance. That was an indigo cross lightning, thick, irascible, and carrying a strong aura of death. Boom! Chapter 223. Not a single one remains. The trembling carried through the air. When the lightning Yaksha forked into 5 branches and landed, it did not just hit its 5 objectives. In the areas where the Thunderbolt Yaksha landed arose a powerful pressure. Whether it was those who were directly hit by the Thunderbolt Yaksha or those who were standing near the area of Qianjun's domain, the little dark beasts had no way to survive. The difference in the former and latter was that the former was turned into countless droplets of blood steam. The latter was merely directly turned into mincemeat. Who knows which one suffered more pain before they died? His Qianjun Thunderbolt Yaksha's might was much greater than that of a common grade lightning seed. The remaining dark beasts seemed to have all died from the explosion of the intermediate lightning magic. One of them seemed to have good luck, only its legs had been completely shattered. Unfortunately for it, it just happened to get stomped on by the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf slowly bit this dark beast to death. Perhaps this dark beast that was being chewed on was regretting why it didn't just get killed along with its group. Instead, it was tormented for half a minute for no particular reason except a spirit wolf's curiosity. In just a moment, all of the dark beasts had been completely cleaned out. Just a while ago, Mo Fan was the prey of these people. However, he had immediately turned into a murderous lightning death god. One had to know that it wouldn't be much of a problem for these dark beasts to deal with 2 or 3 intermediate magicians. They were crafty, fast, and they knew how to attack as a team. Although intermediate magicians were indeed impressive, they still couldn't deal with a group of these kind of creatures attacking them from all directions. After these dark beasts had been turned into blood and meat chunks, the 4 disciples of the Black Vatican realized that the objective they were supposed to catch was not a simple sheep, he was a savage tiger. Their strengths were on a completely different level. This was completely different from the information given to them from the student concealed within the school. Retreat! Hui Sam's face had already turned pale. He turned around and started to run. Split up! Huiya could still be considered relatively calm as he advised his 3 companions. The 4 of them knew they couldn't handle Mo Fan, and so they began to run in 4 different directions. Mo Fan swept across them with his gaze. Beneath his feet was an intertwining star path that wasn't very clear nor bright. You go pursue that one. Mo Fan pointed at the grey person that was running toward the riverbank as he spoke to the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf immediately began to chase in the direction Mo Fan was pointing in. The spirit wolf didn't even need to use its burst speed. The spirit wolf thought there was no way he could not outrun a slow human with 2 legs with his own 4 legs. How about biting off a leg once I've caught up and then see how much further he can run? Mo Fan wasn't in a hurry to pursue them. That was because the shadow beneath his foot had turned into a mysterious star atlas, a strange dark aura beginning to grow from it. Go! As Mo Fan pushed out with his hand, a gigantic shadow needle noiselessly began to fly out from the center of his chest. He couldn't see this shadow energy flying in the air, however. In the reflections in the windows in the factory, he could make out from the safety lamps that there was something sharp flying over. In the next second, Hui Sai, who was in the middle of running, came to an abrupt stop. His running movement and his inability to move an inch of his body formed an extremely strange posture. It looked extremely odd. Hui Sai's complexion turned pale as he looked back. He suddenly realized that the shadow beneath his body had a gigantic spike sticking through it like a sword. Following this, a shadowy gas began to emerge from the surroundings of his body, and this dark mist began to circle around him. It caused his restrictions to become even tighter, as if even his consciousness had received an attack. Everyone must die. Mo Fan didn't even look at the person whose shadow was being controlled before his body sank into the shadows. A shadow began to quickly move through the pitch-black factory. A few seconds later, the shadows emerged in front of the calmest disciple of Black Vatican. Hui ran with his life at stake. Originally, he wanted to turn around to see whether that ferocious death god was chasing him or not, and instead, he nearly crashed into the scary death god. Fire burst, burning bones. A ball of flame suddenly condensed in his palm. Mo Fan threw it right into the front of Huio's chest from a close distance. The flames touched Huio and quickly covered his body. Huio's clothes were completely burned away. While it was burning his flesh, increasingly more dreadful flames began to invade the inside of his body. Even his bones that shouldn't be burned were turned into ashes. The flames of burning bones burned both the inside and the outside. If Mo Fan was specifically controlling the temperature, he could increase the heat of the flames by a lot. If he was lenient toward those from the Black Vatican, then he'd be disrespecting those who had died by their hands. Mo Fan turned around as he ignored the screams coming from the burning Huio behind him. His eyes fixed on Hui Wu, who took this opportunity to run away. This Hui Wu ran pretty fast. He was a wind magician. Mo Fan could see a long wind tunnel behind him as he fled for his life. Whoosh tilde. Fierce flames began to scuttle forth from beneath Mo Fan's feet again. Mo Fan's entire person looked like a fiery demon. Although there was an incredibly hot fire engulfing his whole body, he still seemed so calm. Hui Wu ran with his life at stake. No one knew that while he was a wind student at Pearl Institute, he had always been a loyal follower of the Black Vatican. Although he could not receive resources, he had always hoped to receive more power. The Black Vatican was able to give him even more power. Although he had run pretty far, Hui Wu still had some lingering fear. He already knew of the great strength Mo Fan possessed during the Rook competition, but who knew that was only the tip of the iceberg? He didn't understand how a person who already had a summoning and lightning element would also have shadow abilities. This information had to be quickly given to the Great Deacon. Suddenly, he heard a voice rising ominously behind him. Fiery flames, exploding heavens. Hui Wu turned around, eye-piercing red flames. He could only see the furious red flames that were coming for him. The flames were extremely large, in the form of a gigantic fist raging out from the shabby factory. Even though he was so far from it, the power of the fist of flames did not diminish at all. Hui Wu wanted to use his wind trail to change direction. The heatwave caused his skin to nearly melt while the gigantic fist began to expand in size. Even if he wanted to hide from it, there was no way he could dash. When the powerful flames exploded, Hui Wu's entire being was engulfed. At close range, the fiery fist was able to turn a creature into black powder. The temperature of the flames after a distance was not as high. However, it was still very much capable of turning a primary magician into a black carcass. Hui Wu thought that if he could run far away, then he would be able to avoid it. However, he never imagined that the demon from the campus actually possessed the power of fire. Hui Wu fell to the ground with flames raging around his body, his face charred beyond recognition and stamped with an expression of disbelief. What he would never understood was how this intermediate magician could actually possess magic from 4 different elements. Chapter 224. Killing someone in your spare time. I beg of you, please let me go. I was forced to do this, while he was stuck with the giant shadow spike, Hui Sai couldn't help but kneel down before Mo Fan and beg for his pathetic life. For elements, it really was for elements. This objective had a total of 4 elemental magics. The Great Deacon did tell them that this objective was an innate dual element. If he used common sense, then the other party would awaken 1 more element when they reached the intermediate level. He should only have 3 elements. However, for elements, how could there be trust between humans now? Mo Fan wouldn't talk smack with these domesticated slaves. He glanced at the spirit wolf, whose jaws still showed fresh blood, and said indifferently, "Here's your midnight snack." The spirit wolf hadn't had its fill yet, and it knew that this follower of the Black Vatican was currently being controlled by the giant shadow spike and unable to make a move. It was just thinking about cleaning its teeth before, but then it realized that it would need to clean them again. Thus, it decided to first rip its meal apart and then slowly eat it. Dark beasts were too smelly and were extremely hard to swallow. However, the flavor of the followers of the Black Vatican wasn't bad. The miserable final cry of the last follower of the Black Vatican reverberated through the factory. Mo Fan had already walked out of the factory toward Zhong Lulu, who was still bleeding. Mo Fan had seen Zhong Lulu before. She was the girlfriend of Zhaoting. However, the current Zhong Lulu had already fainted. Originally, he wanted to ask her to keep the secret of his 4 element secret. However, it was clear that she already passed out by the time he had used the fire element. Fortunately, Mo Fan always carried around some blood medicine. Although these blood medicines could not heal her, they could at least keep her alive. First, he had to stop the bleeding. Mo Fan picked up Zhong Lulu and put her on the back of the spirit wolf that had just finished his midnight snack. "We can head back," Mo Fan said to the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf spat out a bone, feeling very satisfied, before he carried Mo Fan and Zhong Lulu back toward the city. The city had regulations against summoned beasts. When Mo Fan arrived at a place where there were people, he had to take a taxi. Fortunately, Zhong Lulu's life was no longer in danger, or else she would definitely have died from bleeding. The liquid from a dark beast's claw prevented blood from clotting. After taking Zhong Lulu to the closest hospital and paying a considerable amount for the hospital fee, a healing magician finally arrived and healed her. Zhong Lulu had lost a lot of blood and wouldn't wake up in a little while. Mo Fan knew that the hospital was just as safe as the school, and so he left behind a contact number before he returned back to his apartment. "Sister Mu, where do you think that shadow beast is hiding? We still have nothing on it, it's so troublesome." Tutu's voice was audible from outside the door. Mo Fan opened the door and walked in. He didn't talk to the 2 girls, as he had too much on his mind. With a heavy heart, he walked up to his room. The 2 girls stopped their discussion for a while. After Mo Fan got to the 2nd floor and closed the door to his own room, the 2 finally glanced at one another. "Why didn't you say anything? Are you against his personality?" And he didn't even peek at Sister Mu's thighs this time, Tutu muttered. "What nonsense are you saying?" Mu Nujiao was a bit embarrassed. Why did this little brat keep running her mouth off like that? Didn't you see that there was some tawny color on his clothes? It seemed to be dried blood, Tutu noted. Mu Nujiao didn't say a word. Based on the hint from before, he must have experienced a fight. The big bloodstain was relatively eye-catching. Just where did this guy go, and why was he covered in so much blood? Could it be that this great demon likes to kill people in his spare time? That blood clearly wasn't his. Tutu said. Mu Nujiao didn't want to randomly guess. However, she began to think about it. In a long alley, the few lamps seemed to be only able to illuminate the surrounding 10 meters. On the green stone walls were a few wooden doors of the old style. Suddenly, one of the doors slowly opened, followed by a stinky creature crawling along on 4 limbs quickly charging in. It seemed to be carrying a living person, as well. After this, a grey-cloaked man walked inside. Before he entered, he made sure to check the alley to make sure no one was following him. Inside the place was an old courtyard. There were trees there that no longer had any leaves on them. The courtyard was very messy, no one had cleaned the place. Standing on the staircase that led toward the old house was a man wearing half a mask. In his hand was something similar to a whip he used to lash the couple of disobedient dark beasts at his side, their flesh already lacerated from the punishment. "Great Deacon, our plan was ruined by this kid," Hui Yi said. "Zhaoting? HMPH." The man with half a mask looked at Zhaoting, who was covered in dirt. The other half of his face that seemed fine let out a cold, cruel smile. Zhaoting was weak and had no strength remaining. However, he was able to recognize just who this strange person was. After looking carefully, Zhaoting spat with incredible anger, "It's you." Bo City was only so big. Those who were around same age while being known as extraordinary naturally knew of one another. Yu Ang knew Zhaoting, and Zhaoting definitely recognized Yu Ang. However, Zhaoting had never imagined that the person Mu Tuiyan had considered his successor was actually someone from the Black Vatican. It seemed like this person was definitely one of the ringleaders behind the disaster of Bo City. So it was an old acquaintance. "I'll have to give you some special treatments," Yu Ang said with a smile. "You half-faced monster, you must not know how to die." Zhaoting cursed him. Yu Ang's smile immediately came to a stop. His entire being began to sink into a gloomy state. After his face was ruined, the one thing Yu Ang hated was to hear someone mentioning it. The places that he went to nowadays were not even allowed to have a mirror. "I've told you before, I will give you a special treatment. Not a single person who goes against the Black Vatican will have a good life," Yu Ang said coldly. "Great Deacon. Hui Wu, Hui Sai, Hui San, and Hui Er seems to have died," Hui Yi whispered as his face suddenly turned pale. "Was it the people from the magic court?" Yu Ang's face immediately changed. It was the objective that came soon after. "He even saved the girl that came along with this kid," Hui Yi said. When Zhaoting heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as Zhong Lulu was fine. He was really worried about her ending up in the hands of these insane people. The whip in Yu Ang's hand immediately lashed toward Zhaoting's face. It was clear that Yu Ang was extremely angry about losing for underlings in an instant. "You are happy about the girl who survived, aren't you?" Yu Ang walked over in front of Zhaoting. The whip in his hand lashed out mercilessly once again as he said ferociously, "I'll let the two of you regret being alive in this world." After saying that, Yu Ang directly dragged the bloody Zhaoting inside the old house. When Hui Yi saw Yu Ang once again drag a living person into the house, his whole body couldn't help but shudder. In the Black Vatican, some people who had offended others or broken the rules would endure a pain worse than dying, especially when they ended up in the hands of this great deacon whose heart was increasingly twisted. Chapter 225. The Dark Beast with a Cursed Aura. "Oi, breakfast! Sister Mu really is a nice person, she even bought you one. Hurry up and show your gratitude." Early in the morning, Tutu watched Mo Fan, who was in a daze from sleep, walk out of his room, and immediately mentioned the delicious breakfast to him. Mo Fan wasn't polite at all as he took it and ate it. "You really do not have manners at all," Tutu said unhappily. "How is your investigation on the Shadow Beast going?" Mo Fan asked without thinking. "I won't tell you. Don't you dare think about stealing our work. Let's put it this way, the Shadow Beast won't be able to escape from our hands." Tutu slapped her heavy chest as she said this. Actually, Mu Nujiao thought about it for a while as she said sincerely, "Actually, I think the examination this time is not as simple as finding the Shadow Beast." "What do you mean?" Mo Fan asked. Currently, Mo Fan was not in the mood to find the Shadow Beast. The Black Vatican was already trying to lay its hands on him, and furthermore, had even involved Zhaoting. Zhaoting was taken away, no one knew whether he was alive or not. This was something Mo Fan was far more worried about right now. Dean Xiao said that once you took the Shadow Beast back to the Iron Beast cage, then you will have finished your mission. This also means that even if you were to catch the shadow beast, it does not mean you've completed your mission, Mu Nujiao said. Sister Mu, you're saying that the school doesn't care about who finds the shadow beast, nor do they care about who catches it, either. What they care about is who finally delivers the shadow beast back to the iron beast cage in the school. So, if someone were to catch the shadow beast, then it'd be like American football, they'd have to tackle every person they see. RE22 exclaimed. MHM. That is why before we catch the shadow beast, we need to consider that important factor, Mu Nujiao said. At the end of the day, the dark beast could just be an incentive. The students will still have to fight one another. RE22 suddenly yelled out. Mu Nujiao's analysis gave Mo Fan a sudden insight. So, all he needed to really do was to steal it. What was the point of wasting so much effort just to find the whereabouts of that shadow beast, anyway? After finishing his breakfast, Mo Fan headed for the hospital where Zhong Lulu was mending. Zhong Lulu's recovery was pretty good. The healing magician's magic was capable of completely healing wounds that weren't extremely deep. However, Zhong Lulu's mental state was relatively bad. She didn't want to eat anything, her eyes were extremely red. It was clear that she was worried about Zhaoting. Mo Fan took her from the hospital back to her residence. He began to ask her why she was at that place. We were originally looking for students of other elements to form a squad to find the shadow beast. After Zhaoting encountered someone in the bathroom, his face suddenly changed color. After which, we just followed that person, who seemed to be a student. After following him, we found a bunch of black things beside him. At that time, I wanted him to leave with me. However, he didn't listen to me and began to pursue them further, Zhong Lulu said. A student. Mo Fan creased his brow. Could it be that the followers of Black Vatican had already penetrated into the Pearl Institute? Or did they already have a chess piece in Pearl Institute from the very beginning, so they could float along when they initiated a mission? Mo Fan believed that the latter was a higher possibility. Pearl Institute's administration was very strict. There is no way they would let the people from Black Vatican casually infiltrate. Oh, they said they were going to make a move on you. However, they were also afraid of the school and the magic court. Thus, they could only use a method that didn't easily expose their identity, Zhong Lulu said. A method that didn't easily expose their identity, Mo Fan began to think with his head lowered. I don't know the concrete details, Zhong Lulu said. Go rest up. I'll think of some way to find the location where they took Zhaoting, Mo Fan said. We could notify the magic courts, Zhong Lulu said. Only the magic courts could truly hurt the Black Vatican as an organization. A normal person's strength was unable to fight against the Black Vatican, which controlled the dark beasts. We cannot for now. Once the magic court makes a move, and the members of the Black Vatican catch a whiff of it, then they might possibly give up their plan. Once they've chosen to retreat, then we can forget about ever finding Zhaoting, Mo Fan said. Zhong Lulu did not say anything else. Right now, she really did not know what to do. When Mo Fan left, Zhong Lulu fell asleep. She was half asleep and half awake. When she was clear-headed, her head was filled with the scenes of those ugly, savage dark beasts. When she was asleep, those same creatures would appear in her dreams. From Zhong Lulu's perspective, there was nothing more scary or disgusting than the dark beasts. The stench that their bodies gave off felt as though it was still lingering around. Zhong Lulu opened her eyes, her gaze completely empty. The room was completely dark, and the curtain was half opened. The lamp outside of her room was shining on her rug, it was completely quiet. An odor? Zhong Lulu woke up so fast it was almost painful. Her body felt as though someone had poured cold water over her. Heavens, why did her room have this kind of smell? In the beginning, it was just Zhong Lulu's own hallucination. However, after she took a sniff, she was able to tell that it really was that smell in this place. Clank! Suddenly, the sound of something being hit came from the corridor. Zhong Lulu was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She immediately jumped down from her bed as she charged out of her room in her bare feet. She ran toward the roof of the building. The odor was increasingly heavy, and it came with the sound of footsteps below. Zhong Lulu followed the little crack between the staircases as she headed upstairs, when she saw a group of strange shadows moving. It's those creatures. Zhong Lulu didn't dare to hesitate as she raced toward the roof of the building. She was clear that if she stayed inside her room, she'd definitely die. If she made it to the roof, she could use the roof of the other buildings to escape. After charging to the roof, there was not a single person to be seen in the dead of the night. There were only these rooftops that had all kinds of things on them. Just as she made it to the water reservoir on the roof, the wooden door to the rooftop was smashed open. In a moment, 3 or 4 dark beasts charged upstairs. They licked their sharp teeth as a greedy green light blossomed in their eyes. They emitted a stench that made people feel extremely disgusted. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Just when Zhong Lulu was about to jump to the roof of another building, she suddenly realized that there was a dark beast whose body was engulfed in a cursed aura standing there. This dark beast looked incredibly ugly. It was because its face seemed to have a skin that had yet to rot adhered to it. You could even see the fresh blood there. Zhong Lulu almost fainted. She was now unable to run anywhere. Gee-goo-goo-goo-goo-goo. The small group of dark beasts that pursued her to the roof did not immediately take action. They were vigilantly watching the dark beast enveloped in a cursed aura. The cursed dark beast slowly passed by Zhong Lulu. Its red eyes carried hostility, anger, and its mouth let out a hoarse and dreadful shout. The cursed dark beast's objective was not Zhong Lulu, it was the small group of dark beasts. Zhong Lulu was dumbfounded. When she saw the cursed dark beast began to charge the small group of dark beasts, she found it hard to believe. They aren't together. Chapter 226. Personally kill her. The dark beast with the cursed aura charged toward one of the rather smaller ones. Its speed was clearly much faster than the average dark beast. Before the smaller dark beast could even react, the cursed one had already grabbed onto its forelimbs. Not only was it faster, but in terms of strength, the cursed dark beast was also much stronger. The new dark beast was filled with power as it ripped the smaller dark beast in two. The mixed flesh was being torn apart, and the sound of bones breaking was audible. The little dark beast was torn apart by the cursed one. Black blood splattered all over the ground. Goo-goo-goo. The other few dark beasts were scared to death, cowering as if they wanted to run away. The cursed dark beast's gaze turned around as its sharp black claws suddenly crisscrossed. A black claw shredded the wall as it flew along one of the dark beasts that was fleeing a bit too slowly. Once the black claws reached the dark beast, its movement came to an abrupt stop. A very clear X mark emerged on its body, and it was divided into several pieces along the lines. The cursed dark beast seemed extremely savage. Even though it saw the 4 other dark beasts running away, it did not plan on letting them off the hook. It was massacring them. The pain it displayed in its eyes only seemed to be relieved by the killing. Bang! Cold moonlight illuminated the roof. A sturdy dark beast was thrown into the water reservoir right next to Zhong Lulu. It splashed limply as it hit, causing the water to slowly flow out. In the moonlight, this was even more shocking to see. After killing them all, the cursed dark beast raised its head as it roared. This sound could be heard very vividly in these streets. It scared some of the drunkards that were still wandering around in the evening, and they fell to the ground. At the side of the water reservoir, Zhong Lulu had already gone completely lifeless. These bloody scenes had happened right in front of her. The bloody remains were everywhere. She imagined that this would be her doom very soon. She was unable to move. She was even unable to bring out the star path that she was so skilled at, and drawing a star atlas was even more out of question. The cursed dark beast in front of her, covered in the blood of its kin, was extremely strong. It was so strong that Zhong Lulu couldn't do anything to fight against it. After it roared, the cursed dark beast turned around. Its face was covered in black blood, and could only be described with one word: pain. Pain occupied the face of the dark beast, like it had lost all of its other emotions. Furthermore, the only thing you could see in its eyes was resentment and savagery. Zhong Lulu didn't dare to look into the eyes of this monster, but her legs didn't listen to her as they began to go soft. The cursed dark beast was not planning on killing her in the same way as it had killed its kin. It walked towards her with slow steps, but at the same time, it seemed to be struggling with something as the steps it took also retracted. Zhong Lulu's head was completely empty. She also did not know why this cursed dark beast wasn't moving any faster. With its strength, it could easily kill her. "What, you don't want to make a move?" someone spoke up. On this originally empty roof emerged a man who seemed extremely suspicious. Zhong Lulu immediately turned her head and realized that a man wearing half a mask was standing to the side of the roof in the moonlight. When did he appear? Or could it be that he was always there? Before he made a noise, she did not notice him there at all. "You really surprised me." Refining a cursed dark beast is a very difficult thing. It doesn't just require a physique that is already extremely strong, it also requires the soul to be filled with hatred and resentment. Who would have thought that someone like you, from a good university, would accumulate so much resentment? You are really suitable for joining our Black Vatican, to be our killing slave. If you want to run, then forget about it. The soul in slavery of our Black Vatican is something that even the Parthenon Temple cannot resolve, the man with half a mask called out in ridicule. Gugugugu, the cursed dark beast let out sounds as it struggled furiously. Unfortunately, its soul was locked by incorporeal shackles. These shackles were made by the half-masked man, and no matter how much more hatred it had, it was unable to do any attack that person. Zhong Lulu stood there, but she was unable to understand what they were saying. "Originally, your transformation was something that made me very excited. I could perhaps give you lenient treatment, but you decided to run away and kill so many of your kin. Thus, as a punishment, the half-masked person displayed a horrifying smile as his eyes looked at Zhong Lulu like she was livestock. He slowly commanded, "Go rip her apart. Kids likes to split things apart as a game, and you are no different from a just-born child to me. This girl will be your play toy, you can rip her apart any way you want." Zhong Lulu's face turned pale. After the half-masked man said these words, Zhong Lulu shuddered all over. Gugugugu. The cursed dark beast was extremely angry as it roared toward the half-masked man. "You even dare to raise your voice to me, are you tired of living?" The half-masked man took out a black whip from inside his windbreaker. This whip was as thick as an arm. When it whipped toward the cursed dark beast was actually unable to avoid it. Crack! After the whip landed on the cursed dark beast, a bloody mark appeared on its back. "Go, kill her," the half-masked man yelled. With its eyes turned red, the cursed dark beast began to walk toward Zhong Lulu. The cursed aura and the overpowering stench immediately swept over Zhong Lulu. She was so scared that she fell onto the floor, her face filled with tears of fear. "I told him before, I will make you wish you were dead," the half-masked man said sinisterly. The cursed dark beast was getting closer and closer to Zhong Lulu, its claws seemed to be lifting up. However, its arm was also trembling. The rotting, pained face began to distort. Finally, its claw struck toward its own shoulder. A deep wound immediately sank into its flesh. It seemed to want to sever its arms as a sound came from the very depths of its throat. "You are unable to resist my orders. Kill her and your pain will be relieved." The more sins the soul of a dark beast carries, the stronger it will become, and the more it will be able to resist the torment of the soul in slavery. "Quickly, kill her," the man with half a mask roared out his orders, even as he smiled. Killing this girl was something very easy for Yu Ang. However, he wanted to watch Zhaoting, who he had turned into a cursed dark beast, kill her. Chapter 227. The Cursed Zhaoting. Golden Origin Apartments. Mo Fan was standing by the balcony with a phone in his hand. "Ms. Tang Yu, you finally contacted me." Mo Fan's face displayed a smile. "I'm currently in Hangzhou, I can't leave." "Are you all right?" "I received some information that the Black Vatican are moving in Shanghai." "They are all charging toward you," Tang Yu said impatiently. "I'm all right. I only encountered a group of small dark beasts, and I killed them all, Mo Fan said. That's a bit too reckless of you. If something were to happen, the methods of the Black Vaticans are extremely cruel. If you ever land in their hands, then you will most likely be turned into a monster by them. Thus, you must be extremely careful. Tang Yu said solemnly. What monster? Mo Fan asked, feeling slightly confused. The dark beasts. Dark beasts? Aren't they magical beasts? Mo Fan didn't understand. Actually, Mo Fan had always been a bit suspicious about this. It seemed like the people from the Black Vatican were able to command the dark beasts. The only people who should be able to command magical beasts should be summoners. There's no way that all of the people in the Black Vatican were summoners, right? They aren't magical beasts, they are people, living people. Tang Yu told him. What? Mo Fan was shocked. Living people? Those dark beasts were living people? They are all living people whose souls have been cursed. That is the most dreadful secret technique of the Black Vatican, Tang Yu said. Zhaoting was caught, Mo Fan said grimly. Tang Yu went silent. Zhaoting was also Tang Yu's student, how could she not know about him? However, Tang Yu was currently powerless. The Magic Court was currently unable to make a big move. Once they made a move, this Black Vatican group would run away from the inescapable net they had set. Furthermore, Zhaoting had already been caught by them. The possibility of him being alive was slim. Miss Tang Yu, I need to go check out Zhong Lulu. If Zhaoting was turned into a dark beast, then that would signify they already know Zhong Lulu's residence, Mo Fan said. Zhong Lulu? Who's that? It's Zhaoting's girlfriend. Zhaoting lost all of his family during the disaster at Bo City, leaving only him behind. His girlfriend has been with him this entire time. I believe that Zhong Lulu should be the most important person to Zhaoting. I cannot let anything happen to her. Mo Fan suddenly realized something as he hurriedly hung up the phone. After rushing downstairs, Mo Fan couldn't care about the regulations where they forbade summoning beasts, and he directly summoned his spirit wolf. He had the spirit wolf charge toward Zhong Lulu's residence. The road in the evening was spacious and free. His spirit wolf was directly running on the road. All kind of traffic rules meant nothing to this wild beast. The light of the moon was cold. The cold wind was turning increasingly chill as it blew onto their faces like sharp knives. Zhong Lulu was in disbelief as she looked at the rotting face in front of her. She was in even more disbelief as she looked into those eyes filled with evil and hatred. This is Zhaoting? This is Zhaoting? Her eyes began to bulge so much that they nearly popped out. Her tears began to fall again. The pain in her heart had already caused Zhong Lulu to forget about the long claws that had pierced into her. At this moment, she finally understood why this cursed dark beast killed off all those dark beasts that were pursuing her. She also understood why it tried to resist making a move on her, and that it was actually protecting her before. However, the blood was flowing quickly, and with it her life. In the process of the claws penetrating through her heart, she was no longer scared. It was at least better than being killed by those dirty things. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I've told you that you can't control yourself. As your master, I am benevolent enough to give you guys some time to say your last words. However, you must be quick or else her blood will run dry. No matter what you say by that time, she won't be able to hear you. Oh, you can only goo-goo-goo-goo, I guess you won't be able to express anything with that. The man with the mask seemed to be really enjoying this. He swept his long windbreaker around with an abnormally savage smile before he disappeared from the rooftop. Ta-ta-ta tilde. A large pool of blood began to splash onto the rooftop. The cursed beast stood there stiffly, his face displaying an expression that could no longer be described with pain. Roar! His throat looked like it was going to explode as he roared frantically. Since he had already opened his mouth, he took a bite at his wrist. Gah! He bit off his wrist, like he wanted to bite his most hated person to death. He bellowed in rage. His expression was twitching fiercely as his hoarse shout continuously reverberated on the rooftop. The black liquid from his eyes didn't stop as they hung around his twitching face. He frantically bit his body as he ripped at his skin. He used his killing claws to tear himself apart. At this moment, the hatred at what he had become had already exceeded everything. Within the black shadows, a man came out as though stepping out of a different world. He stepped onto the rooftop that was filled with black blood and remains of limbs. His black eyes were currently looking at the person that leaving behind red blood. Half of her body was in the water reservoir, and on her chest was a severed hand. The claws on that hand had penetrated deeply into her body. Her pale face looked as though she wasn't in much pain. It could only mean that she had not died while experiencing fear and despair. Next to the girl was a squatting creature covered in bruises. Its eyes were continuously watching over this girl that had already passed away. It was crying bitterly. A creature that was not a ghost nor human crying was very different from how a normal human would cry. However, Mo Fan knew that it was crying. Mo Fan took a deep breath as he slowly walked toward him. "I'm sorry, I came too late." Mo Fan looked down at the cursed dark beast. He was Zhaoting. Mo Fan was very clear that he was Zhaoting. There was no other dark beast that would stay on guard over the corpse of girl as it was displaying such extreme pain. When Mo Fan saw Zhaoting's right hand was bitten off, his grievance became like a spring as it bubbled forth. Zhaoting slowly raised his despairing face. At this moment, the him that still retained some of his human traits recognized Mo Fan. He suddenly used his claws to split open his belly and slowly took something out of his stomach. Mo Fan was a bit suspicious as he took the thing that Zhaoting had drawn out from inside himself. After wiping away the filth on it, Mo Fan was immediately dumbfounded. This was a strip of leather. There were clear scratches on the leather, and he was able to see that this was a name in the moonlight. "It's the name of the Blue Deacon." Zhaoting found the name of that Blue Deacon. Tang Yu exclaimed earnestly over the phone. "What's the point of a name?" Mo Fan asked. "Most of the people from the Black Vatican have an honorable identity in society. This name is the name that the Blue Deacon uses to deceive others. Actually, according to our guess, the mastermind behind the actions against you is most likely a student of Pearl Institute. It's just we don't know his name. The objective of our mission this time was precisely this Blue Deacon, and his name is an important clue. The Blue Deacons are those who have direct contact with the Red Cardinal Salon. We now have hopes to find Salon with this Blue Deacon," Tang Yu stated grimly. "In that case, you must hurry and tell your superiors. Also, is there any way to turn Zhaoting back?" Mo Fan held his phone as his gaze swept toward Zhaoting, who was still squatting over the dead Zhong Lulu. Chapter 228. I'll take vengeance for you. The goddess of Parthenon Temple could perhaps help him. But from what I know, the 12 female candidates of the Parthenon Temple have all been murdered. Thus, the position of the goddess is still vacant, Tang Yu told him. In that case, there is no hope whatsoever. Although Mo Fan did not know who Tang Yu was talking about, according to Tang Yu's tone, the chances of Zhaoting turning back were basically non-existent. The cruelty of the Black Vatican truly made one's hair stand up in anger. "Go take care of him, I've some things to do," Tang Yu replied. "All right." After hanging up, Mo Fan realized Zhaoting had already raised his head to look at Mo Fan. Gugugu tilde 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 Zhaoting extended his other, perfectly fine claws as he let out a strange sound at Mo Fan. "What do you want to say?" Mo Fan tried to understand. "Gugugu." Zhaoting pointed at Mo Fan, and then pointed at the location of his heart. "You want me to end your life?" Mo Fan was stunned. Zhaoting nodded. "I'll take you to the magic court. I'll have them temporarily take control of you and find a way to turn you back," Mo Fan said sincerely. Zhaoting shook his head. Now that Zhong Lulu had left this world, his appearance had turned into this, and even let that freak Yu Ang treat him like a slave to continuously hurt people. He might as well end his life now. Zhaoting was unable to finish his own life. As his soul was enslaved, he was unable to personally kill himself. That's why he begged Mo Fan to take action. Dying would be like a form of relief, especially when it was from the Black Vatican. Mo Fan didn't move. How could he possibly take action? Zhaoting realized that Mo Fan wasn't making a move, so he suddenly kneeled down. He used his bloody head, continuously banging it against the floor. He was begging Mo Fan, he didn't want to continue living like this. He didn't want to be forced to kill someone. He believed that every time he had to kill someone, he would be reminded of the incredible pain today. He wanted to break free from all this, perhaps he could even meet the departed Zhong Lulu on the road of the Yellow Springs. Mo Fan once again called Tang Yue's phone, he wanted to confirm whether there was a different way. However, the only thing that Tang Yu gave him was despair. Do what he wants, let him feel at peace. Tang Yue's voice was gloomy. Mo Fan looked at the Zhaoting, who was continuously kowtowing to him. Within his heart, a blaze of fire ignited. Finally, Mo Fan nodded. He displayed his agreement to Zhaoting's request. Rose-colored flames condensed within Mo Fan's palm. It was burning as it began to jump around. The reflection of the flames could be seen on Mo Fan's resolute face, and was also reflected on Zhaoting's bleeding and rotting face. As he looked at Zhaoting, Mo Fan couldn't help but recall the opening ceremony of Qianlan Magic High, and the lightning student that took away the breath of the entire school. In that moment, he was incomparably dazzling. Whenever he looked at Mo Fan, his face would carry a sense of arrogance. After all, he was the sole lightning elemental student of the school. At least, that's what he thought. You can leave without regrets. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He felt a sharp prick in his throat. The rose flames finally rolled from the crack of his fingers, they looked like a holy serum as they poured down over the head of Zhaoting. The temperature of the flames was extremely high. While the rose flames were burning his body, they also stretched to the body of Zhong Lulu by his side. Zhaoting, his body completely covered in flames, hugged Zhong Lulu tightly. The flames were burning ferociously. Mo Fan didn't want Zhaoting to suffer from the pain of the fire, and he made the flames burn even faster as he quickly ended Zhaoting's life. From the bright red flames, a few petals floated up. They turned into a hot sacred burial ceremony. The fires quickly turned Zhaoting and Zhong Lulu into black dust. During this entire process, Mo Fan had his back turned on them. The cold moonlight sprinkled over the lonely rooftop. The bright light from the flames stretched Mo Fan's shadow out before him. At this moment, Mo Fan's fist was tightly clenched. With the cremation of Zhong Lulu and Zhaoting, the flames within Mo Fan's chest turned increasingly fierce. It was almost as though it would burn the air around him. He stiffly raised his hand and put the mobile next to his ear. With his voice extremely serious, he asked, "Ms. Tang Yu, you previously mentioned that the main ringleader behind the operation this time was hiding within Pearl Institute, right?" "Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know his name. Unless we got the information from Zhaoting, we'd have to wait for them to expose themselves. What if I gave them an opportunity to make a move on me?" Mo Fan asked sincerely. "If the underground holy spring really is in your hands, then they will make a move, even if there is a risk to it," Tang Yu said. "All right, I'll give them an opportunity to make a move on me. What are you going to do?" "Ms. Tang Yu, please hurry and locate the Blue Deacon." "I'll take care of the one in Pearl Institute," Mo Fan said. After saying this, Mo Fan hung up the phone. The flames behind him were slowly starting to die out. Only at this time did Mo Fan dare to turn his body around. Seeing the bone ashes mixed together, Mo Fan's gaze turned extremely cold. "The two of you, you can leave without worry. I, Mo Fan, will take your vengeance for you." "Lingling, have you found the location of the Shadow Beast?" Mo Fan asked. "Why does it feel like I've become your servant? Even though I am in Hangzhou, I still have to help you find clues in Shanghai." All right, it's very difficult for me to find the Shadow Beast. However, to find the person who caught it won't be a difficult matter. The Shadow Beast has landed in the hands of someone called Shen Mingxiao, Lingling said. "Help me find them." "No problem. Ling Ling heard Mo Fan's tone. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt. Although Ling Ling didn't understand why it was so urgent for him to find the shadow beast, she would help him however she could. I found them. They are in the warehouse of an express delivery to the south of Pearl Institute. The efficiency of Ling Ling's work was very high. A great hunter that specialized in following clues and locating was indeed better than your normal one. All right, in 2 hours, help me spread a message. Tell them that I, Mo Fan, will take the shadow beast to the beast iron cage in the early morning. I want you to guarantee that every single person who participates in this examination knows of it. Mo Fan said. What are you doing? I'm pulling a snake from its hole. Mo Fan wanted to find the scoundrel that caused the death of Zhaoting and Zhong Lulu. Since he couldn't find their identity before they exposed themselves, then he could only throw out a big net. When the shadow beast was in his hands, then all of the participating students would make a move on him. This included that member of the Black Vatican. He could even use the shadow beast as a cover-up for his real objective. However, Mo Fan would definitely uncover him. He definitely would not let him go, definitely won't. Chapter 229. Spotlight. This was a warehouse that was clearly going to undergo renovation very soon. It was about the size of a classroom, and there was some junk inside of it. At this moment, there was a bit of cold air inside. That was because the center of the warehouse had thick ice shackles locked around a creature with a physique similar to a leopard. This creature's fur was exuberant, and even covered its eyes. Its long tail showed a fluorescent light in the dark, and looked rather glamorous. So beautiful. Once the night comes, we'll take it to the destination. The mission can be considered to have been completed by us. Shen Mingxiao proclaimed to his squad. I'm so tired, we almost let it go. Not good, I need to go and take a rest. Luo Song rubbed the fat on his body as he said this. We can just leave these 3 here, Shen Mingxiao said to the other 3. In order to catch the shadow beast this time, Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song had put in great efforts. The other 3 people felt as though they had profited off of them. Thus, this kind of task of looking after the shadow beast was naturally their job. The other 3 did not say anything, sitting inside the warehouse as they prepared to guard it overnight. Luo Song and Shen Xiaoming walked together to a harbor restaurant to eat their fill. They chatted as they walked back to their residence afterwards. Brother Luo, don't worry. Once we enter the 3-step pagoda, is it even worthwhile for you to use my network to get rid of that person? We could deal with him ourselves. HMPH, how funny. If it wasn't for Shen Mingxiao, coming late to school, then how could we have let a country bumpkin like him impress everyone? Shen Mingxiao said with a smile as he patted Luo Song's shoulder. Exactly. In this Pearl Institute, we are the ones who should be stirring up trouble. With our families joining hands, why would we be scared of the Bai family, or even the Mu family? Luo Song said, as a smile emerged on his face. After the 2 of them had eaten their fill, they wobbled along, wanting to go back home to sleep. None of them expected their phone to start ringing at this time. Shen Mingxiao looked, and saw it was a call from his older brother, Shen Lin. He picked up the phone with a smile. Big brother, did you call to ask about our progress? Don't worry. I won't disappoint you, since you used the resources of the Hunters Union to help me finish this mission. We've already caught the shadow beast. Is that so? Then how come I got some news saying there will be someone called Mo Fan dragging the shadow beast to the beast iron cage? Shen Lin said calmly. How could that be? The shadow beast is currently under our control. That guy must be bluffing, Shen Mingxiao said disdainfully. How about I give them a call and ask, Luo Song said, a bit worried. He fished out his phone as he dialed one of the squad members that was left behind, but the call did not connect. All 3 of their numbers did not go through. Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song glanced at each other, thinking the same thing. *T. The 2 of them sprinted to the old warehouse. They discovered the door to the warehouse was open, and there was no longer a shadow beast inside. There was only their 3 squad members fainted on the ground. Disgraceful thing, he dares to rob us of our goods. Let's go, let's find him. Shen Mingxiao immediately started to rage. They had spent so much effort to catch the shadow beast, but then it was stolen by someone else. How could Shen Mingxiao's proud nature possibly put up with this? Luo Song was even more angry. How could it be Mo Fan again? He had already crossed him 3 or 4 times, this time he wouldn't let him go, no matter what. Pearl Institute's beast-taming iron cage was provided for the use of summoner students. It was there to prevent some of the summoned beasts from getting out of control. The beast-taming iron cage was at the very edge of the Azure campus of the Pearl Institute, a place that could be considered very close to an old hill. Normally, there wouldn't be many people there. When the news of Mo Fan catching the shadow beast spread, the eyes of practically all of the students who were still confused up until now started shining. They were already waiting to ambush him there. The funny thing was, those who had the same idea were not few in number. There were only a few places where they could hide, so it looked like there were several big people entering a small cupboard, one by one. Some of them were already familiar with one another, so they could only awkwardly greet each other. *T, I must turn this scoundrel into a swelling corpse. He actually dared to call everyone over. Shen Mingxiao said, as he nearly went crazy. The shadow beast that he had spent so much energy on was actually being announced to everyone. A group of idiots had come here to get their share of the action. Even if Shen Mingxiao's ability was better, he could not fight against nearly 1,000 students. Big Sister Mu, did Mo Fan really catch the shadow beast? Tutu whispered as she hid on a rooftop. Didn't you see the picture? Mu Nujiao said. But did his brain malfunction? Although he caught the shadow beast, why did he take a selfie and send it to his friend's group? Tutu wondered. Tutu had already taken off her underwear, and was preparing to shower and then go to bed. Who would have thought that when she was swiping her friend group feed, she would see a selfie? The person on the selfie was Mo Fan, and next to him was a spirit wolf that had seized the shadow beast. Heavens, did this guy go crazy, sending things on the news feed? Whoever caught the shadow beast would normally cling onto its tail while conducting themselves normally, and secretly deliver it to the beast iron cage. This Mo Fan had directly put himself in the spotlight as he made himself seem like a god. Was he purposely teasing everyone? Whether he was teasing or not, we will see when the time comes. The two of them turned silent as they surveyed the 1,000 people who were hiding in that narrow ground. They had all received the news, and thus came here. Spirit Wolf, I see the Spirit Wolf. The shadow beast is also there, it's being dragged by the Spirit Wolf. Heavens, the great demon really came. Suddenly, the edge of the campus that seemed so tranquil boiled up. It was like every single person's brain had one question reverberating. Did something in Mo Fan's brain break? Mo Fan came according to schedule. He followed the asphalt road with maple trees along it as he directly walked forward. The maple trees were on both sides. He could see students using various methods to hide themselves all over the place. They were all feeling sluggish, as they couldn't believe that the great demon would really did drag the shadow beast over. After the end of the road was a plaza with a fountain. In the center of the fountain were a few sculptures of summoned beasts. These sculptures were immersed in the water, with some moss growing on them. They seemed to have been there for many years. Hiding behind the sculptures was Bai Zhangfeng and his squad, their gazes already fixed on Mo Fan walking over. They glanced at one another. On the other side of the fountain sculpture was a forest. The refined Jiao Wenqing and the senior Fu Qianming opened their eyes, unable to believe it. Mo Fan continued to walk forward. At this moment, there were a couple of people who could no longer stand by, and they surrounded him. The thing was, no one dared to make the first move. Everyone knew of the incredible strength of the great demon. The many people in the place right now knew that the first person to make a move would be the first person to suffer losses. Chapter 230. The Great Battle Royal, 1. He really came. Sister Mu, I don't think you should recruit him. I bet the normal him is maintained with the use of medicine. He definitely did not take his medicine today. Tutu exclaimed from the rooftop. From her place, she could clearly see Mo Fan, and also see the shadow beast that he brought along with him. Mu Nujiao didn't think of it as something so simple. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she just did not understand what Mo Fan was thinking. The 3-step pagoda was something that every single person would dream of getting. Just what was the reason for him to even give up the opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda? Additionally, Mo Fan would normally appear to be rather sly. However, today, he seemed to be very gloomy, and it even felt like there was some kind of dark aura encircling his body. This kind of dark aura was not something Mu Nujiao had seen before. When she used her Forest of Kuan prison, she seemed to also have seen this kind of dark aura bubbling forth. He knows black magic? Or could it be that there's a dark aura equipment on his body? Mu Nujiao watched cautiously, but she felt as though Mo Fan was getting increasingly harder to grasp. Mo Fan had already walked to the center of the pond in the plaza. The people surrounding him only increased, but there was still not a single one who dared to take the first step. The shadow beast was being dragged along by Spirit Wolf. The Spirit Wolf and its master were the same, neither of them displaying any hint of weakness as they faced down these people surrounding them. Mo Fan's gaze swept past the hundreds of people, knowing that the person who had hurt Zhaoting was definitely hiding among them. However, just who was it? Who wants it? Mo Fan asked as he pointed at the shadow beast. Who wants it? Everyone began to curse in their heart. Wasn't this bullsh*t? Which one of the people present did not want it? Let me just casually mention this. In my old town, there's an exceedingly special type of spring water. I was originally going to enter an agreement with this shadow beast, however, this guy ended up swallowing the bottle that contained that spring water. If you want the shadow beast, you can have it. What I want is that bottle of spring water. Mo Fan continued. Mo Fan was very straightforward with what he said. That's right. He wanted to tell the son of a B*tch from the Black Vatican that was hiding as a student that the underground holy spring was in his, Mo Fan's, hands. Now he planned on using it to feed the dog, feed the shadow beast. If he had some ability, then he could fight with the other hundreds of students. This guy, he knows our objective. He's baiting us. So what if he's baiting us? Everyone wants the shadow beast, so what if we were to steal it? There's no way we'd be discovered. Fu Trenming said as he clenched his teeth. Yeah, this is our only chance. I don't want to go back and see the deacon with a failed mission. Sir Priest, you've said enough. The priest was like a statue as he stood there. His eyes burned with resentment as he gazed at Mo Fan. If gazes could kill, Mo Fan would have been turned to pieces right there. This godforsaken Mo Fan, he actually purposely tried to bait me. Alright, Yuang, would like to see what kind of ability you have. In this chaos, you won't be able to see the punches and kicks. If there's a death, then it's something that even the school might not be able to investigate. We'll let the chaos begin, and then take away the underground holy spring. Sir, I've investigated it just now. The shadow beast's breath does indeed have the smell of the underground holy spring. The underground holy spring is indeed in the stomach of the shadow beast, it's real. Sir, we've confirmed that there is no one from the magic courts nearby. As long as we can deceive the eyes of the school, then our actions this time will not be exposed, spoke up Hui Yi, who was now concealed as a student. Yuang nodded. Since there was someone looking to die, then he'd help them along. Don't use the power of the Vatican, we need to take the shadow beast first. Yuang said. Although he detested Mo Fan to death, Yuang knew that the most vital matter this time was to take the underground holy spring. After obtaining the underground holy spring, he, Yuang, would be able to become a blue cloak deacon. His authority would skyrocket. It would be a simple matter to have someone killed. Understood. The problem is, there are many experts within the Azure campus. I will most likely encounter a few obstacles. HMPH, it's just a group of garbage, Yuang said disdainfully. He wasn't going to move, his underlings were the ones who were going to take the shadow beast. Even if these people were to exposed and sacrificed, Yuan wouldn't brood over it. Mo Fan gazed over his surroundings once more. He understood that it would be impossible for him to find the members of the Black Vatican just by looking. His eye sweeping across, Mo Fan suddenly saw a familiar face. "Bai Zhangfeng, it's you. I've been feeling very apologetic to you due to the Thunderbolt I pulled on you during the rookie competition. I'll give this shadow beast to you as my sincerest apology." Mo Fan looked at Bai Zhangfeng, who seemed to harbor resentment toward him. His face immediately displayed an innocent smile. After saying this, Mo Fan commanded the spirit wolf to drag the shadow beast over in front of Bai Zhangfeng. Bai Zhangfeng stood there, completely dumbfounded. "Screw your sister. If you really were sincere, then you should have given this thing to me in private, and I'd call you a brother. Now that you throw this thing at me, that's basically making me a target for everyone else." After he said he'd leave it, Mo Fan didn't even glance at the shadow beast. He directly had the spirit wolf toss the restricted shadow beast to Bai Zhangfeng. Go! Steal it, hurry up and steal it. I'll go to the 3-step pagoda even if I die. Whoever dares to steal from me, I will fight them." The students immediately went crazy. They looked like hungry wolves charging from a desert as they frantically tried to steal the shadow beast. The first person to make his move surprised everyone. It was precisely Wang Lighting, with his powerful Bone Corpse Demon. Wang Lighting had the Bone Corpse Demon hover in the air above the shadow beast. It directly assaulted those students that tried to take the prize. It was clear that his Bone Corpse Demon strength had increased. While it was circling around, its feathers were like sharp daggers as they rained down on the surroundings of the shadow beast. Wang Lighting was indeed very fierce. The sharp feathers of his Bone Corpse Demon were shooting into a large area. They instantly hit 10 or so people, and those people were unable to finish their magic in time. They could only howl as they fell to the ground. You should know that a summoned beast is different from just normal magic. A straight spell's power can be controlled, the caster can prevent a life-threatening wound. However, I cannot control the Bone Corpse Demon that thirsts for blood all the time. If someone's eyes gets pierced, or they get cut and die here, don't blame me, Wang Lighting, for being cold-blooded. I also have things I must place first. Wang Lighting was extremely domineering. As he stood up, he immediately intimidated everyone. Wang Lighting clearly had squad members with him. The other 4 people immediately encircled where he was standing. One of them stepped on the shadow beast that was unable to move, his gaze vigilant toward his surroundings. Wang Lighting's words were indeed useful. Many of the magicians that did not have a defensive ability immediately retreated. The students that were unable to draw a star atlas also no longer wanted to steal it, and they hurriedly retreated to a safer place. The battle this time was an extremely important test. It was an examination that concerned their life. The school clearly stated that unless there was definite proof that you purposely killed someone, then anything that happened in the process of a battle was your own responsibility. So you must retreat to safety, or else you can't blame the school and the government when you're on death's door. All of the magicians here were adults. They had to be responsible for their own actions. Furthermore, it could be said that there was definitely no such thing as a safe area for magicians. Chapter 231. The Great Battle Royal, 2. Wang Lighting, that blockhead. Why couldn't he hold out for a longer time? Don't tell me he actually thinks his Bone Corpse Demon is invincible. Doesn't he know that this examination has students in their 4th year? There are limited rookie experts, but the number of experts hiding their strength among the veterans is as many as the hairs on the back of a cow, snorted the summoner magician Haidafu. Zheng Bingxiao nodded. Although we don't know what objective Mo Fan wants to achieve by giving up the Shadow Beast, our hope of taking the Shadow Beast is very high. Since Wang Lighting formed a group with other people, then we don't need to be polite, either. Do we make our move now? Haidafu asked, considering their options. Don't be in a hurry. We, the summoning element, possess a great advantage in a fight between primary magicians. However, once we reach the intermediate level, it would be hard to say, Zheng Bingxiao said. Oh. Wang Lighting and his squad would definitely pay for their impulse of rushing out first. Even though the Bone Corpse demon was powerful, it was still unable to dodge when it faced off against so many intermediate magicians shooting spells at it. Furthermore, there were many people who had joined together in attacking it. Perhaps not everyone would genuinely try to take each other's lives, but people like Wang Lighting, who possessed a powerful summoned creature, needed to be gotten rid of. When the Bone Corpse demon was locked down by an intermediate senior student, a sudden thunderbolt came down from the sky and struck the Bone Corpse demon mercilessly. Thunderbolt was the ability with the most frightening energy at the intermediate level. After the Bone Corpse demon lost its ability to dodge, its posture was extremely weak. The overpowering thunderbolt directly smashed the Bone Corpse demon to pieces. Chunks of blood and the feathers mixed together as they sprayed in every direction. Wang Lighting's face turned pale as he stood there, as though the lightning had smashed into his brain. Wang Lighting's squad members clearly did not have enough strength. After suffering from waves of attacks, they no longer had any thoughts of being arrogant as they pulled the completely dumbfounded Wang Lighting out of the place. HMPH, he was truly overestimating his capabilities. He dares to contend against us, the Lightning Hat squad, with just that little ability. I presume everyone knows what kind of person I, Guan Yi, am. If you don't want to fall into a desolate place, then you better obediently give way to me. In the future, if you ever get bullied by someone in the outside world, I will fight for your justice, seeing as we are all classmates. Guan Yi took the lead, working with his squad members to take control of the Shadow Beast. He had cast the Thunderbolt that had destroyed the Bone Corpse demon just now. Guan Yi's Thunderbolt was indeed tyrannical. For a moment, not a single person dared to make their move. There were a few people who were affected by what he said, and hurriedly gave way to him. Guan Yi's reputation wasn't small, either. He was the most outstanding student of the great element of lightning, and one of the most influential figures of that school. It was said that he already had the ability to enter the main campus. The only reason he never stepped into the intermediate level was because he wanted to receive the reward. He was more clear than anyone on the importance of the 3-step pagoda. Someone who pinched his throat in the crowd yelled out, "You're really acting tough. I haven't been very pleased with you for a while. Everyone, let's go. Let's get rid of this tyrannical guy who ran away from the main campus to the Azure campus." This voice seemed to be from a man. He most likely did that in order to deceive everyone. Violent wave, banishment. As his voice came out, another mighty voice was heard. Just when the people were guessing who was being so audacious, they saw the water by the pond immediately gather in mid-air. The water was like a curtain as it floated along. It's violent wave, escape. What kind of utterly heartless person is this? Dealing with Guan Yi is like dealing with a large family. Curses came from the crowd. However, no matter how loudly they cursed, they still couldn't compete against the turbulence of the violent wave. The area the violent wave engulfed was even wider than Fiery Fist. It was like a powerful river fell from the skies and washed over everyone, whether they were enemies or not. Everyone had gathered in the middle of the place for the Shadow Beast. This was good for the attackers, as the large number of people there would get caught up in the whirlpool that came along with the ferocious, beast-like violent wave. Water elemental classmates, hurry up and deal with it. With each less competitor, it'll mean a bit more hope, the person who was holding his throat once again called out. An intermediate water magician naturally had the ability to walk on water. They stepped on the waters as they retreated to a safe place. However, once they saw the people who were being engulfed by the violent wave, their eyes also began to shine. Yeah, wasn't it better if they just made it more chaotic now? Use the violent wave that engulfed the widest area to drive away those people who were a hindrance. Behind the maple tree, a girl's strict voice sounded out, "Violent wave! Violent wave!" Outside of the building, yet another water star atlas emerged. Violent wave, raging waves. They didn't know which incredibly powerful water magician it was that last time, but the violent wave they cast was even more dreadful. Everyone could clearly see that there were layers of raging waves swirling in the middle of the plaza. It wasn't just the banishment of a flood, it was simply swallowing all the people and then slamming their bones until they shattered. The water magicians were simply revolting, each one more violent and condescending than the next. They used the force of the violent wave to completely ruin near 100 students. Fortunately, none of them wanted to deal a life-threatening wound to the others, or else there would have been many people that would have drowned underneath the layers and layers of engulfing violent waves. Among the students, there were still a few good-natured girls. They did their best to think of ways to save the people trapped within the whirlpool. The violent wave was indeed tyrannical. The people caught within the whirlpool could not be rescued. The entire plaza had been turned into a lake. It was similar to the rapid river on a tempestuous day as it drowned the trees and roads. Mo Fan had run to a higher location, riding on the spirit wolf. He watched the surging flood, feeling great caution as he did so. If magicians gathered and used the exact same magic, the destructive power could be devastating. Even some outstanding young four-element intermediate magician who was confident in his strength would be eliminated by this kind of joint effort. There were many magicians who possessed an incredible destructive power, but as for their defensive capabilities, they could only be considered mediocre. After the layers and layers of violent wave crashed on down, they got rid of a large number of people. The people that were being washed away numbered only 100 or so, but the people who had thoroughly lost their motivation to contend against something like this numbered a lot more. They could only obediently run away to hide in the distance. Reaching the intermediate level was one thing, and being able to draw a star atlas was another. For those who were unable to adept draw a star atlas, they did not have the power to contend against the others here. Furthermore, even if they had grasped an intermediate magic, they would still get smacked into a sorry state if they weren't attentive. This situation was truly too chaotic, and no one was able to guarantee whether they'd be able to remain the champion after taking the attacks of the different groups. Chapter 232. The Nyx Regime. Mo Fan had already retreated after he handed the shadow beast over. He wasn't stupid enough to contend against that many intermediate magicians. If he hadn't already moved away from it, then the violent wave from before would most likely have turned him into a handicap as well. You crazy water magicians! Since you don't want the rest of us to obtain it, then you can forget about getting the shadow beast as well. Brothers, stop hiding. Let's get rid of these water magicians. They are only sitting there stirring up crap, leaving them here benefits no one, a vigorous voice spoke up from the crowd. That person's name was Zhong Xiaoming. He was rather famous among the senior students. At his shout, the other magicians who had suffered under the hands of the water magicians were no longer able to endure it. Each one of them began to control their star atlas as they targeted the water magicians. It was true that the shadow beast was the true objective of everyone. However, if they were in this kind of chaotic situation, the majority of the people would get angry and chant their magic. A clean battle could easily develop into one of hatred. The elemental schools were already in conflict with one another from the very start. In a situation where there was no one to control them, all kinds of new or old resentments would be used as an excuse to start a fight. Who cared about the shadow beast right now? When there were still so many people around, not a single person would be allowed to touch the shadow beast, thus, they would settle their other matters. The water magicians had indeed enraged everyone. Each one of them was trampled down in succession. Fortunately, the battle had alerted the teachers. There were many teachers standing nearby, guarding the students. Even Dean Xiao did not anticipate that Mo Fan would gather all of the examinees in this place to fight. He hurriedly used an advanced level magic of the light element to create a gigantic barrier. He used the barrier to confine those fighting in order to prevent their battle from leaking out and hitting the buildings of the school, or hurting innocent people. In addition to Dean Xiao, the other light teachers also took action when they arrived a bit later. This part of Azure Campus was nearly turned into ruins. The other elements' destructive power were not easy to deal with. The fire element gave others headaches. If a fiery fist were to fly toward one of the school buildings, that would be a big problem. Fortunately, this was the most desolate area of the school. The school had expected that the students would start a fight in the area of the iron cage, so they had selected this place to be the ground for their battles. However, they did not predict that all of the students would be fighting here. Dean, at this rate, there'll definitely be someone dying. Zhu Zhenghua could no longer watch this. Open the Great Nyx Regime formation. Have all of their power suppressed? Dean Xiao said solemnly. Fortunately, the battle royal had only been going on for a little while, and not everyone had started to go crazy. However, when it came to fighting, it was very easy for people to go out of control. The casualties would only increase. There was no way the school had not prepared for this. The reason why they chose this place was precisely because there was a great Nyx regime formation in this place. Nyx regime was an advanced shadow magic. It used shadow magic stones to conduct a star path with the layout of a star atlas. It then transferred the colossal energy to the formation in order to increase the advanced magic's might several times over, even tenfold or more. The Great Nyx Regime formation was placed right around the area where the students were fighting. After Dean Xiao gave the order, the bright night sky was suddenly engulfed by something. It was just like a colossal shadow hand, its palm covering the entire sky. When the hand of regime slowly fell from the sky, a shadow stone array buried beneath the ground in the middle of the taming beast iron cage emerged. If you were to look at it from a high location, you would definitely realize that the shadow stones appeared to be set up like a star atlas. The shadow star atlas emerged first, but when the shadow stones serving as stars shot their radiance into the sky, yet another star atlas appeared there. Each of the stars was linked to a star path. Each of the star paths turned into a star atlas. There wasn't just one star atlas. There were several of them on the ground, and in the sky, the intertwining dots of flowering shadow orms were also star atlases. Ednote, I'm going to make you look up orms. Ari Tutu and Mu Nujiao were still on the top of the roof. The two of them just happened to be looking down from higher ground. The sight of those colossal shadow star atlases shocked them. Even Mu Nujiao, who was so knowledgeable, had not imagined that the school actually had such a gigantic shadow formation. A constellation? It's an advanced tier great magic formation. Mu Nujiao was shocked when she saw everything happening below her. The divine and stately star atlas filled her eyes. Constellation, a shadow elemental constellation. As she raised her head, the curtain of the night turned into a gigantic palm, cloaking the sky as it slowly enveloped everything. The starlight was no longer there. The lights from the city in the distance were no longer there, either. Even if they were extremely close, it was all completely pitch black. Originally, it was a fight in the late evening. However, after the school activated the Great Nyx Regime formation, this entire area of the school entered complete darkness. If you were to look inside from other places, it would look like an empty space. What's going on? Heavens, I can't see anything. My magic, why can't I use my magic? The constellation had already disappeared, and the divine Nyx mantle enshrouded the entire area. The darkness made people feel indescribably unsafe, and if their fear was magnified, it would easily become panic. Sir Priest, there's a big formation here. Could it be that we've been discovered? Hui Yi was so scared that he turned pale. An advanced great magic formation, this was the Shadow Element's advanced magic, Nyx regime. Underneath the Nyx regime, not only would the power of magic decrease by a lot, but the people themselves would enter a dark maze. If they wanted to escape, it would be difficult. Don't panic. If it was directed toward us, then they wouldn't use a shadow magic that would trap even the students unless the school really disregarded the lives of their students in order to hurt us. Yu Ang said calmly. Sir Priest, this is a magic formation the school prepared beforehand in order to prevent a large amount of casualties during the Battle Royal. Its objective is to prevent the might of the intermediate magic from being too powerful and accidentally killing someone. This information was something I personally got from a teacher after he drank too much, Fu Qianming hastily interjected. Yu Ang coldly swept his gaze past him. Since you knew about this, why didn't you tell us earlier? Fu Qianming no longer dared to say anything else. Yu Ang was indeed frightened by this great shadow formation, he nearly thought he was exposed. So it was to prevent casualties among the students. This great shadow formation was equivalent to helping them greatly. In this darkness, even if they summoned dark beasts, then who would know that it was them? Beneath the Nyx regime, the vast majority of magic will decrease a lot. Our dark beasts are cursed creatures. Although they can't increase in strength, they also won't weaken because of the Nyx regime. The strength of Mo Fan, who possesses the fire, lightning, and summon elements, will have been decreased substantially. If we want to deal with him, it will be much easier. Hui Yi began to smile. Yuang also couldn't help but laugh. The circumstances were a great advantage for them. This time, the underground holy spring inside the belly of the shadow beast would be theirs, and even that guy Mo Fan would die. Chapter 233. Catch everyone in one net. How did the heavens turn dark? It has been night for a while. No. How come I can't see any bit of light? You're right. Strange, why did my stars turn extremely unstable? They won't respond to my control. Beneath the Nyx regime, the students in the middle of the battle royal finally realized that they had entered a rather bizarre domain. This was the shadow domain. It was impossible to see the lights in the distance. If they were in a specific location, they'd barely be able to see their objective. It was like there was an incorporeal, black wall trapping them inside a small room. You could see the people inside the room, but the things outside of the room were unknown. Soon enough, the chaotic battlefield was separated into parts by the Nyx regime. At this moment, the students that began to brew hostility toward each other from the fighting began to realize that in this pitch-black maze, if the shadow beast was taken away, no one would know. Don't panic, this is a great magic formation set up by the school. If I'm not wrong, then this is the advanced shadow magic, Nyx regime, that has been strengthened many times. The Nyx regime is a very strong shadow magic. It is able to set up a dark maze-like battleground. Other than shadow creatures, within this battleground, the power of other elements will be suppressed by a certain degree. Their power will also be weakened by a lot. We can assume that it was because the school was worried that the people who can use intermediate magic would cause fatal injuries within this chaos. Songxia, in the same squad as Bai Zhangfeng, spoke up. Songxia was one of the stronger rookies. Among the female magicians, she was the only one who could face Mu Nujiao. Bai Zhangfeng and the other people began to calm down. However, once he thought about the possibility of someone taking away the shadow beast with the help of the great magic formation, Bai Zhangfeng immediately began to feel worried as he exclaimed, "Then, how can we find the shadow beast? When Mo Fan had threw the shadow beast at you, I put a magic imprint on it. Just follow me and you'll find it," Songxia said. Ha, Lady Songxia is indeed very quick-witted. This time, the shadow beast will definitely be ours. No one wanted to see the chaotic situation. Where the battle royal would end up was something only the heavens could decide. Now, everyone had been put in the dark battleground of the Nyx regime, and so every student would have to reach their maximum efficiency. They won't get suddenly shot by an arrow at random, nor would they be attacked from all sides. Thus, as long as you could find the shadow beast and then find the path that led to the beast-taming iron cage, then the mission would be considered complete. This godforsaken Mo Fan. When I catch you, I will personally stomp on you. Shen Mingxiao was trapped inside the darkness, and his face showed his anger. Luo Song, at his side, was fuming with rage between his gritted teeth. Originally, they had success within their grasp. Who would have imagined that it would turn out like this? Now they didn't even know where the shadow beast was. "It smells, do you guys smell something?" the people next to them asked. "I can smell it too." "Damn, what kind of creature? What kind of creature? Are you so scared that you turned dumb?" "I really did see it, it looked like a monkey-masked thing crawling." The darkness was everywhere. Mo Fan himself was standing on his original ground, and didn't move a single step. The shadow beast could no longer be seen. The Nyx regime had divided the place into numerous maze-like battlegrounds. He couldn't help but think that this gave the Black Vatican an easier time moving around. However, how could Mo Fan possibly let them succeed? This great Nyx Regime formation gave them an additional protective layer, however, it was also a gigantic shadow prison. Tonight, they could forget about leaving this place alive. The Nyx Regime was a layer of dense fog for a lot of people. It was a domain that suppressed them, their combat prowess would suffer accordingly. However, as a man that possessed the shadow element, the Nyx Regime didn't suppress Mo Fan, and it also gave Mo Fan an unlimited amount of space to move around in. For a lot of people, this was a shadow wall that they could not tread over. For Mo Fan, this was the most convenient path of movement. Using evading shadows, Mo Fan would be able to move around the Nyx Regime maze as much as he pleased. Mo Fan was clear that the people from the Black Vatican's objective was precisely the Shadow Beast. Thus, his top priority was to find the Shadow Beast. Fortunately, the Shadow Beast had been marked by Mo Fan. Mo Fan naturally wouldn't throw the little loach pendant that had absorbed the underground holy spring into the stomach of the Shadow Beast. All he did was to have the little loach pendant produce a little drop of the underground holy spring. Either way, as long as it had the aura of the underground holy spring, the Black Vatican would definitely make their move. Luring them had already been achieved, and the net had also covered the entire area. The school had made such a large, dark cage, this would cause them to be completely trapped within. He believes that the Black Vatican who thought they were beneath the protective umbrella would tear off their skin and expose their true selves. Once they were exposed, Mo Fan would definitely kill them on the spot. Little Loach Pendant, it's on you. Help me find the Shadow Beast. Mo Fan said toward the Little Loach Pendant on his chest. The Little Loach Pendant was actually very intelligent. It was able to understand its master's intentions. The small ray within the Little Loach Pendant began to slowly shine brighter, it was as though it's slowly pushing away the darkness under the black dome of night. The starlight was very weak, but it began to strengthen once Mo Fan began to move. If the direction Mo Fan walked in was wrong, the radiance would turn weaker. The closer I am to the Shadow Beast, the brighter it becomes. The farther I am from it, the weaker it becomes. Mo Fan quickly understood the meaning behind it as he couldn't help but kiss the mysterious Little Loach Pendant. Of course, Mo Fan knew that the Little Loach Pendant was only being like this because it didn't want to waste even a drop of the precious underground holy spring. Thus, he didn't really think it was that mysterious. Following the guidance of the Little Loach Pendant, Mo Fan began to look for the Shadow Beast. Mo Fan was able to easily pass through the walls of the maze. Moving like that, it became much easier for him to find the Shadow Beast. Strange, why is the direction changing all the time? Mo Fan looked at the flickering Little Loach Pendant as he began to feel suspicious in his heart. Mo Fan continued to move, and suddenly, the direction of the Shadow Beast changed once more. Mo Fan stood his ground, no longer moving as he continued to look in that direction. At this moment, the Little Loach Pendant actually began to shine brighter on its own. He didn't move, so why did the radiance turn brighter? Whoosh! Suddenly, a grey shadow swept past in front of Mo Fan. It was a creature with the shape of a leopard, you could only see the silhouette of it. However, its tail was radiating a light that seemed extremely bright in the darkness. *T, wasn't this guy restricted? Mo Fan opened his mouth as he saw the Shadow Beast flying past much faster than even the Spirit Wolf. The Shadow Beast struggled free of its restrictions as it was already running around within the maze. Goo 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 goo, tilde. Very quickly, a horrifying sound was heard following it. This sound was something Mo Fan was extremely familiar with. It was a dark beast. The people from the Black Vatican had actually summoned dark beasts, and furthermore, they were hunting for the Shadow Beast. No wonder the Shadow Beast was running, it was actually being pursued by a couple of creatures with an overwhelming stench. It seems that if I follow the Shadow Beast, I'll be able to catch all of them in one stroke. Mo Fan hid inside the wall of the maze as he couldn't help but smile coldly. Chapter 234. Fiery Fist, Groundbreak. It can't be wrong, it's right here. Luo Song's expression sank, his gaze locked onto the darkness in front of him. Bai Zhangfeng and the other three disciples of different aristocratic families also turned serious as they prepared their magic. It stinks. Yeah, who was it that's so scared that they pissed themselves? How could it be so stinky otherwise? Zhuang Lefeng said. Stop ting. The shadow beast's movements are very quick. Zhuang Lefeng, prepare your plant magic, you must stop the shadow beast. Song Xia did catch a whiff of the strange stench, but she was more concerned about the shadow beast. Zhuang Lefeng nodded. In his palms a deep green vine was moving around. The green star path streaked past, the plant spell was prepared. They were only waiting for the shadow beast to appear. At last, a grey silhouette appeared. It was as fast as wind when it ran. If it wasn't for its tail that shone continuously, they wouldn't have seen it. At this moment, Bai Zhangfeng also prepared the magic in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the shadow beast that was charging over. A wall of odor came at them, as well. Originally, these people had a solemn look on their faces. However, once they caught a whiff of the odor, they nearly fainted from it. Bai Zhangfeng, who had misophobia, immediately began to vomit. Suddenly, Zhuang Lefeng yelled out, "Heavens, what are these creatures?" Zhuang Lefeng was in the front, and he finally understood where that overwhelming stench was coming from. It was precisely from the large group of ghastly monkey faces with deformed black humanoid bodies in front of him. These things formed a group, with some of them even crawling on the wall of the shadow maze. Some of them were rapidly rushing along on the ground, and some were even able to crawl upside down. There was a large number of them, and watching them gave the four of them goosebumps. Zhuang Lefeng swore that he had never seen such ugly and more disgusting creatures in his whole life. Hurry up and get out of my way. Song Xia's face paled as she immediately yelled to the people behind her. These people were all elites of the rookie students. Even after they saw this inconceivable scene, they wouldn't just stand in one place dumbfounded. They began to escape into the surroundings, not daring to obstruct this group of black creatures that were rushing forth like a flood. Use magic, hurry up and use magic! Bai Zhangfeng screamed out strangely. Bai Zhangfeng had already started his Star Atlas. Between his two hands a chaotic wind was brewing. Under the pressure from the Nyx Regime, the time Bai Zhangfeng took to complete his Star Atlas was much slower than normal. The formation nearly fractured. Finally, he still managed to complete the wind disk, tornado. The tornado came forth, the cold gale spinning at a high speed and turning into a massive howling whirlwind. Those dark beasts in front that were charging over drove themselves right into the whirlwind and were flung into the air. The black-skinned creatures began to fall down from the sky, one by one. As each one fell down, its bones shattered and its head smashed on the ground. Bai Zhangfeng's wind disk, tornado had offended the other dark beasts, who sent hostile looks over to indicate they're not going to let him get away with it. The leftover dark beasts' gazes locked onto him and his squad as they directly charged over. Do you have a pig brain? They were charging towards the shadow beast, so why are you provoking them? Song Xia loudly yelled at him from the side. Bai Zhangfeng's tornado seemed to have only killed 3 dark beasts. If it were outside the regime, then the tornado would have been able to kill an entire area full of dark beasts without a problem. However, beneath the Nyx regime, other magic suffered from suppression. You would only be able to guarantee that your other elements would not receive any kind of restriction if you possessed the shadow element. Bai Zhangfeng looked at the increasing numbers of dark beasts crawling out of the shadow maze, and was so scared that his stomach was doing flip-flops. He never thought that there would be so many of these creatures. At this moment, the dark beast's eyes were like numerous stars as they fixed onto him. Escape! Hurry up and escape! One of his squad members yelled out. Zhuang Lefeng, hurry up, use your intermediate plant magic. Xia Song commanded. Zhuang Lefeng didn't dare to think about the order. He gave up the primary plant magic and immediately started to draw his plant star atlas. Forest of Kuan, prison. Zhuang Lefeng seemed to be an expert, as he was able to adept use his magic while in danger. However, his Forest of Kuan, which originally would have been able to completely occupy the path within the dark maze, was weakened by the Nyx regime. It was only able to seal a third of the path, leaving behind a clear gap that allowed the creatures to run by. Don't panic, maintain the formation. Although there are quite a number of these creatures, they aren't that powerful. T, if it wasn't for the Nyx regime suppressing my power, I would definitely turn them all into dregs. There were flames in the eyes of Songxie. They could see her standing at the very front of her team, displaying incredibly calm. She waited for the group of dark beasts to crawl through the gap of the forest of Kuan. Once they reached a certain distance, Songxie yelled out as fierce flames came forth from beneath her feet. These flames completely wrapped around her body and turned her into a human torch. Fiery Fist, Groundbreak. The fiery fist appeared in a circle and condensed on the wrist of Songxie the instant she finished chanting the spell. Her eyes flashed, and her burning fist fiercely drove down onto the ground beneath her feet. The scalding energy instantly poured into the ground. They could see burning cracks quickly spreading through the ground towards the dark beasts. Boom! The surface of the ground disintegrated. Incredibly thick flames bubbled forth and turned into a lotus firebreak, filled with an aura of death as it exploded. The range of the lotus firebreak was enormous, pillars of flames bursting through along the entire path. After those dark beasts charged into the area of the groundbreak that had burst through the ground, were all sent flying. Furthermore, they were all burned to black ash before they could hit the ground. Zhuang Lifeng and the other two members looked at the deadly lotus flames in front of them, their jaws dropping in astonishment, unable to close them. This was their first time seeing Songxie use her full power. The second level of Fiery Fist's might was extremely astonishing. The Wind Disc, Tornado could only kill 3 of these creatures, yet the Fiery Fist, Groundbreak burned far more than just 3 right into ashes. Not to mention those that were still on fire. The Nyx regime has suppressed our power too much. We have to scatter, there are still a lot of these creatures. We can't kill them all, Xie Song said to her squad members grimly. Everyone else naturally listened to this older sister. They quickly took advantage of the time the Fiery Fist, Groundbreak was still burning to flee. As Bai Zhangfeng and Xie Song turned around, a human shadow emerged on the wall of the dark maze. He watched the 5 people who were already leaving, and then turned his gaze around. He directly locked onto the large group of dark beasts that were trapped within the forest of Kuan and Fiery Fist. I'll gift you one more move. His gaze flashing, the fire appeared as though it had combusted. Rose-colored blood-red flames scuttled forth from beneath his feet. In the Nyx regime, his flames did not appear to have been affected, and the flames had reached a critical point. As the energy reached its climax, it felt like an angry god was about to explode through his fist. Rose flames. Fiery Fist. Groundbreak. Die. All of you. These flames were flames of vengeance. Their might was many, many times stronger than the Groundbreak from the girl from before. A large number of the dark beasts were instantly reduced to ashes when smashed by the rose-imbued Groundbreak flames. Miserable shrieks began to rise within the dark maze. Chapter 235. Killing the Henchmen. Did you guys hear something? Xie Song suddenly stopped and turned around. Hear what? Who cares about those things? Bai Zhangfeng answered, his face still pale. It seems like they aren't pursuing us, let's go back and take a look, Xie Song said. Great auntie, do you have a death wish? Xie Song didn't understand these cowardly men, so she headed back without another word. She actually smelled an even stronger and more ferocious flame, and felt an even stronger magic fluctuation from the place they were at before. She returned to her original location step by step, following the black walls, until she realized that there was a large pile of black carcasses in front of her. These carcasses were piled up, it was hard to tell how many had died, not to mention the ones that had been turned into ashes. On the one hand, Xie Song was very confused. Why did these magical beasts, with such fierce appearances, appear in the great Nyx regime formation? On the other hand, she didn't understand just who had killed this large group of magical beasts. The time between her running away and now was not much at all. This type of flame, Xie Song looked at the remnant blood-colored flames on the ground as her face displayed her astonishment. As a fire magician disciple from a famous family, how could Xie Song not recognize this type of flame? This wasn't common flame, these were spirit-grade flames. There must have been another fire magician here, a powerful fire magician that possessed spirit-grade fire. However, if you surveyed the entire Azure campus of the Pearl Institute, there was practically no one that possessed a spirit-grade seed. Just who was it that made these flames? The flames were actually so powerful that they were able to kill a large group of magical beasts in just this short period of time. They are dead, these magical beasts actually died. Could it be that each of them ran into Xie Song's Groundbreak flames after we left? Zhuang Lifeng wondered aloud. How could that be? Even if you are that stupid, these magical beasts are definitely not that foolish. It doesn't matter. There were things that didn't belong to our school in here. We must be careful, and if we encounter other people, we need to tell them as well. Xie Song said firmly. Too bad. Now we don't know where the shadow beast went again. Bai Zhangfeng's face turned furious. Don't worry, we can still chase after it. In the dusky dark maze, a man with grey clothes was moving along the walls. The shadow beast was resting to the side. This time, Hui Yi would definitely not let this creature run away. Hui Yi was very cautious in his movements. He first had the dark beast silently block all possible escape routes for the shadow beast. Hui Yi waved his hand and ordered the dark beasts to slowly surround the shadow beast. It was clear that the shadow beast was exhausted from being chased around. As it sat there panting, it did not know that it was being surrounded by no less than 10 dark beasts. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from the other side of the wall. It's here, it's here. Ha ha ha. You really find things if you spare no effort in trying. *T, what are these things? The shadow beast turned around and realized a group of people were not too far away from it. It then looked around and realized the group of black-skinned creatures was crawling on the walls, their eyes emitting a green light as they revealed their white teeth. The shadow beast didn't even think before it began to run. In the Nyx Regime, it was at least twice as fast as normal. It simply moved and disappeared from the very end of the dark maze walls. If they were to look for it, they wouldn't know which way to go. *T, you blockheads dared to ruin my good moment. Hui Yi was flustered as he roared toward that group of people. Isn't this Senior Li Tong? What a coincidence! Seeing you is great. Did you see those creatures that were crawling on the walls? It was so scary. A girl with a ponytail displayed a smile as she saw Hui Yi in front of them. The man who scared away the shadow beast was still watching his surroundings. He was the only one who clearly saw those ghastly creatures' faces. Although the creatures disappeared in a flash, he did confirm that he saw them. Hui Yi suppressed his anger and had the dark beasts hide as fast as they could. Only then did he smile as he said, "Oh, so it was you guys. No, you guys scared away the shadow beast that I nearly caught. Senior Li Tong, why don't you team up with us? Our team just happens to be missing a person," the girl with the ponytail proposed. Hui Yi considered it and finally nodded. If he wanted to catch the shadow beasts, then he would definitely need the help of these people. This team's strength was pretty good. There was actually a shadow elemental user among them. A shadow magician was like a fish in water inside the Nyx regime. Chasing after the shadow beast with them would be very easy. Not too long afterwards, they once again found the shadow beast. It was clearly out of strength, and no longer able to run. Ha ha ha, the opportunity to enter the 3-step pagoda will be ours. Yeah. The shadow beast no longer has any strength to run. Oh, it stinks. Do you guys smell something? I also smell it. What is this weird smell? The 4 people simultaneously pinched their noses. The stench that wafted onto them made it difficult to breathe. They didn't know where the stench was coming from. Hui Yi smiled coldly. His gaze was cunning as he stood behind the 4 people. If he were to face them directly, then he wouldn't be their match. However, if it was a sneak attack, even if they were intermediate magicians, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Once he took the shadow beast, he would be able to receive his reward. Suddenly, a man's voice snarled from the walls of the shadow maze, "Be careful!" Everyone turned around and realized there was a person they were somewhat familiar with coming out of the walls. It was like he had walked out of a shadow door, extremely strange to see. The student, who was also a shadow user, was extremely surprised when he saw the coming person. This person's usage of evading shadow was much more skillful than his own. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yelled out, he would not have sensed him at all. He had really achieved the realm of fusing together with the shadow. Isn't this the great demon? It's him. You, don't come here. I'm warning you, no matter what, we are still for elites of Pearl Institute, if you want to mess with us. *T, do you even dare to look at me? One of the surprised students spluttered. Mo Fan didn't pay any attention to them as he came out of the shadows. His gaze was fixed on the student called Senior Li Tong. So you're Mo Fan, how dare you think about stealing from us? Li Tong's reaction was fairly quick. He immediately retracted his curse aura as he took on the appearance of a normal student. Mo Fan's face was cold as he looked at him, before saying, "You can stop the act now. Look at your dark beasts." Li Tong's eyebrows creased. He swept his gaze over and realized that his strongest dark beast was stuck on the wall for some reason. It was fixed there as it struggled for its life. Its distorted body was trying to struggle, but stuck through its abdomen was something like a giant nail. It was like a sharp spike had nailed it to the wall, and it was unable to move a single step. Chapter 236. This lightning is not common lightning. HMPH, you think you can fight me on your own? The amount of dark beasts I can control are more than you could possibly imagine. Hui Yi was no longer acting. The smile on his face had turned into a gloomy sneer. As he said this, the stench immediately pervaded throughout the entire maze, instantly turning into a miasma. This miasma was actually toxic. If a person were to breathe this in for a minute, then they would get poisoned. If they passed out, then they'd basically be choked to death. The group of people had yet to react to what was happening, and were instantly enveloped in the miasma. One by one they began to faint, except for the shadow student. He used the evading shadow to quickly move into a different area. "Classmate! Save your team members, or else they will die here." Mo Fan knew what was happening behind him, so he shouted at the shadow student in a loud voice. The student quickly responded, "All right, thank you." The miasma came from behind Hui Yi. There were many sharp voices coming out of the turbid miasma, rising from the crowd of dark beasts. They bared their fangs as they charged toward Mo Fan, wanting to rip him into pieces. Mo Fan took a step and his body sank into the shadows. He quickly turned into a shadow and quickly flashed through from the walls. In the next second, he appeared behind Hui Yi. Mo Fan slowly emerged from the shadows, and in his hand a trace of lightning quickly scuttled forth. However, at the moment he was going to make his move, Hui Yi suddenly displayed a cold smile disdainfully. A cold aura immediately arose from his body, and the ice chains emerged from the grounds and flew towards Mo Fan. Ice? Mo Fan was a bit astonished, and he hastily jumped backwards. The ice chains were brandished as they began to surround Mo Fan from all directions in sequence. Their chill turned people's bones rigid. Mo Fan knew that he was underestimating the Hui Yi's abilities. He immediately activated the soul imprint and opened the power of his blood beast boots. Red light flashed around Mo Fan's legs and interwove into something that resembled armor before it covered his legs. At the same time, there was a red line that looked like a blood vessel pouring onto Mo Fan's legs, and the power of his legs rose sharply. Swoosh! A thick ice shackle swept toward Mo Fan's back. It arced towards him, looking like a gigantic python that was about to wrap itself around Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan used the erupting power of the blood beast boots and jumped away suddenly, dodging the ice shackle. As he stepped onto the thick ice shackle, Mo Fan used the force from being lashed at to land directly onto the dark wall. Go! Hui Yi controlled the remaining ice shackle. It was like he had predicted the location Mo Fan would leap onto, and he quickly used the ice shackles to form a gigantic binding formation. The ice shackles rushed forward. Mo Fan knew he had to avoid their tips, so he stomped heavily on the dark walls, his body shooting away like a catapult toward an even more area. The ice shackles were flying as they chased him, and they nearly caught him. Once you were locked on by the ice shackles, then struggling to escape from was very difficult. You dare to fight against us, the Black Vatican, with that little ability? Let me tell you, whoever has caught the attention of our Black Vatican can dream about living properly again, and you are definitely not an exception. Hui Yi watched the moving Mo Fan, who was in a difficult situation. The smile on his face turned increasingly sinister. He was an intermediate ice magician. Adding on to that was the fact that he could obtain many dark beasts for fighting. This Mo Fan actually tried to fight against him. That was far too naive. Fortunately, the shadow beast was already too tired to move. After he finished off Mo Fan and brought the shadow beast to Sir Priest, then he would be the person with the most outstanding service for this operation. For trash like you, even if more of you came, I'd still be able to annihilate them. Mo Fan stood there as his eyes turned solemn. Hui Yi once again displayed a cold smile. He pointed toward Mo Fan, and the dark beasts within the miasma immediately surrounded him. At a quick glance, there were no less than 10 of them. Hui Yi did not plan on fighting against Mo Fan head-on. He wanted to use the dark beasts to tire him out and then use the ice shackles at the critical moment. That way, he'd be able to finish everything. A woo-woo tilde. From a silvery crack in the air, a gigantic wolf head stretched out, followed by its sturdy and powerful body. Its long blue fur was fluttering with the wind. Its bright eyes and full expression were filled with the wild nature of a wolf. Those dark beasts are yours, Mo Fan said to the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf was indeed violent. It didn't bother warning those dark beasts, nor did it care about how many there were. It took a couple of steps and charged toward them. The dark beasts were furious, and they had advantage in numbers. This spirit wolf was indeed very arrogant. How dare it not place them in its eyes? They were all minion class, or was it saying that the 10 of them could not win against one? The dark beasts moved to encircle the wolf, nimbly trying to pull off hit-and-run tactics. To speak frankly, it was just biting the opponent and clawing them once before they retreated. They wanted to bleed the spirit wolf to death. The spirit wolf wasn't that easy to deal with. Not all of the dark beasts that attacked him were able to retreat successfully. 2 of them who had left wounds were quickly swatted to the ground by the claws of the spirit wolf, and then were brutally stomped to death. Mo Fan realized his spirit wolf's combat prowess was indeed high. Even if it was unable to match 10 dark beasts, it was still able to defeat their formation in a short period of time. The most important thing was to kill the member of the Black Vatican in front of him, who was pretending to be a student. From the strength he had displayed, he should only be a henchman. That was fine, too. Getting rid of their henchmen before finding their master would also be advantageous. He could not do close combat. This guy's ice shackles were pretty impressive. If he really did to get trapped, he would be in quite some danger. Forget it, what was the point of bullsh*ting with this person? Let's just directly kill him. As a man who possessed the most violent element of lightning and thunder, he would be able to deal with most problems just by using a fist. If that didn't work, he could use Thunderbolt. I refuse to believe this henchman will be able to withstand my explosive attacks. Mo Fan didn't say much as the dark purple lightning arc appeared around his body. The star paths interlinked and quickly turned into a lightning star atlas beneath Mo Fan's feet. If he wanted to be tyrannical, then what else would he use, other than lightning? At this time, Mo Fan did not need to hide any of his powers. He needed to let this lackey of the Black Vatican understand that not everyone from Bo City was easily provocable. Dark purple color, this lightning isn't a common grade lightning. Hui Yi was retracting the ice shackles. He wanted to use defensively, but after he saw that Mo Fan's lightning was dark purple, his eyes began to widen. The lightning element was incredibly fierce. If the lightning was spirit grade, then even if his ice shackles condensed into a protective layer and stacked on top of a defensive magic equipment, it might not be enough to defend against it. Chapter 237. Use violence to curb violence. Hui Yi knew that the situation was far from reassuring. He screamed out at the top of his lungs at the dark beasts, "Hurry, kill him!" He did not have any method to stop this spirit-grade lightning seed. At this moment, he could only interrupt the star paths before his opponent could finish the chant. Hui Yi's command was extremely effective. Very quickly, two dark beasts changed their objective to Mo Fan, who was still in the middle of drawing the star atlas. They used the walls to the two sides to move around the spirit wolf, relying on their powerful claws to climb it. They were like ghastly monkeys as they were moved on the walls toward Mo Fan. The two dark beasts' long claws flashed as they drew closer and closer to Mo Fan. At this moment, Mo Fan's star atlas had only drawn 6 lightning star paths. He was missing the last one. If the star paths didn't link up, they wouldn't be able to form an intermediate magic. A roar was heard. The spirit wolf and Mo Fan had a spiritual link. When it realized Mo Fan was being attacked by the two dark beasts, it suddenly bellowed. After its roar, its speed suddenly increased. It didn't care about the fact there were a couple of dark beasts on its body as it charged toward the two dark beasts that were trying to mess with Mo Fan. Mo Fan was originally hesitant on whether he should give up the intermediate lightning magic or not. Seeing the spirit wolf charging over so valiantly, his heart calmed as he continued his star path. Swoosh! With the wolf's thick claws slamming down, it wasn't as simple as just ripping them apart. It was enough to smash the little bodies of the dark beasts into pieces. The spirit wolf first splattered one of the dark beasts into pieces on the wall. Afterwards, it didn't even glance at the remains before it turned around and bit into the dark beast that was trying to rip into its flesh. When the other dark beast with its long claws jumped toward Mo Fan, the spirit wolf shook its head and threw the dark beast in its jaws toward the other one. The spirit wolf looked like it had inherited Mo Fan's full marks in physical education in the past, as the dark beast that it threw accurately struck the other one in midair. The two of them tumbled awkwardly as they fell down next to Mo Fan. Qianjun! An ominous humming suddenly descended. Restless lightning energy emerged in Mo Fan's surroundings. These dark purple lightning arcs turned into a powerful net around him. The two dark beasts next to Mo Fan attempted to get up to make a move on him, but the force of the gathering lightning caused their bodies to twitch wildly. It was as like they were being pressured by some kind of metallic object. Their flesh was shriveled, and their bones were completely shattered. Thunderbolt, Yaksha! Mo Fan didn't even feel inclined to look at the two weak things to his side as his finger pointed toward the dark skies. A dark purple thundercloud emerged from the originally completely black sky. It was like the aura of a death god as it gathered above Hui Yi's head. Hui Yi was so scared that he began to tremble. He lost control of his ice shackles. He was actually quite adept at controlling the ice shackles. Mo Fan knew that most of the ice magicians would use the ice shackles as a form of restrictive spell. This Hui Yi actually knew how to control the ice shackles and have them form a thick protective layer. However, the moment the dark purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, the hard shackles of ice immediately turned into white spray. All of it had been blown into debris. The ice shackles were in the end not a proper protective spell, so how could they possibly be able to defend against the bombardment of spirit-grade lightning? The cross-shaped dark purple lightning came thundering down. Hui Yi called out his magic shield with his life at stake, hoping to protect his life. However, the thunderbolt, Yaksha, exceeded his imagination. The lightning flashed down and destroyed the ice shackles, and even turned Hui Yi's magic shield, worth millions, into nothingness. Hidden beneath 2 layers of protection, Hui Yi was barely able to escape with his life. However, the lightning of Qianjun carried a powerful ability to vibrate the air, and his bones had shattered into pieces. He fell down on the ground like a rag doll, as his bones could not support him anymore. His eyes were wide and staring. He was unable to understand how his objective strength actually had this degree of power. Hui Yi touched his chest with difficulty. Just when he was about to reach a deadly poison, Mo Fan had already used evading shadows to appear in front of him. Fire burst, burning bones. A flame ignited in Mo Fan's palm. It was like living lava as it fell down from between Mo Fan's fingers, each drop landing on the body of Hui Yi. Hui Yi wanted to take poison to kill himself. However, his wrist was kicked away by Mo Fan, so he didn't even have the opportunity to control his own life. You! Hui Yi glared at him in rage. Mo Fan didn't respond to him. All he did was wait for the burning bones flames to slowly burn Hui Yi's entire body. He waited for that face to turn pained and sinister beneath the high temperature of the flames. You think I still don't know the style of conduct of your Black Vatican? Even if he haven't seen it personally before, he had still seen it on TV. This kind of organization, that carried out dreadful and deadly operations, would most likely have its members carrying a poison for killing themselves. Once they were caught or close to dying, they would take the poison to end themselves, as they didn't want to expose their organization, nor their superior. When Hui Yi saw Mo Fan cast spirit-grade lightning, he knew that he would be no match for him. Who would have thought that he would actually use a second-level intermediate magic? When Hui Yi's bones were shattered, he had already planned his own death. Who would have thought that Mo Fan wouldn't even give him that opportunity? If he was to die, then that wasn't much. That kind of poison would take his life in an instant, he wouldn't even feel pain. However, when his wrist was being trampled on by someone else, even his own thoughts were seen through by the other. Forget about his strength being lower, even his own intelligence was lower. As a villain, his last dignity was taken away by the other as well. How could one possibly describe this kind of anger? You've almost been burned to death, so why don't you do some charity work and tell me just who your master is? Mo Fan asked as he controlled the temperature of the flames. These flames were just baking him, it wasn't enough to burn him to death just yet. However, it was surely bringing him incomparable pain. Mo Fan was engrossed in appreciating this scene. Even if it was a little bit too bloody for children, this was the style Mo Fan chose to deal with evil, using violence to curb violence. You kill my friend, and I'll annihilate 10 of yours. You destroy my city, I'll trample your organization. Don't even think about it, R.A.H. Hui Yi was rolling uncontrollably within the flames. His miserable shrieks echoed through the dark maze. Those who heard him were extremely horrified. Mo Fan was not being even a little lenient. It was because he would never forget that he used these kind of flames to send Zhaoting and his girlfriend away. The misery and grief they experienced before they left, Mo Fan would definitely make that appear on the faces of the people of Black Vatican. Chapter 238. Getting attacked from all sides. The spirit wolf was extremely tough. Mo Fan said those 10 dark beasts was its to deal with, so it decided it wanted to personally take care of them all. In the end, its whole body was covered with wounds. You could even see its bones in many places. The spirit wolf was limping. Its lips were still drawn back, but it didn't appear frightening. It actually seemed charmingly naive, grinning in glee. You can go back and rest, Mo Fan said as he unsummoned the spirit wolf. At the same time, he also used more of his summoning mana to feed it. His summoning elemental nebula was extremely large now, and capable of providing an abundant amount of mana. Mo Fan was already able to calculate how much mana the spirit wolf would need before it would evolve. That bottle of warrior beast spirit that he had obtained from Dean Xiao was still there. After considering that the spirit wolf might lose its life while it was evolving, Mo Fan hadn't dared to give it to spirit wolf to use. After Hui Yi had burned into ashes, Mo Fan finally turned around to leave. Watching a living person being cremated like this was rather disgusting. There's no way he'd have an appetite for the next 2 days. If he were given more time to do it, he'd still do the same thing. Comparing this disgusting scene with the departing of the two, this would be nothing. Mo Fan continued to follow the shadow beast. After the shadow beast had rested up for a bit, it began to escape energetically again. It disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Mo Fan took nearly half a day to find it again. This place seems like it has a building, that stupid thing. Don't tell me it ran toward the beast-taming iron cage on its own. Mo Fan was still able to see beneath the Nyx Regime. Who would have imagined that the shadow beast that was running like a little deer actually walked into the trap itself? Mo Fan was very clear that the true mastermind had yet to appear. He couldn't let this hunt end like this, or else who knew how many people would lose their life the next time the Black Vatican made their move. After walking to the front of the building, Mo Fan was about to drive the shadow beast away before he suddenly felt some movement behind him. Mo Fan turned around and saw 5 familiar faces. The 2 leaders were in the middle of displaying ridiculing smiles, like hunters that had finally hooked onto their prey. Mo Fan, I want to see where you're gonna run this time. Luo Song's smile was so wide that his fat began to ripple. Shen Mingxiao's appearance was charming and reserved. However, he was also smiling devilishly. Between his hands, magical energy was continuously fluctuating. You really do have the ability. Not only did you steal our shadow beast, you even started such a big event. Do you really think there is not a single person in this world that can fix you? Shen Mingxiao shouted in agitation. Mo Fan looked at these 5 people with creased eyebrows. He didn't want to start a pointless fight with them unless there was a henchman of the Black Vatican among them. He assumed that these 5 people were regular students and disciples of rich families. People from the Black Vatican most likely wouldn't have the inclination to catch the shadow beast. You better not provoke me. Mo Fan was not in the mood, and he spoke in a bad tone. Oh, your attitude sure is big. I sure want to see what kind of ability you have. Shen Mingxiao himself was relatively strong. He did not place a country boy like Mo Fan in his eyes. Just as they were about to make a move on Mo Fan, a couple of people appeared out of the black fog. Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song looked behind them and saw it was a squad that was most likely watching the vicinity. They had most likely found the entrance to the beast-taming iron cage and camped out, waiting for the students who found the shadow beast to arrive with it. Isn't this Fu Tuanming? Ha ha ha. You came just in time, we're about to teach Mo Fan a lesson. When Luo Song saw it was Fu Tuanming, his face began to show an even bigger smile. Fu Tuanming. If it was in an earlier time, probably not a lot of people would know of this person. However, ever since the rumor of the great demon nearly killing someone started, everyone learned about this Fu Tuanming. This was because Fu Tuanming was the senior that Mo Fan nearly killed. It is said that he was called on to teach Mo Fan a little lesson when Mo Fan crossed Jiao Wenqing. Who would have known that he nearly got snapped in 2 by Mo Fan? As expected, Jiao Wenqing, the little thing that looked especially refined and pale, was also present. He recognized Mo Fan at a glance, and on his fashionable face emerged a ridiculing smile. This Mo Fan. He had done too many evil things. Today, he would be stopped in this place. No matter what, he would have his face shaved off. Shen Mingxiao, Luo Song, why don't we make a deal? Fu Tuanming maintained the same aloof manner as he slowly spoke out. What deal? Shen Mingxiao asked. We are not that interested in the 3-step pagoda. The thing we are interested in is precisely this shadow beast. Let's join together to deal with Mo Fan. All you need to do is to give us the shadow beast and allow us to extract the bottle within its stomach before you hand it over to the school, Fu Tuanming said. Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song were confused. They didn't know what kind of thing this Fu Tuanming had in mind. However, no matter how you looked at it, they were the ones who would benefit from it. Not only could they punish Mo Fan, they could also win the examination this time. On the main campus in the future, they could most likely attract a few experts with this kind of merit. Luo Song glanced at Fu Tuanming and his people, and his heart couldn't help but whisper, these people are rather strange. They don't want the shadow beast, yet they want the thing that is in the stomach of the shadow beast. I remember Mo Fan did mention something about a spring from his hometown that was eaten by the shadow beast. Luo Song, we can later talk about the matter we have between us. However, it's better if you leave right now. These people are henchmen of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan coldly stared at Fu Tuanming, Jiao Wenqing, and their people. Black Vatican. Luo Song was stunned, and glanced sharply at Fu Tuanming and Jiao Wenqing. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So you, Mo Fan, actually know what fear is. Did you not think that day when you nearly killed me that there would be a day where all the people you've enraged would attack you? So you'd actually think up this kind of hilarious way to make us not join hands. Fu Tuanming immediately sneered, his tone carrying ridicule. Luo Song and Shen Mingxiao already had a grudge against Mo Fan. Furthermore, all the rumors of family struggles and gossip on campus was something they knew very well about. None of it had anything to do with the Black Vatican, so they couldn't link this matter to the Black Vatican. Naturally, they were determined to show that Mo Fan was just babbling nonsense in desperation. Mo Fan also knew that Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song wouldn't believe him, so he was prepared to face them head-on. His opponents had a few too many people. There were a total of 10 people, and it could be assumed that each of them were experts capable of casting intermediate magic. Let's not talk about the fact that a bombardment by various powerful intermediate magic spells would be extremely hard to deal with. Even if it was primary magic flying over, Mo Fan still would not be able to deal with it. However, he was still gratified. It was because Fu Tuanming's words just now had basically exposed his identity. The last time, he didn't kick him to death. It seemed like this time, he must kick his skull open. If he was not mistaken, then the student who Zhaoting had trailed was precisely Fu Tuanming. Being attacked from all sides was one thing. Mo Fan wasn't exactly thrown into confusion. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be a match for these 10 intermediate magicians. However, within the great Nyx Regime formation, his shadow element's power received a substantial increase, and his other elemental magic wouldn't be suppressed either. His opponent's powers, on the other hand, would decrease by a lot beneath the Nyx Regime. He couldn't meet them head-on, but fighting them in a circle would allow him a higher chance of winning. Chapter 239. Falling into the Iron Cage. Mo Fan didn't want to think about it further. He turned around and ran toward the closest building. Luo Song, Mingxiao, Fu Tuanming, Jiao Wenqing, and the others never thought that Mo Fan would actually be without a backbone. Not only did he just run away, he also yelled out strangely. They began to chase after him. Mo Fan was running while using evading shadow. His speed was much faster than theirs. However, Shen Mingxiao and Jiao Wenqing both possessed the wind element. Their speed as they pursued with wind tunnel was not in any way slower than his own. Luo Song and Fu Tuanming clearly drew help from magic equipment. Their speed was only slower by a little. Among the rest of the 6 people, one of them was also a wind magician, and he was closely pursuing along with the larger group. Mo Fan rushed into the staircase of the building. Just as he was about to climb it, his surroundings suddenly condensed into ice. The cold air went right through his skin. He turned around and realized 4 or 5 thick ice shackles moving like nimble pythons were sweeping toward him. On the other end of the ice shackles was Luo Song, who was displaying a cold smile. Luo Song was still an earth elemental magician. Along with his magic boots and his primary earth magic, he was the first one to catch up to Mo Fan. Let's see where else you can run to. A hole appeared on the granite staircase after the thick ice shackles smashed onto it. Strange, where is he? In the dark maze, Luo Song thought he had trapped Mo Fan with the ice shackles. Who would have known that after he ran upstairs, he couldn't even see the shadow of Mo Fan? He must have run inside. Quick, don't let him hand over the shadow beast. Shen Mingxiao used wind tunnel and ran in as he made an intuitive decision. The group of people did what they did best. All of them charged into the building that looked like a bunch of piled-up stones. The building was constructed using large boulders. For buildings like these, used to contain summoned beasts, the school had asked an earth magician to casually construct a building. This building seemed to be a big project, but the truth was, if it was damaged, no one would care. If they wanted to reconstruct it, all they needed to do was to use a little bit of mana. In the deepest area of the building was a beast-taming iron cage. This beast-taming iron cage was precisely the destination of the examination this time. The beast-taming iron cage was colossal. It was in no way inferior to the venue that had held the rookie competition. In terms of area, it could fit at least a soccer field. The iron cage was 20 meters tall, and it appeared to have been constructed with steel-reinforced bars, supplemented with a little bit of magic. For magical beasts under the commander level, they could only dream of trying to break through this iron cage in a short period of time. The building was also within the Great Formation of the Nyx Regime. However, it was clear that this was at the very edge of it, as there was only a little bit of darkness pervading this place. The fog flooded the entire open-roofed building, and down around the large rusty iron cage. The beast-taming iron cage gave off the feeling that its depths hid some kind of gigantic beast, raising hackles of dread. Mo Fan was running with all his might. In the darkness, his visibility was also very limited. Thus, when he found a place to hide, he accidentally entered the iron cage. The beast-taming cage's gates were hanging up in the air. They were completely covered by the dark fog, and Mo Fan didn't realize that he had accidentally charged into the gigantic iron cage. Clang! Suddenly, some kind of metal smashed down onto the ground from above. Mo Fan turned around and realized that behind him was a 20-meter-tall iron door. It let out a massive sound as it hit the floor, making the ground tremble. Mo Fan didn't understand how this iron door would drop down. However, when the black fog in the surrounding area slowly dispersed, Mo Fan finally realized that he was actually already inside the beast-taming iron cage. He could only roughly see about 20 meters within this fog. The truth was, 20 meters was not enough to see the other end of the iron cage. It was Mo Fan's first time coming here. How could he know that the iron cage was actually this big? What he never expected was that the only exit out of the iron cage was currently completely blocked off by that gigantic iron door. Iron rods like tree trunks rose up side by side. Unfortunately, the space between them did not allow anyone to pass through. The top of the iron cage was a dome made out of evenly arranged iron wires. It appeared to be circular. This signified that he couldn't escape from the top, either. What caused Mo Fan to feel even more restrained was that he saw there were hard wires of other elements twisting around the other places. Their weave turned into an iron net, completely destroying Mo Fan's thoughts of escaping. Just who designed this damn iron cage? It's for containing beasts, so why can't humans get out of here? Suddenly, in the gradually dispersed fog, he heard a human voice. Ha ha ha, do you know what you look like right now? Hoarse and sharp voices were normally described as ugly. However, this guy's voice was similar to that of a ghost. Those who heard it would feel their hair stand up. It seems like you've been waiting here for a long time. Mo Fan looked for the mysterious person who had closed the iron door. It's you who walked right into the trap. I've already obtained the Shadow Beast, so now I hope the school will join me in appreciating the most exciting performance yet. The voice came from Mo Fan's left. Mo Fan turned, and realized there was a person standing by the staircase outside of the iron cage. He was wearing a mask that nearly covered his eyes with a very long fringe. The black fringe covered the other half of his face. Thus, you could only see this person's right eye. That eye was filled with madness. Who are you? Mo Fan stood within the iron cage as he gazed at this person. You don't recognize me? You don't recognize me? The man that had revealed one eye suddenly began to laugh. This voice sounded particularly mournful within this beast-taming iron cage. Your voice sounds like a gawking crow, sounds a little familiar, Mo Fan responded. Stop acting. Last time, you were lucky that I let you escape Bo City. This time, I will make you regret surviving that time, the masked man snarled. If you put it like that, then I know who you are. To be honest, your face isn't much of an issue. Just go to Korea and get some plastic surgery, wouldn't that solve everything? There's no need to brood over it with me. For someone like you who was delightfully pretending to be someone's son for 10 years, getting some plastic surgery wouldn't be something that would drag your dignity down. Mo Fan actually already knew who this person was the second he heard his voice. He. Soon enough, you will kneel down and beg me to leave you with a whole piece of skin. Yu Ang's voice was cold. Yu Ang, I have a question, Mo Fan asked, smiling coldly. If you were to fail this mission once more, would your superior ruin the other half of your face, as well? Mo Fan asked slowly and deliberately. Mo Fan's cold smile gradually turned increasingly more sinister. Yu Ang swore that if this scoundrel mentioned the word face one more time, he would cook him alive and make him into a human flesh kanji. Then he would force his loved ones to drink it. Zhaoting was not at all like this Mo Fan, who was looking for death. In the end, he was still turned into a slave, and in so much pain that he had preferred to die. Yuang hated this Mo Fan to the bone. He would torment him even more. Chapter 240. Reconstructing a Cursed Beast. Yuang couldn't endure having Mo Fan breathe more oxygen. He began to chant a strange spell. The spell was like visible grey music notes. They were floating around Yuang as they turned into a grey ribbon. The ribbons were intertwining, turning into a door covered in magic engravings. The grey door slowly opened, and a deep green light shot out, directly locking onto Mo Fan inside the large iron cage. Mo Fan could see that those eyes were filled with hatred. When the creature finally walked out of the grey door, Mo Fan was finally able to see what it was. Its entire body was dark grey. The wrinkled skin was branded over and over again by a strangely shaped iron. It was crisscrossed, and looked like small centipedes were crawling all over its body. In terms of physique, it didn't seem to be much different from a dark beast. At the same time, it was also very different from a dark beast. When Mo Fan looked at it carefully, he felt that the smell this creature emitted was very similar to the one emitted by Zhaoting. It was a cursed and disgusting smell. This dark beast's power was most likely going to be far higher than a normal one. This is a cursed beast. When we throw people into the pond to bathe, we need to first conduct an extremely resentment-inducing torment on them. The stronger the resentment, the higher the probability of them turning into a cursed beast. This was my very first cursed beast. Zhaoting was my second, and you will turn into my third cursed beast. Yuang pointed at Mo Fan with a manic smile on his face. Yuang knew that Mo Fan possessed an innate dual element. Normally speaking, if you were to throw a powerful magician into the pond to refine them, the chances of them becoming a cursed beast would be even higher, especially someone who had an innate dual element. Mo Fan looked at the cursed beast and couldn't help but crease his brow. If he was to judge from its aura, then this creature had definitely achieved the warrior level. He never imagined that Yuang would have also progressed so far in the past 2 years. He had changed from just a little figure that controlled dark beasts into a priest that possessed a cursed beast. Right now, Mo Fan was pretty clear on the social rankings of the Black Vatican. The very lowest class was called the Disciples. Most of them were concealed as normal people. They used the ability to control the dark beasts granted to them by the Black Vatican to pursue their own interests. The higher level ones were called priests. Yuang was precisely a greycloak priest. Beneath him was a group of disciples who were willing to die for him. Even further up in the rankings were the deacons. The name Zhaoting had gotten was precisely the one of a blue-cloaked deacon of the Black Vatican. Yuang, as a grey priest, naturally held the ability to control the even stronger cursed beasts. Unfortunately, when Zhaoting was turned into a cursed beast, he still had a bit of intellect. It was enough for him to escape. Furthermore, Yuang also knew that Zhaoting was going to be hard to control, and basically gave up bothering to. This summoned cursed beast, however, was extremely loyal. This was because it had been Yuang's slave for more than 10 years. Do you know who this is? Yuang pointed at the cursed beast next to him as his appearance carried a sinister air. I'm not interested. Mo Fan stood inside the large iron cage. He was trying to stall for time with Yuang while trying to find a way out of the iron cage. Yuang no longer said anything else and ordered the cursed beast to approach the iron cage. In this world, perhaps no one actually knew that this cursed beast was actually Yuang's biological father. When he was 7, he was accidentally turned into a member nourished by the Black Vatican. The first thing Yuang did was turn the father that abused him into a dark beast. Not long afterwards, Yuang entered the Mu family. He was in the Mu family for over 10 years, and he never once exposed his identity. Furthermore, he used their resources to slowly refine this dark beast. As expected, his most intimate person had shown the biggest improvement. It revealed its talent first among his many slaves, and turned into a cursed beast. It was also because of this cursed beast that Yuang had been promoted to a priest, one under the direct command of a blue deacon. If he was able to successfully complete this mission, then he would obtain the favor of Cardinal Salin. Being able to become a blue deacon straight from this wouldn't be a problem at all. However, those who had offended him would definitely have a bad time. He was already capable of turning his own father into this creature when he was 7, so let's not mention what he would do to Mo Fan, who ruined his 10-year plan and half of his face. He had to make Mo Fan suffer so much pain that he'd rather die. Go, rip his skin off first. Yuang fiercely commanded the cursed beast as the whip in his hands ruthlessly lashed toward it. The cursed beast seemed extremely scared of Yuang. It turned all of its grievance and pain toward Mo Fan, who was stuck in the middle of the iron cage. A cursed aura, like a poison gas that could choke someone, immediately wafted over from the outside of the iron cage. Mo Fan was standing at the very edge of the iron cage. After seeing the thing coming closer and closer, he couldn't help but take a step back. This thing's physique is not that different from a human's. There's no way it would be able to make its way in, right? Just when Mo Fan's heart carried some hope, Mo Fan realized that the cursed beast was equipped with the ability to change the location of its bones. Its deformed body had shifted into an inconceivable angle. First its head came in, followed by its cartilage bones and then its ugly body. The process of the cursed beast entering the iron cage was extremely horrifying. If it was someone who had not seen things, they'd definitely faint. When Yuang saw that Mo Fan's already displayed dread, his face displayed a wide smile. He was going to slowly enjoy this marvelous process. The best thing would be that after the great formation of Nyx Regime was removed, people would see Mo Fan's skin left behind in the iron cage. Yuang, retreat! Now! Suddenly, a voice in Yuang's ears ordered. Yuang touched the earphone in his ear and hastily replied in a very respectful voice, "The thing is almost in my hands." "Sir Deacon, why are we in such a hurry? I have a bad feeling." "But, Sir Deacon, the kid who has the underground holy spring has been trapped by me within the iron cage. I will take it very soon, please give me a bit more time," Yuang said hastily. Yuang had spent a lot of effort to get Mo Fan into the iron cage. If he had to leave just like that, how could Yuang be willing? Really? The deacon was clearly hesitant. If they were to return empty-handed, they would definitely get punished by Salin. But if they didn't evacuate now, then he felt like the people of the magic court would be closing in. The blue deacon was wavering a little. "Sir Deacon, I will be able to take the underground holy spring very soon, and then I will give it to you immediately." Yuang didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Then I'll wait for a bit," Blue Deacon replied reluctantly. For the underground holy spring, he was willing to take on the risk. Chapter 241. Bloody Battle in the Iron Cage. The large iron cage surrounded Mo Fan. The cursed beast was slowly crawling over, its disgusting saliva dripping onto the ground. The saliva was corrosive, as black smoke appeared after it dripped onto the iron poles and ground. Mo Fan knew that he had no choice but to have a fight to death with this cursed beast within the iron cage. He immediately retreated to a relatively safe distance. The cursed beast's eyes were very bright, and he didn't want to look at them. A low sound came from its throat, like it was a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for a long time. Finally, the cursed beast moved. He only heard a swoosh of motion sound before the cursed beast left behind an aftershadow as it charged toward Mo Fan with extreme speed. This speed seemed even faster than the mother skin scale phantom from before. Fortunately, Mo Fan had put some distance between them, thus he was able to respond in time. The entire beast-taming iron cage had a barrier. Furthermore, it was for containing the shadow beast. Thus, if he wanted to use the shadow elemental spells to escape from the iron cage, it would prove to be impossible. Presently, he could only fight with the cursed beast. He couldn't help but admit that based on the speed of the cursed beast, it had to be several times stronger than the mother skin scale phantom, which had just entered the warrior level. Suddenly, a flying claw swept across from afar. The flying claw was glistening coldly, he could see a clear sickle-shaped force emerging from it. The surface of the ground was being completely torn apart by the force of it as it swept toward Mo Fan. A normal dark beast would use their claws to directly attack a magician, as only then would it be effective. The claws of the cursed beast were capable of flying through the air. Mo Fan wanted to take the opportunity of the opponent being far away to use an intermediate magic, however, he did not have the time to draw a star atlas. Mo Fan spun to the side to avoid it, and the claw went past him. Just when he thought he had dodged the range of the attack, the side of his arm suddenly felt scorching hot. As he turned around, Mo Fan realized there was a deep wound on his arm. He could nearly see the bones. The cursed beast opened its mouth and let out a strange cry. In the same moment it shot out the claw, it also charged toward Mo Fan. It was clear that this thing had a bit of intellect. It knew how to use a long-range attack to stop Mo Fan from drawing a star atlas, followed by a close-ranged attack. If an intermediate magician didn't have the opportunity to use intermediate magic, then they would only be a normal person in front of a warrior-level creature. It was very easy for them to rip them into pieces. This cursed beast was not giving Mo Fan any opportunity to use intermediate magic. It was coming closer and closer, and Mo Fan didn't dare to hesitate. He hastily activated his other magic equipment imprint. Departing Nether Shield. The imprint within his soul came forth, displaying a deep, blue color as a rigid ray of light emerged. The light ray interwove systematically as it formed a geometrical diagram in front of Mo Fan. It turned into a dark blue shield with a rock that spread its wing. The shield was sharp and clear-cut. There was also a few strange holes at the top of it, and its edges emitted a metallic luster. Clang! The cursed beast's ghastly claws could go through iron like mud. When it hit the departing nether shield, it let out a fierce metallic shriek, and a deep claw mark appeared on the shield. Reverse Sting! Mo Fan saw the opportunity as he hastily activated the departing nether shield's counter ability. In that moment, rhombus-shaped blades shot out like a torrential rain from the strange holes on the shield. These rhombus blades were extremely sharp. Even if the cursed beast's external skin had a layer of rotten flesh as protection, the sudden attack from the rhombus blades penetrated fiercely into the body of the cursed beast. Dark beasts were experts in making others bleed, while the counterattack of the departing nether shield had hooks. The departing nether shield's bleeding ability was in no way inferior to the claws of a dark beast. How could the cursed beast possibly imagine that the departing nether shield was this advanced? Numerous holes emerged from the wounds on its body, and a dark grey liquid began to flow out of those holes. Goo 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 tilde tilde tilde. The cursed beast was flustered. It didn't wait for the other reverse stings to enter its body before it suddenly began to jump backwards and pull the blades out of its body. Its responses are fairly quick. It actually didn't get hooked by the counterattack. Mo Fan watched the cursed beast jump away as he felt some regret. If the cursed beast was hit by all of the reverse stings, then it hooked onto the bones. He would have casted a Thunderbolt. Even if it didn't die by then, it'd at least be half dead. As expected of a warrior-class creature, it definitely wasn't easy to deal with. The reverse sting didn't give the cursed beast a life-threatening wound. Mo Fan also took this chance to draw back further. Mo Fan retracted the departing nether shield. He knew that he didn't have many methods for protecting himself, so he definitely couldn't let the cursed beast approach him again. If you want to charge over again, then ask my fist first. As Mo Fan saw the cursed beast charging over again, rose-hued flames ignited around his body. Rose flames, fiery fist, groundbreak. Mo Fan put all of his mana into this one fist as he punched down fiercely. The flames poured into the ground. Suddenly, a gaudy red fiery pillar burst out of the ground like an erupting volcano. The fire pillar's area was extremely large as it blew up, the surging magma flames dancing. The cursed beast was extremely cunning, its launched attack was just a feint. When the ground began to erupt, the treacherous creature suddenly jumped to the side. It actually dodged the fatal groundbreak flames. By just touching a little bit of the flames naturally wouldn't hurt the warrior-level cursed creature. The cursed beast displayed a mocking smile. When it landed gracefully on the ground, its speed suddenly erupted as it flashed toward Mo Fan. Its claws were still frantically working while it was racing over. The flying claws that came along with the erupting speed of its body turned into a whirlwind of claws that shot over with extreme speed. Mo Fan was despondent when he saw this. God damn, this cursed beast's abilities are much stronger than that of a dark beast. Fortunately, Mo Fan had considered this scenario and didn't let the flames in his right hand go off. However, the remaining mana he had was not enough to cast the Groundbreak again. Fortunately, Mo Fan threw his fist of flames toward the storm of claws to fight it. Whoosh tilde! The flames spouted forth from Mo Fan's fist. Its power was not as ferocious as a complete fiery fist, exploding heavens. Mo Fan didn't expect to blast the cursed beast away. He only hoped for the remaining flames to help him defend against the wind blade attacks from his opponent. Claw Edge Whirlwind had a layer of chaotic winds protecting it. All of the flames that struck it were either blown away or swept apart. The wind itself didn't appear to be weakened at all. Chapter 242. Battle of Wits against the Vatican, Part 1. The sparkling city of Shanghai's lights were not reflected in the black sky like normal days. The dense black clouds were low. The taller skyscrapers flickered with lights at some of the floors as they proudly reached above the clouds. The tops of the skyscrapers were no longer visible. The lights were on inside the numerous packed family homes, and along the crisscrossing streets. When the traffic paused in the city, the red tail lights of the cars appeared to be slowly circulating blood veins covering the very heart of Shanghai. A person with dark green hair was sitting on the edge of the roof of a large building that reached up to the sky. Beneath the hair was a face with very sharp cheekbones and a pale complexion. This person seemed like a monster roaming the city. His pupils were very deep, so deep you couldn't see even a trace of emotions in them. An ancient Tang suit draped over his skinny body. What was astonishing was that there were eagle-like wings on his back. The feathers' tips were like sharp blades, each of the edges could be clearly seen. The wings was currently in a retracted state, but you could still tell they were very sturdy and very well made. For this kind of person standing on the very edge of a skyscraper while looking exceptionally isolated, even if the city was bigger, they'd still be easily found. We found the person. Position? It's in the Jiang North area. We've set a coordination light. The pale man's gaze was looking to the south. Sure enough, above the splendid city, a distinct light that was gradually rising. HMPH, blue cloak, don't even think about escaping from the palm of my Nighthawk. The pale man jumped and the wings behind his back whooshed open. The pitch-black feathers appeared even more elegant beneath the illumination of the dome. As he frantically whizzed past the buildings, the pale man flapped the wings. He was flying steadily in the sky, not very high up nor very low as he soared just above the black clouds. As he leaned a bit to the side, he left a wind trail like a hurricane as he passed through the large buildings in Shanghai. All of the colossal towers that went through the clouds were now behind him as he swept past the skies of Huangpu River like a wild goose. The pale man was getting closer and closer to the area with the flickering lights. Mo Fan, an anxious voice was heard from the Bluetooth earphone. I'm still a little busy, miss. Listen to me first. The Blue Cloak Deacon is planning on escaping. The Nighthawk of the Magic Courts is ready. As long as we are able to delay him for 5 more minutes, then the Blue Deacon won't be able to escape us. From the information we received from the people monitoring him, he seems to be waiting for something. Ms. Tang Yue's voice entered Mo Fan's ears. He must be waiting for the underground holy spring to get in his hands. *T. On the other hand, Mo Fan rubbed off the blood that came out of his mouth as he couldn't help but curse. Lightning Strike's paralysis effect gave Mo Fan a little time to rest. It's just his current situation did not look very favorable. Oh, Ms. Tang Yu. I wasn't cursing at you. I have a cursed beast over here, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. What did you say before? Mo Fan was also as daring as a skilled person. He still had the time to talk while in the middle of a battle. I see. The Blue Deacon is waiting for the Grey Cloak Priest to finish his mission. That's why he was willing to take the risk to stay. Mo Fan, our capture operation still needs another 5 minutes. You must delay them, force them to take another 5 minutes of risk for you. Tang Yu said. Mo Fan didn't quite understand. Since they had already found the person, couldn't they just go straight to them? Why do they need 5 minutes to prepare? Is it because they wanted to make the web bigger so they could catch everything, or was it because the objective was in a lively area, and a battle could potentially involve innocent civilians? No matter what the reason was, Mo Fan knew that he had to buy some time. It appeared that Yuang did indeed exchange words with someone a moment ago. That person must be the Blue Cloak Deacon. Sir Priest, there's only a drip of underground holy spring within the Shadow Beast. Furthermore, it seems to have dried up. We've been played by this kid. Outside of the colossal iron cage, Fu Qianming and Jiao Wenqing ran over with their faces flustered. Yu Ang's face contorted with anger, but he suppressed the rage. From the tone of the Blue Deacon, the current state was very urgent. If there were no chances of accomplishing the mission, then they had to evacuate. However, Yu Ang was not willing to let Mo Fan escape this time. Whoosh! A sharp claw swept past him. Mo Fan continued to roll all the way to the very edge of the iron cage. It was clear that his wounds weren't light this time. As luck would have it, the pendant on the guy's chest seemed to have knocked onto something, as it was unable to conceal a special aura that began to pour around the place. This aura was like a slowly dispersed colossal halo. Within the range of the halo was a layer of water. It caused people's minds to resonate and feel extremely comfortable. Underground Holy Spring, it's the genuine underground Holy Spring. Yu Ang's eyes nearly popped out. The underground Holy Spring was indeed in the hands of this kid. Furthermore, he seemed to have kept it well. No wonder Mo Fan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds and reached the first or second place of the Pearl Institute in terms of cultivation. It was actually because he was using the heavenly spiritual treasure of Bo City all by himself. Kill him, hurry up and kill him and take his pendant. Yu Ang went crazy. Yu Ang recalled concealing himself in Bo City. One reason was because he was acting as a spy, and the other more important reason was because he was supposed to steal the underground Holy Spring. Master Salin had said it before. He wanted to take the underground Holy Spring because he wanted to start a ceremony. He wasn't interested in the cultivation effect it gave. If Yu Ang was able to steal the underground Holy Spring, then he could have the underground Holy Spring for himself after the ceremony finished. Yu Ang had dreams of a meteoric rise many times. In the end, all he obtained was half of his face rotting. After seeing the genuine underground Holy Spring, Yu Ang's eyes had turned thoroughly red. Master Deacon, it is the genuine underground Holy Spring. It's within the kid's pendant. If Master Salin knew of this, he would definitely be extremely happy. T, hurry up and steal it then, hurry. From the other end, the Blue Deacon sensed something was wrong as he began to roar at Yu Ang. Yu Ang naturally didn't know just how serious the situation right now was. In his eyes right now, there was only the underground Holy Spring. The Blue Deacon also had to wait. Disciples and priests naturally did not know the location of Salin, much less have any form of contact with Salin. The only ones who were able to contact Salin were the Blue Deacons, and those who had existed for a long time within the Black Vatican. Within the Black Vatican, this was the form of contact between members. Presently, Yu Ang and the other few could be considered to be half exposed. Since they didn't want to comply with what the Blue Deacon had said, they would quickly get caught by the Magic Court and imprisoned within Shanghai. Even if they obtained the underground Holy Spring, they could forget about leaving. The Blue Deacon had to wait for them. All of the deacons within the Black Vatican were being watched very closely. They could only rely on Grey Cloak priests and their disciples to complete missions. As soon as they obtained the goods, the Blue Deacons had the ability to immediately disappear into thin air, so the important goods wouldn't be seized by the magic courts. Chapter 243. Battle of Wits against the Vatican, Part 2. Mo Fan stood up and looked at the long cut that reached from his right shoulder to his left. Every time he breathed he felt a scorching pain. It was a form of torment. T, in order to make Yu Ang and the Blue Deacon stay, he really was being a bit fearless. However, that was all right. Him tricking the enemy by injuring himself had been effective. After Yuang saw the little loach pendant emitting a dense underground holy spring aura, he appeared to have lost a bit of reasoning. Is this underground holy spring really that important to him? There were many heavenly treasures in this world. The ones with effects comparable to the underground holy spring were not few in number. The Black Vatican have no reason to spend this much effort to just obtain it, unless the underground holy spring had another different special usage. Mo Fan recalled what Xinxia had told him about the fact the Bo City was a guardian city. They guarded the underground holy spring, thus, there must be an ancient secret that had been hidden for nearly 2,000 years. Goo 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 tilde 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 tilde. The low roar issued by the cursed beast reminded Mo Fan not to ponder over it for too long. You evil creature. I was just picking up a phone call and got a little distracted. Do you really think you can hurt me? Mo Fan nearly flew into rage. Mo Fan didn't use his shadow spells, so as not to show all of his abilities to Yuang. Now Mo Fan believed that Yuang wouldn't be able to escape at all, and so he had no reason to hide anything. The cursed beast was able to understand human speech. It gave out a low roar that carried a hint of ridicule. Tiny human, you still dare to boast shamelessly at this point? Whoosh! The cursed beast disappeared from where he was standing. Its figure was continuously fluctuating between places. Mo Fan's lightning strike and fire burst were easily avoided by this thing. Another claw swept past, this time from above, striking down. It wanted to slice Mo Fan into two halves from the top of his head. Yuang stood at the top of the staircase. From within the dense fog, he saw Mo Fan's silhouette slowly falling into two. The smile on his face turned even more splendid. Originally, he wanted to leisurely torment Mo Fan to death. However, the Blue Deacon wanted to hastily leave, so Yuang didn't dare waste time. He wanted to take the underground holy spring and leave immediately. However, before Yuang was able to enjoy his excitement, he suddenly realized Mo Fan's silhouette was in a different place. Due to the fog, Yuang was unable to see just how this guy was able to dodge the life-threatening claw. However, this flustered Yuang even more. Sir Priest, the great Nyx Regime formation seems to be disappearing, Fu Tianming hastily informed Yuang. Yuang looked up and realized the originally pitch-black sky was slowly dispersing. He could already see the dense black cloud and the traces of lights from the buildings in the night sky. He looked around and saw the black mist had already disappeared, and the colossal iron cage had completely revealed its astonishing appearance. The dark maze around the pond had already disappeared. From where Yuang was standing, he could see the fountain and the plaza. Yuang's heart began to give him bad feelings. When the great Nyx Regime formation disappeared, they'd have great difficulty hiding their identities. Yuang wasn't scared of these students, he was scared of the teachers. Their strength was much greater than the students. The two of you can go and charge in. No matter what happens, we need to obtain the thing before the great Nyx Regime formation disappears. Yuang ordered Fu Tianming and Jiao Wenqing. Sir, if we go in, wouldn't that just directly expose us? Before Jiao Wenqing finished, Yuang gave the two of them a glare. The two didn't dare to oppose him. They took the opportunity when Mo Fan was still dealing with the cursed beast to walk into the iron cage through the iron door in the corner. They were already familiar with the beast-taming iron cage. Whether it was the small door or the barrier on top, they knew how to use all of them. Walking in was extremely easy. If you're smart, you should give us the underground holy spring and we'll let you live. Fu Tianming pointed at the still-living cockroach Mo Fan angrily. Mo Fan found the time to look at the two people who had walked into the iron cage on their own as his expression turned extremely cold. They sold their lives to the Black Vatican instead of being good students of the Pearl Institute. They would rather be slaves than people. Mo Fan concealed some of his strength because he wanted to lure Yuang out. There was a barrier within the colossal iron cage, and Mo Fan was unable to use evading shadow to get out. If he wanted to kill Yuang, he would have to lure Yuang inside. Who would know that Yuang was actually so sinister and cunning? The situation had escalated to this point, yet he didn't want to personally deal with it. Mo Fan was no longer able to hide, so he'd eliminate them first and then think about what to do later. The evading shadow technique. When he had pulled a certain distance away from the cursed beast, Mo Fan was finally standing in the middle of the entire iron cage. From his body, a dense shadow aura began to leap out. Although the great Nyx Regime formation had disappeared, Mo Fan was still able to sense the dense shadow element in his surroundings. A strange and mysterious star atlas slowly emerged beneath Mo Fan's feet. The blood on his chest dripped down from his clothes. The red blood dripped onto the darkly glinting star atlas. It caused the entire atlas to link up in a more outlandish way. Giant shadow spike! The cut on Mo Fan's chest was extremely astonishing. From his blood-covered chest, a giant shadow spike suddenly emerged. The giant shadow spike that Mo Fan used right now was different from before. It looked like a very slender shadow sword. A black aura wrapped around it before it shot off. Beneath the Nyx regime, all other elements would receive a decrease in power. At the same time, the shadow element's power would receive a substantial increase in power. Even the shadow beast's power would increase, not to mention the magic of a shadow magician. Go! The giant shadow spike followed the wave of Mo Fan's sleeves as it instantly pierced through the void and disappeared without a trace. Jiao Wenqing and Fu Qianming were both completely flabbergasted by this. Shadow magician? How could Mo Fan be a shadow magician? At the same time, Yu Ang, who was standing outside, was so furious that his entire being began to tremble. Shadow element. This scoundrel Mo Fan actually possesses the shadow element. No wonder his powers wasn't influenced by the great Nyx regime formation. Fire element. Lightning element. Summoning element. Shadow element. This guy doesn't have an innate dual element, he is able to obtain the power of two elements whenever he awakens. Yuang wasn't resenting Mo Fan because of his face. He was jealous that Mo Fan possessed the talent of an innate dual element. Who would have known that this guy possessed an ability that was even more domineering than an innate dual element? Dual elements at primary level. For elements at intermediate level. Once he reached the advanced level, wouldn't he possess 6 elements? He definitely needed to get rid of this Mo Fan, definitely. Kill him. Now. Yu Ang's voice had turned into a shout, the flames within his chest began to burn even brighter. Fu Qianming and Jiao Wenqing regained their senses. The innate dual element was already extremely astonishing to the two of them. This person with 4 elements, they felt as if their whole world was smashed into pieces. Chapter 244. You want to hurt me with your tiny common grade fire? Goo. The cursed beast could feel its owner's frantic rage as it used all of its power to charge toward Mo Fan. The cursed beast's speed was relatively fast. In less than a second, it was already 50 meters away from Mo Fan, and the remaining 50 meters was just a wink away. Mo Fan looked at the cursed beast and this time, he didn't even try to dodge it. The corner of his mouth curved as he thought, let's see how savage you're gonna be. His fingers moved slightly, and an invisible thread wrapped around his finger. It looked as though he was trying to pull something. Mo Fan's finger was precisely controlling the giant shadow spike. The giant shadow spike that entered the void did not represent it being lost, it was waiting for Mo Fan's command, while he waited for the moment the cursed beast's shadow appeared. The giant shadow spike appeared noiselessly. Due to it being strengthened by the Nyx regime, it didn't emerge as a sharp sword, it was turned into 6 swords. The first sword spike drove into the leg of the cursed beast. The cursed beast was in the middle of charging. When its left leg got struck, it came to an abrupt stop. The other parts of its body looked as though they had all separated. Yet another shadow sword spike appeared, and pierced into the brain of the cursed beast without any warning. More shadow spikes appeared, piercing into the cursed beast's abdomen, right leg, and its 2 wrists. Normally when Mo Fan used the giant shadow spike, he would at most just force them to stay put, and the other parts of the person's body would still be able to move around. This time, the giant shadow spike was strengthened and split into 6 swords due to the Nyx regime. Each of the spikes fiercely struck out and even hit the different parts of the target's body. This locked the cursed beast in place and turned it into an experiment specimen. Goo goo! A second hadn't even gone past and the cursed beast suddenly let out an incredibly painful shriek. When the dark energy had slowly wrapped itself around the cursed beast's body, a shadow aura penetrated deep into its body. This kind of nail didn't just pin their flesh body, it pinned their souls. The shadow force was an extremely bizarre thing. Originally, Mo Fan's giant spike was only capable of pinning their body and restricting their consciousness. Beneath the great Nyx Regime formation, his giant shadow spike gained the ability to pierce through the soul. Cursed beasts had their own souls cursed. These 6 spikes had penetrated their soul, causing it extreme pain. A cursed beast receiving extreme pain in their soul would basically lose all their combat prowess. The biggest annoyance had been dealt with. Mo Fan's gaze was then fixed onto the traitors, Jiao Wenqing and Fu Tianming. "Don't be furious, have a taste of my wind magic!" Fu Tianming yelled out. The magic Fu Tianming cast was precisely Wind Disc, Tornado. The whizzing tornado began to blast out within the colossal iron cage. He had no intention of giving Mo Fan an opportunity to run around. The wind was like daggers, painful before it even got there. However, wind was the least effective element against the shadow element. Mo Fan directly sank into the shadows and moved around. Who cared how strong that wind disc is, it could forget about even touching him. Jiao Wenqing, on the other hand, ignited into flames. There was an incredible fire energy condensed around his wrist. The spell Jiao Wenqing was casting was precisely Fiery Fist. The colossal Fiery Fist shot toward the shadow where Mo Fan was hiding. The wind element might not be able to wound Mo Fan, but once the fire element hit, then it would definitely turn Mo Fan into ashes. Boom! Fiery Fist, exploding heaven was extremely tyrannical. It was like a little meteorite on fire as it charged over violently and a large dark hole blew away. The scarlet flames was burning brightly. Jiao Wenqing believed that he wouldn't be using the evading shadow again. Furthermore, the flames were so bright, it gave Mo Fan no way to possibly use it. The fiery flames were very powerful. As the sound of this was extremely loud, it naturally alerted the students who were roaming around. As luck would have it, Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu were standing at the stairs outside of the building. They first felt the force of a whistling wind and knew that there was a battle inside, and so they began to run in. Who would have thought that after entering the place, they would find Jiao Wenqing's fiery flames being shot toward Mo Fan, who was hiding within a shadow. "Jiao Wenqing, what are you doing?" Ari Tutu's sharp voice was heard. Jiao Wenqing was being lenient at all. If it was a normal person without a defensive spell or a defensive magic equipment, they would definitely die on spot. Mu Nujiao was a bit more rational. Her gaze scanned the surrounding and were able to clearly see what was happening in this entire area through the dense fog. When she took note of an extremely ugly creature stuck there like a pinned butterfly, she immediately realized something was wrong. She immediately dragged back Ari Tutu who was about to charge in. "Sister Mu, don't drag me. I need to check if the great demon have died or not," Ari Tutu said, feeling hurt. "Don't be hasty." Mu Nujia's voice was very solemn. Yuang naturally discovered these 2 girls. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He had to take away the underground holy spring and leave this area before the other students arrived. "Stay away from here, they are from the Black Vatican." Just when Mu Nujiao and Ari Tutu had yet to comprehend what was happening, a ball of fierce flames began to ignite. A man with his body completely covered in flames slowly walked out. The scarlet flames was burning brightly, even the steel poles had been turned red. However, the flames on the silhouette within the scarlet flames were rose-colored. He walked out of the flames as he appeared, as if his entire body was burning up. The fact was, the rose flames were flames cast by him. The rose flames seemed to be protecting him. "Great demon, you haven't died!" Ari Tutu shouted out. Mu Nujiao was also looking at Mo Fan. Her beautifully pale face was also astonished. At this moment, Mo Fan's entire body was covered in flames. The rose fiery flames could clearly be distinguished from the orange flames. He looked like a phoenix that had reincarnated from within the flames. The problem is, how could he possess flames? You want to hurt me using those little common grade flames? Mo Fan said coldly. The second he released the aura of the rose flames, his temperament had also changed. Common flames were common flames. How could they possibly win against the far more precious spirit-grade flames? When Mo Fan used the rose flames, all of the orange flames appeared like soldiers who had seen their monarch as they began to bow towards it. The rose flame's aura was even more tremendous. It was able to instantly swallow up all of the orange flames from Zhaoting. The burning flames all turned into Mo Fan's rose flames. It was as captivating as the ocean. Mo Fan was standing within the fierce flames, and his black eyes were burning with an unprecedented sharpness. Let me give you a taste of what are really called flames. Mo Fan's voice was solemn and forceful as it carried his scorn. Chapter 245. Capturing. Rose flames. Mo Fan yelled out. When the flames with the purer lineage faced off with the lower grade flames, they displayed their innate prestige. The current rose flames had an aura that was even stronger than usual. As the energy condensed, the flames became stronger. Mo Fan moved the engulfing rose flames onto his arms where the fierce flames burned impatiently. Fiery fist, Mo Fan raised his fist as he half knelt. He used his fist, brimming with the energy of fiery fist, to smash into the ground. The surging dust began to shake. Groundbreak! Mo Fan's voice was vigorous and domineering. The fist that shot out was sustained by the power of the rose flames as it entered the ground. Bang! Suddenly, the place where Zhaoting and Fu Qianming was standing on exploded with a surge energy. It was like a colossal fierce beast was about to burst out from there. The ground of the cage roared, and a red flame erupted from the ground. It was just like the eruption of a small volcano. The erupting flames turned into a flower filled with a magnificent destructive powers. The pillar of flames appeared to be the stalk, the tongue of the flames became petals, and the magma was filed within its pistil. The sight was astonishing, carrying an extreme destructive force. Ari Tutu and Mu Nujiao were a bit astonished as they saw this. Their faces had flushed red. Within the flames, Zhaoting and Fu Qianming were both trying to call out their defensive magic equipment. However, their little pieces of magic equipment were of no use within the tyrannical high temperatures coming from the spirit-grade flames. Their defensive magic equipment only lasted a couple of seconds before they were turned into ashes. Their bodies had been hurled into the air as they suffered the extremely high heat that came from the flowering groundbreak. The captivating red flames burned for a long time. Mo Fan was not being lenient toward Zhaoting and Fu Qianming. He didn't even bother to look at them as the two fell down from the air, their bodies turned completely into charcoal. Killing people would usually turn someone's eyes red. However, after Mo Fan had eliminated Yu Ang's two pawns, his gaze at Yu Ang was filled with flames. Yu Ang was behind his mask, making it hard to see his face. However, from the eye that he revealed, it showed that he was currently in shock and disbelief. It had barely been more than 2 years since the calamity of the Bow City. In these 2 years, a person who had nearly failed the admittance to a magic high school had actually grasped upon an incredibly powerful destructive force. This was impossible, even if they had the underground holy spring. Even a warrior-level cursed beast was unable to kill him, and the two intermediate magicians were completely crushed. No wonder Huio, Hui-san, Hui-sai, Hui-wu, and the army of dark beasts they brought along was completely destroyed. This guy didn't only possess the strength of 4 elements, each of the elements' might was extremely abnormal. Yu Ang, will definitely turn you into a slave that will become so miserable that you'd rather die in this life. The scars on Yu Ang's face started to ache and burn once more. However, he knew that he was unable to touch Mo Fan this time. Yu Ang didn't dare to remain. Whether Fu Qianming and Zhaoting were alive or not was not something he cared about. He didn't even care about the cursed beast as he began to hurry toward the outside of the beast-taming iron cage. Mo Fan was trapped within the iron cage and unable to walk out. After he saw Yuang fleeing, he also vowed to himself, no matter where you'll run, I, Mo Fan, will definitely take your life. Yuang escaped from the Pearl Institute using every sneaky trick he could. It was with great difficulty he finally found a place where he could breathe and take off his mask. It revealed the other half of his face, which was completely scarred and mangled. The disfigured part of his face was bleeding, his anger had torn the fused and melted flesh. Naturally, his face had begun to split once more, he looked extremely bizarre and scary. Sir Deacon, we've failed our mission. Yuang took a deep breath before he reported events with a communication device. Sir Deacon? Deacon! Yuang suddenly realized something before his face had gone pale. Sir Deacon had been caught. Crap! Crap! With the Deacon caught, how could he, a tiny priest, possibly escape from the heavenly network of the magic court? Furthermore, once a Deacon was caught, all the priests under him would be unable to escape. All of the members of the Black Vatican within Shanghai could be considered as trapped within a pot. Yuang lost his spirit. He felt as though this lively city had millions of eyes upon him. He ran with his life at stake. No matter what, he could not end up in the hands of the magic court. It was that Mo Fan, that godforsaken Mo Fan. During the calamity of Bo City, he should have personally dealt with the bastard. How could he have ended up where he was now, otherwise? Even if he was able to escape from the claws of the magic court, when he returned to the Vatican, who knew if the other half of his face would remain? He had failed to obtain anything. The Blue Deacon and all of the members of the Vatican he was in charge of were being cleaned out completely. Master Salin would definitely go crazy with anger. Not good. Even if he was able to escape, he could not return to the Black Vatican. Yuang made his decision. He definitely couldn't let Salin know that he was alive, or else he would suffer even worse than what would happen if he landed in the hands of the magic court. When he was ordered to deal with Mo Fan, Yuang was extremely happy. Never did he imagine that he would actually end up in this kind of situation where he was being pursued by the magic court while being unable to return to the Vatican. What happened here? Heavens, what is this strange creature? That's disgusting. Corpses, there are burned corpses. Someone has been killed. It's the Great Demon. The person within that iron cage is the Great Demon, Mo Fan. Following the disappearance of the Great Nyx Regime formation, and the tracks of the Shadow Beast, the students began to gather at the beast-taming iron cage. They were surprised to find that the beast-taming iron cage had gone through an extremely fierce battle. There were traces of magic everywhere as well as astonishing scratch marks. The origins of the scratch marks were most likely from the monster that was stuck there like a butterfly on display. As for those burned corpses, no one knew who they were. There were wounds on Mo Fan, especially the long cut across his chest. They could almost see his internal organs. Ari Tutu and Mu Nujiao's healing medicine were given to the Mo Fan inside the cage. However, Mo Fan's wounds were clearly cursed, and thus could not heal. Blood was still flowing out. Mo Fan, are you all right? Miss Tang Yue's deeply concerned voice came on his Bluetooth. I won't die. Did you catch your person? We've caught him. We will finally be able to pull out the roots of all the power behind the Black Vatican in Shanghai. Tonight, there'll be a great purge. Tang Yu said a bit excitedly. However, Tang Yu heard Mo Fan's breathing was very heavy. Her voice immediately turned soft as she said, "This was all thanks to you this time." It was Zhaoting, Mo Fan said bitterly. Yes, no matter what, we were able to wipe out the Black Vatican's force this time. You guys have provided a great contribution. I will notify the captain of the magic court, Tang Yu said. I let Yuang escape. I'm worried that he will attack again, Mo Fan said. Don't worry, it's impossible. The person in charge of the Vatican's mission this time was him. With his mission failed, he won't dare to return to the Vatican. We will announce a wanted list for him, and as long as it is a city with a hunter union and a magic association, he won't dare to tread into them. Not just cities, but even safe areas. Even if he escapes, all he can do is become like a magical beast. And magical beasts are definitely not friendly with us, Ms. Tang Yu said. Mo Fan nodded, feeling a bit more relieved. Yuang had to be eliminated. Mo Fan was worried that he would hurt more of the people close to him. Even if he was a wanted man, it wasn't guaranteed that he would be unable to hurt people. No matter what, if there was a chance, Mo Fan would definitely have this person eliminated. Mo Fan would only be able to sleep properly once all the risks were gone. Chapter 246. Inviting the Healing Element. Tofu. Aelrianth. HMPH, even you have a day like this. If you didn't die, then you can still be considered somewhat lucky. Shen Mingxiao and Luo Song stood outside of the iron cage as they looked at Mo Fan, who was bleeding profusely. Bai Zhangfeng and Song Xia had also arrived outside. They looked at Mo Fan, who was obviously injured. Bai Zhangfeng took joy at this sight. Luo Song, however, kept looking at the cursed beast that was pinned there. The cursed beast was tormented until exhaustion by the reinforced giant shadow spike. It didn't even have the strength to move its fingers. With such an ugly and scary creature appearing within the campus, the students were naturally talking about it. How did you receive such a severe injury, again? A girl who appeared to be quite delicate hastily strode over as she saw Mo Fan laying at the edge of the iron cage. Mo Fan turned around and saw a relatively familiar face, but he couldn't recall her name. All he could do was grin. Let me heal you, don't move. The delicate girl crouched down on the other side of the iron cage as she began to control her stars. HMPH, why are you helping him? Can't you see that most of the people here are too lazy to even bother with him? With you helping him like this, won't you just cause all of the people in school to hate you? The boy next to the girl asked. The girl called Tingting didn't care about everyone's gazes as she continued to control her stars. I have a cursed corrosion effect on my body, you can't heal me, your heal. Mo Fan began to say to her. I'm also not the same primary magician as in the past, Tingting smiled, as a white star path emerged beneath her feet. There was more than just a single star path. They were both intertwining, as soft as a silk ribbon as they curled around the girl called Tingting. It made her appear holy and pure. The healing ray slowly floated over. Its effect was completely different from the primary magic. The intermediate magic healing was more like a spiritual butterfly. Wherever there was a wound, it would be attracted to it like a flower. As it followed the smell of blood and the aura of corrosion, the healing butterfly began to flutter around. It quickly began to eliminate the corrosion and swelling on Mo Fan's rotting wounds. A normal stanching medicine was of no use. However, when the butterfly lightly breezed past, the blood immediately turned into scabs. There was an extremely eye-catching cut across Mo Fan's chest. Outside of where the flesh had turned slightly black, you could clearly see white bone. The healing spirit butterfly lingered around for a long time before it was able to remove the curse, and sewed Mo Fan's wound back together. This whole process only caused Mo Fan to feel slightly itchy. There was no pain whatsoever. His pale complexion began to recover some color. Mo Fan, who was laying in a pool of his own blood, wanted to get up, but he was scolded by Tingting saying, "Lay down. You lost too much blood, the healing spirit butterfly will help you recover some of it." Mo Fan obediently laid back down. As expected, the spirit butterfly sprinkled some sparkling powder that entered his skin, and he could clearly feel his blood surging. His dizziness slowly began to dissipate. Ari Tutu was standing by the side and couldn't help but mumble, "This godforsaken great demon, why does he have an intermediate healing magician helping him heal?" The students who were in the vicinity was also shocked as they saw this. Why? The healing element was similar to summoning, both were few in number. Thus, all of the female healing magicians on the campus were regarded like Guanyin. Note: Guanyin equals goddess of healing. Magicians who possessed great destructive magic power frequently suffered wounds every now and then. Many of them wouldn't be able to talk due to how painful their wounds were. If they knew a healing magician, then all their problems with magic would be resolved. The healing element had always been protected, nurtured by many elements. Those who paid attention to them would form a huge line. Under this incredible competition, the students who had gained the favor of the healers were very small in number. During the rookie competition, Mo Fan had probably offended the healing elements as well. So how come there was an intermediate healing magician who would come out and heal his wounds, and take such care of him? This made those who were watching from the side extremely envious. It was the first time for a lot of people to experience a genuine healing magic. It looked like that extremely heavy wound was healed within just minutes. In the magic campus, the most important relationship you had was the one you had with the healing goddesses. All right, you're fine now. Tingting displayed a smile, as if she didn't mind anything else. This made Mo Fan think of Xinsha. Could it be all girls who awakened the healing element had hearts this kind? Thank you, Mo Fan said in appreciation. The person who should be saying thank you is me. My name is Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting showed a pure smile. Oh, my name is Dash. I know who you are. That day when you saved me from the phantom beasts, I already recognized you and your great fame. Bai Tingting smiled once more. You mean his notoriety, ha ha ha. While the two were talking, a man walked over, panting with rage. This person was precisely Bai Zhangfeng. When he saw his own cousin healing the scoundrel Mo Fan, he began to get extremely angry. Tingting, why are you healing him? I know you like to help people, but you need to also consider just how notorious this person's name is on our campus. If you help him, then isn't that equal to ruining the name of the Bai family? Bai Zhangfeng immediately brought up their family. How could Bai Zhangfeng not get angry? Whenever he was wounded, his younger cousin Tingting had never helped him heal at all. Now, she had spent so much mana just to help the great demon, and she did it in front of so many people, as well. Why do you care so much about my things? Bai Tingting raised her head and glanced at Bai Zhangfeng, her tone immediately turning cold. Bai Zhangfeng was at a loss for words. His eyes carried rage as he glared at Mo Fan. Who knows anything about this beast-taming iron cage? Could someone quickly let me out? Mo Fan yelled out. Let me help you ask, Bai Tingting immediately offered. As expected, once the healing sister opened her mouth, everything seemed to become much easier. Accordingly, a senior student who had once guarded this place began to explain how to open up the beast-taming iron cage. At last, Mo Fan finally left the cage. Don't walk away. That creature, as well as those corpses, you will need to give an explanation. Shen Mingxiao immediately reached out and grabbed Mo Fan. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, then those two people must be Fu Chuanming and Jiao Wenqing. Did you kill them? Mo Fan glanced at the two corpses, and did not back off at all. I did indeed kill them. Chapter 247. Rest assured. Tofu. Aelrianth. Good, as long as you admit it. You killed two intermediate magicians, and they were both students of Pearl Institute. You even summoned such an ugly murdering creature. Mo Fan, you won't be able to escape today. I see that you are most likely a member of the Black Vatican. Luo Song smiled coldly as he pointed at Mo Fan. The Black Vatican. So, Mo Fan is a member of the Black Vatican, no wonder. I saw a creature that was extremely similar to a dark beast within the dark maze, so I wasn't hallucinating at that time. Everyone's gazes landed on Mo Fan, as a Black Vatican hat settled on Mo Fan's head in their hearts. There were bodies, and there was also a cursed creature. This was undeniable proof. Whoosh! Just when everyone was getting over intense, a slipstream curled from the skies above them. It blew fiercely onto the flags that were located on top of the building. Some people raised their heads and suddenly saw wings like an eagle appear. After looking carefully, they realized it was actually a pale-faced man whose back bore a gorgeous pair of eagle wings. He dove down from the skies as his sturdy figure shocked them all. It's Nighthawk, from the Magic Court. Someone immediately recognized this extremely famous expert from the Magic Court. There were many experts within the Magic Court. Among them was a person with eagle wings who everyone knew of, and that person was precisely Nighthawk. He hovered around the skies of the city with eyes like an eagle. The targets he locked onto had never been able to escape. Cursed beast. Nighthawk of Magic Court's gaze fell onto the body of the cursed beast. However, he quickly realized that this cursed beast had been tormented until exhaustion under the incorporeal shadow energy restricting it. Nighthawk of the Magic Court scanned through the masses as he asked, "Which one of you is Mo Fan?" "Sir Nighthawk, you came just in time. That person is Mo Fan. He is a person from the Black Vatican. He has killed 2 students." Luo Song immediately jumped out as he blamed all of this on Mo Fan. Shen Mingxiao and Bai Zhangfeng had also encountered the dark beasts. Thus, they also decided to target Mo Fan. "Shut up!" Nighthawk of Magic Court snorted disdainfully at those people who were pointing. At same time, he walked over in front of Mo Fan with eyes that were indeed similar to a hawk. He sized Mo Fan up before saying, "Mo Fan, you single-handedly destroyed the network of disciples and priests of the Black Vatican. Although you are young, your courage is incomparable. That's really good." After saying this, the Nighthawk's pale face displayed a smile that could not be hidden. His gloved hands clasped Mo Fan's shoulders heavily. The words of the esteemed Nighthawk of the Magic Court thoroughly shocked everyone around them. Single-handedly destroyed the network of disciples and priests of the Black Vatican. There really were people from the Black Vatican sneaking into the school. And they were all gotten rid of by Mo Fan. Unfortunately, one of the priests escaped. Mo Fan said quietly, "It's fine. If it wasn't for you and the Shu Zhaoting who has passed away, how would we have been able to completely pull out the network of the Black Vatican in Shanghai? I represent the Magic Court as we thank you for stepping out so bravely." Nighthawk's eyes were filled with praise. There were so many experts and incredibly capable people within the Magic Court, yet none of them had been able to do anything about the Black Vatican. Even now, they hadn't been able to punish the person behind the scenes responsible for the calamity of Bo City. Who would have thought that their operation this time was able to completely pull out the network administered by the Blue Deacon? They didn't know how many members of the Black Vatican were actually concealed within Shanghai. However, with them being able to uncover such a large amount of people, it would actually eliminate the danger to many people who had been targeted by the Black Vatican. "I only wanted to take revenge for Shu Zhaoting," Mo Fan murmured, clearly unimpressed. "No matter what, you have helped the Magic Court get rid of a great disease. Your strength is quite outstanding, and your bravery exceeds many others. How about this, after you graduate from Pearl Institute, you can come to our Magic Court. We'll let you become an intern for the Magic Court, and when the time comes, we'll turn you into a genuine member." Nighthawk wanted to recruit him. The Black Vatican were stirring up trouble everywhere nowadays. Every area had concealed danger. The judges from the Magic Court were all risking their lives, so the chief of Magic Courts wanted to recruit some new reserves. Nighthawk thought that in this day and age, where people were completely terrified when they heard the name Black Vatican, finding someone like Mo Fan who had the guts to face off against the Black Vatican face-to-face was extremely rare. In addition, his strength was incredibly outstanding. This kind of person was someone the Magic Court definitely wanted to recruit. The second everyone heard Nighthawk wanted Mo Fan to join the Magic Court, the reaction on all the students' faces could be described with 3 words. What the F*******? What kind of place was the Magic Court? It was a holy place of dreams for all magicians who had cultivated so bitterly. Not only did the Magic Court possess paramount authority that no one could question, the resources that the Magic Court provided for all of their judges would cause any magician who wanted to become the best to go crazy. Ever since their childhood, the idea that their schools had been hammering into the students' minds was, a magician's duty is to protect humanity. And what was the highest-ranking organization for protecting humanity? That would be the Magic Court. Thus, when the Nighthawk expressed his wish to have Mo Fan join the Magic Court after he graduated, waves of jealousy, admiration, and hatred swatted down onto Mo Fan. "We'll be taking back this cursed beast. As for these 2 people's true identities, we will also properly investigate," the pale Nighthawk told him. "All right," Mo Fan nodded. After going through this great battle, Mo Fan was naturally extremely exhausted. Although his wounds had been healed, his mental state was completely worn out. Fortunately, he possessed for elements, which was for reserves that could store mana. Otherwise, he would have run out of mana ages ago after such a long battle. Not long after, the people from the university arrived. They saw Nighthawk and were shocked. People from the Black Vatican sneaking into a school was an extremely scary matter. Who knew what those heartless people would do to these extremely naive students? When they found out that Zhaoting and Zhong Lulu had been killed by people from the Black Vatican, Dean Xiao's last few words for the speech of the examination this time turned very gloomy. He knew that the Black Vatican came to deal with Mo Fan. However, he did not know that they had already snuck into the school. Dean Xiao believed that he had failed his duty when he was unable to protect his students. Originally, he wanted to do something for Xu Xiaoting's family, and then he found out that Xu Xiaoting no longer had one. Thus, all of the compensation would be given to Zhong Lulu's family. Mo Fan finally returned to his own accommodations. Being extremely exhausted, he laid down on the couch on the balcony. The night was extremely dark. Mo Fan, who had always been optimistic, recalled the scene when he had burned 2 people to ashes, and he started hyperventilating. Their vengeance was done. Although Yu Ang did not get punished, he could no longer return to the Black Vatican or to the human civilization, which was no different than being dead. The Black Vatican people overseen by the Blue Deacon would soon be completely eradicated, all because of the name that had been concealed in the abdomen of Xu Zhaoting. Mo Fan finally understood why so many people were scared of the Black Vatican. It was because, when you battled the Black Vatican, blood would be shed. Monkey, what are you doing? Let me tell you something, Mo Fan laid there as he told Monkey over the phone about the things that had happened during the past few days. Brother Fan, don't blame yourself too much. All of us who have gone through the calamity of Bo City have a firm determination to destroy the Black Vatican. If it was me, I would have done the same thing as Xu Zhaoting. The blood he shed was worth it. If he knew that you used the name he brought to you to destroy a member of Blue Deacon level within the Black Vatican, he would definitely bring it up with his family in the Yellow Springs. Zhong Xiaohu said sincerely. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. He was indeed not able to save them, but at the very least, he did not fail them. They could finally rest assured. Chapter 248. The Night of Sweeping. Tofu. Aelrianth. Black clouds covered the flourishing city below like a dense brocade. The city was big, like the physique of a colossal giant. The roads with flickering lights were dense and crisscrossed in every direction. The many red tail lights looked similar to blood being transported throughout the body of the city. It was still active at midnight, like the heart of a giant that was still beating. In some of the corners, and some of the dark areas that were hard to find, it seemed a parasite, a tumor, a larvae had latched itself onto this great city. In a single night, all of that was being eliminated. Perhaps they might hurt the flesh and bones during the extraction, but everyone was clear that these dangers were concealed. Perhaps the next time, there might even be large chunks of flesh, or even an organ affected by it. In order to protect the people that resided in this giant-like city, when they removed the bad blood, they definitely could not be lenient. Mo Fan was laying on the balcony the whole time. The floor was high up, and it allowed him to see the beautiful night scene of this giant city. He had called Ms. Tang Yu several times, but all of them went to her voicemail. Thinking about this night, all of the justices from the Magic Court were currently fighting. Mo Fan could not see this battle, and those students who were discussing the shadow beast within the school also could not see this. The normal people who had already fallen into deep sleep did not see this either. However, that does not mean it didn't happen. Ari Tutu suddenly jumped into Mo Fan's line of sight. Hello, why are you laying there like a dead person? Tell us just what happened, or else I. What came into Mo Fan's line of sight was not actually her pouty face, but her large chest. Furthermore, she was wearing a tank top. Just how could he resist that? Nothing, really. It's my own things, it's better if you don't know. Mo Fan realized that he was also a very thoughtless person. When he saw that big white rabbit jumping around, his mood also turned into his normal lazy one. Bullshit, why are the people from the Black Vatican targeting you? Was that cursed beast subdued by you? I heard that those cursed beasts are warrior level. How could you, a student, possibly fight against a warrior-level creature? Also, were that Jiao Wenqing and Fu Tianming really from the Black Vatican? Could you be an undercover agent that was put into the school to deal with the Black Vatican by the Magic Court? Oh, that must definitely be the case. Ari Tutu's large number of questions immediately swatted over and slapped his ears. You're really creative, you should go and write some novels. Mo Fan was speechless toward Ari Tutu. Also, the most important question. If you answer this question, then you won't need to answer the other questions, Ari Tutu said seriously. Ask away, Mo Fan said. Just what elemental magician are you? Ari Tutu asked. This question was precisely the same question that Mu Nujiao, who was sitting on the couch, wanted to ask. When Ari Tutu asked this, she also turned her head over as her beautiful eyes watched Mo Fan. The first time seeing him at the rookie competition, Mo Fan was clearly just a summoning magician. His spirit wolf was basically invincible. Afterwards, he displayed an intermediate lightning magic. This could also be considered normal, perhaps his major element might have been the lightning element, and then he began to cultivate the summoning element. After all, an intermediate magician was able to use two elements. However, when Mu Nujiao was watching Mo Fan in combat, Mo Fan had clearly shown power from other elements. This was a question that continuously perplexed her. Within the beast-taming iron cage, Mo Fan's performance was extremely astonishing. As he walked out of the flames, his whole body was enshrouded in a captivating flame. The strength that he displayed at that time was precisely intermediate fire magic. The incredible might of the fiery fist, Groundbreak, was something that was still fresh in Mu Nujiao's mind. He's also a fire magician. But how could that be possible? His cultivation had yet to reach the advanced level, yet he possessed 3 different magics. Didn't you guys see it already? What's the point of asking? Mo Fan also did not deny it. The truth was, the two of them were very considerate. If they were to ask some people that came from Bo City, they would most likely know about the innate dual element thing. Even if they knew about it, it wouldn't change much. Do you really have 3 elements? By now, Mu Nujiao was no longer able to sit quietly. She immediately stood up, and her curvy, delicate body immediately popped into Mo Fan's vision. Ari Tutu's little mouth formed into an egg shape as she looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Great demon, you really are a freak. Innate dual element is something from legends. Not only do you have that many elements, you are even able to cultivate them to a realm that most people cannot do. Mu Nujiao immediately grasped onto the most important aspect of this. The scene of him using the fire element convinced Mu Nujiao that Mo Fan's fire elemental strength far exceeded that of his summoning element. It was even a bit stronger than even his lightning element. Furthermore, this guy didn't possess common fire, it was spirit-grade fire. Great demon, if this is the case, that means your strongest element isn't summoning nor lightning, but is actually the fire element. Ari Tutu said. That sounds about right. Ari Tutu basically kneeled down. Mu Nujiao was actually a relatively strong woman herself. She initially thought her own strength was on par with Mo Fan. However, who would have imagined that he had actually cultivated 3 elements, with lightning being the secondary, the summoning element which had defeated over 100 people was his minor, while the fire element was his major. Suddenly, a feeling of defeat washed over Mu Nujiao. You freak! Ari Tutu began to pant with rage. Ari Tutu enjoyed playing games. She initially thought she was pretty awesome. However, it turned out that she couldn't even win against someone else's Smurf account. Her heart began to feel conflicted. During the night they were sweeping away the Black Vatican, another incredible thing happened in Hangzhou. The news only mentioned something based on no evidence. There was no concrete proof to what they were saying. After this thing had turned into a strange occurrence, it immediately was lost behind the other news that people were more interested in. Mo Fan was listening to Xinxia mentioning this over the phone. This vaguely made Mo Fan recall when Ms. Tang Yu mentioned she had some matters to attend in Hangzhou. However, just what exactly happened in the Shihu region that was filled with a beautiful, poetic grace was most likely something that only the Magic Court and some higher organization would know. Not too long after the invasion of Black Vatican happened, Mo Fan went to visit Xinxia's school. Xinxia and Lingling were very close. The two of them seemed to be sisters. Did anyone have plans against Xinxia? Mo Fan asked Lingling. Don't worry, she will definitely be fine. Hangzhou has a magic court office, so normally speaking, the Black Vatican wouldn't dare to come all the way here to seek death. However, when I was protecting your little girlfriend, I discovered something that you probably never realized, Lingling said. What is it? Mo Fan asked, feeling confused. Sister Xinxia seems to have someone protecting her already, Lingling declared. Chapter 249. Exchange Student. Tofu. Aelrianth. There's someone protecting her. Mo Fan felt as though cold water had been poured over him. It could also be my misconception, they might also be some admirer in the school. Either way, that person has no malicious intent toward her, and I've also confirmed that it isn't anyone from the Black Vatican. I actually discovered it unintentionally, Lingling reported. Just what is going on, you need to be more clear. Mo Fan was very anxious when it came to Xinxia. I'm unable to give you concrete information. Mo Fan asked her several times, and Lingling just said she herself did not know much either. She only had a feeling. Mo Fan also went to ask Xinxia. Xinxia said she hadn't felt anyone in her surroundings. Mo Fan only felt more insecure after hearing this. Protecting Xinxia was something he should be doing. Just which scoundrel is meddling in other people's business? You better run to some cool and chill place, or else your daddy, Mo Fan, will catch you. If you sugarcoat it, you could call it protecting. If you don't, then this is just stalking. It could be her mother. Her mother suddenly left, and she probably felt guilty and didn't dare to meet her. That's why she decided to watch over her in secret. Mo Fan, you don't need to worry blindly. After Mo Drushing heard this, the first thing he thought of was Xinxia's mother. When Mo Fan asked about Xinxia's mother's circumstances, Mo Drushing only sighed deeply and began to talk about the reason. In short, Mo Drushing told Mo Fan that he had planned on starting a family together with Xinxia's mother. However, not long after they had gotten together, Xinxia's mother suddenly left, leaving only Xinxia behind. Mo Drushing was a very generous and kind person. Even if he was cheated on by someone else, he didn't want Xinxia to be impoverished. Thus, he took on the position of Xinxia's irresponsible mother and raised her. After Mo Fan knew the truth, he also had nothing to say. His father had indeed gone through a lot. He finally found someone after great difficulty, but that person ended up being completely heartless. Her only objective seemed to be leaving her own daughter behind. After hearing Lingling's description, it could be assumed that the person protecting Xinxia would most likely be her own mother. She might have been worried, but was too afraid to show herself. Mo Fan didn't tell Xinxia about this so she wouldn't be hurt. Mo Fan stayed in Hangzhou for a period of time. Perhaps it was because he saw how lonely Xu Zhaoting and Zhong Lulu were, it made him treasure Xinxia, who he had saved from the calamity, even more. Lingling seemed to be very interested in what had happened in Shihu, and began to investigate it, as well. Unfortunately, even with her skills, she was unable to find out anything about this matter. Thus, she was dejected and did not want to continue bothering Mo Fan and Xinxia, so she returned to Shanghai first. Mo Fan, hurry up and come back. Dean Xiao has already sold us, he wants us to go to Imperial College as exchange students, Zhao Manyang said to Mo Fan through the phone. What, exchange students? Mo Fan said with a great confusion. Sigh. If you put it nicely, we're exchange students. If you put it in a bad way, it was a little fight between the schools. They do this every year, Zhao Manyang put it more clearly. Then why is it us and the Imperial College? Mo Fan said, feeling confused. It's just bullshit. If you look across this country, there are very few places that can contend against the Imperial College. In the draw this year, we just happened to draw against them. Each side will choose a batch of rather outstanding students to go to the other university for 3 months. This time, we'll be going to Imperial College. The Imperial College is filled with freaks and evildoers are everywhere. Even the staff behind the school is like Alexander the Great. In order not to lose face for our school, Dean Xiao is basically forcing you to go. Zhao Manyang told him. Mo Fan was speechless as he hastily returned to school. After finding Dean Xiao and Zhu Jinghua, Mo Fan immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, how could you not ask for my opinion before you put my name down? I never said I wanted to be some exchange student, and I also don't plan on going to Imperial College to have people look down on me. Mo Fan, don't be so modest. With your strength, you won't lose to the people in Imperial College. There are so few incredibly outstanding people entering the main campus. If you don't go, then who will?" Zhu Zhanghua said deadly earnestly. "Dean Xiao, you know I've always been a low-key kind of person. This school battle, things like this where you fight for the honor of your school is something other people are far more suited for than me." Mo Fan made it clear that he did not want to go. His lifestyle in Shanghai was great. During the daytime, he earned money from commissions. Subdue monsters and get rid of them while pampering the elements with their endless appetite to increase their quality. His lifestyle was beautiful, so why would he want to go to Imperial College? Relying on someone else while being looked down at? Any of the students in Imperial College could be considered heavenly geniuses. If Mo Fan was to live with those kind of F***ers, then he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't kill 1 or 2. Mo Fan, please don't decline this. Being sent to Imperial College as an exchange student is incredibly pressuring, I understand that. Thus, for the students who go this time, I will reward them with an additional treasure. I have a focus magic tool. This guarantees that a magician would be able to endure spirit attacks while being able to cast their spells. Dean Xiao could be considered a very experienced person. He was able to tell what kind of person Mo Fan was with one glance, so he didn't bullshit anymore and just gave him the benefits. It can endure spirit attacks. Mo Fan blinked. He quickly recalled that freak Chao He that he had fought against with Ms. Tang Yu. His curse spells came with spiritual attacks, rendering others unable to cast their own spells. Right now, Mo Fan was not scared of visible attacks. However, he was scared of those strange, spiritual-type traps. Being unable to use spells was a huge problem. If he had this kind of focus magic tool, then he would have one more layer of protection. We have a deal. Mo Fan firmly received the focus magic tool. The focus magic tool was a necklace. Although Mo Fan was already wearing a pendant inside his clothes, this focus magic tool shape was a bit better looking than the little loach pendant. Wearing it on the outside wasn't too bad. Actually, Mo Fan already thought about that guy Yuang knowing he had hidden the underground holy spring within his necklace. He had most likely revealed this to others, so, with him wearing this focus necklace, he'd be able to fool them. Since you've taken your gifts, you cannot lose the face for our Pearl Institute when you go the Imperial College. Zhu Zhenghua said with an ugly face. Other students would try to steal spots to be an exchange student. He had never seen someone like Mo Fan who would haggle with the teachers about this. A focus magic tool was not a cheap object. How could they just give it away so easily? Don't worry, I will definitely beat the people of Imperial College up. After Mo Fan received the benefits, he was going to be exerting himself to his fullest. Dean Xiao glared at Mo Fan and said, "Don't stir up trouble." Hey, I won't. I won't. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly. Dean Xiao coughed as he began speaking with a different tone, while at the same time, "Don't be too courteous. As long as it is justified, we will definitely help you." Mo Fan looked at Dean Xiao, who was being so serious, and couldn't help but laugh. Dean Xiao's words could be translated as, "If you're bullied by someone, don't worry. Let go of your fears and fight them to the end. The school will provide support for you." Chapter 250. Imperial College. Tofu. Aelrianth. Mo Fan could be considered a very normal person. Since he had come to the Imperial City, then he might as well take a look at the tourist attractions. As a man who refused to satisfy himself until he had reached the apex, Mo Fan was standing on a lofty mountain ridge. As he stood near the ridge that had been built up into a great wall, he viewed the majestic mountains. A couple of quiet exclamations left him as he looked around. He felt like he was at a completely different level. The Great Wall was constructed by Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. In the beginning, it was used to defend against magical beasts' invasions. However, following the expansion of the territory of China, this majestic defense line had gradually turned into a remnant of its former self. Now it is just used for tourism. The Great Wall has a long history. There were many stories regarding the ancient, mysterious magic that happened on these great walls. The old teacher, Qiu Yuhua, who was leading the group, was giving the students a narration as he began to talk about magic history. The other people looked as though they were about to fall asleep. None of them were listening. Mo Fan's face was very different, however. There were many questions that popped up in his head. He couldn't help but begin teasing the history teacher Qiu Yuhua as he said, was the magic in the past a bit behind the times? Otherwise, how could a powerful earth magician construct a colossal object today, while it took them manpower and bitter work in the past? What do you kids know? Not only was Qin Shi Huang a great sovereign king and a strategist, he was also the most terrific earth magician in our history. The Epang Palace and the Great Wall have existed throughout history. No matter how much time passes, these things have stood tall. Do you really think the material used in creating the Great Wall was common? With your current cultivation, even if you were fighting here for 10 days, you still would not be able to scratch the surface of it, the old teacher Qiu Yuhua said. Mo Fan was speechless. If he really were to throw a fiery fist toward the Great Wall, then he wouldn't just destroy the remnant of an ancient civilization, but he'd also have to fork out a lot of money in compensation. All right, Qin Shi Huang was the ancestor of the earth element. Mo Fan didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. HMPH. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang is a place we have been unable to step into. Do you really think that the tomb was built from the bitter efforts of the people? If that really was the case, then it wouldn't exist in the departed paradise, old teacher said. Departed paradise. This was probably directed toward the tomb outside of the ancient city, Elevenon. There were many hunters who wanted to go there and search for the magic tools left behind by the ancient people. However, the departed creatures were like a tide, rendering the magicians unable to take a single step. Tomorrow, we will go to the court of the magic forbidden city. There are many more historical treasures deposited there. Even to this day, they are still extremely interesting, Qiu Yuhua said. When they went out with the old teacher, if they didn't go to historical sites, then they would go to museums, old palaces, places students were normally not interested in at all. However, these were classes they had to attend. If you wanted to be a proper magician, you couldn't just go around killing all day. No matter what era it was, science had its history, while magic also had its own. The highest level of a subject could not leave out the history behind it. After they took a tour around these famous remnants of the Imperial city, Mo Fan almost thought that the old teacher would force them to write down their thoughts about it. Fortunately, what the old teacher wanted to tell everyone was just a single concept: the history of human magic was not simple. It was built upon piles of corpses that had turned into a protective wall. The people that came afterwards needed to put even more effort into their cultivation, increase their strength, and only then would they be able to contend against the magical beasts that exceeded humans by millions. After the calamity of Bo City, humanity's position had been overturned in Mo Fan's heart. He specifically went to take a look at the history of this place, and realized that his own world largely had humans killing each other. However, in this place, humans generally watched out for one another. There were rarely battles or wars between humans, they were mostly between humans and magical beasts. The history appeared to be similar. The science and technology were nearly identical, and the literature wasn't out of alignment, either. What was different was actually the structure of the world. The battles between humans and magical beasts had never stopped during the entire span of human history. The Great Wall of China was a crucial defensive line constructed by Qin Shi Huang, used for protecting the human lands. The school was, after all, a sacred place. They would never stop imbuing their duty into new magicians. Perhaps other students had yet to truly understand the importance of being a magician. After going through the calamity of Bo City, Mo Fan had a deep experience after seeing firsthand how the magical beasts had entered the city and used humans as their livestock. Presumably, over the long course of history, there must have been things that happened that were even more dreadful than the calamity of Bo City between the humans and magical beasts. After walking through a couple Chinese magic history sacred grounds, they finally entered the Imperial College. Mo Fan felt as though the many compliments he had given the Imperial College paled in comparison to its reality. In his brain, all that he came up with was Tsinghua or Beijing University as descriptions, yet those were still too far from its reality. This was the #1 university in China, always revered by others and never toppled. Each year, the magic universities would have an exchange. This was a very common thing. Originally, with Pearl Institute being the #1 university in Shanghai, its ranking was not just for show. When they went to other universities, not only would they not have to bow, it wouldn't be even a bit of a problem if they were to walk around with a sense of superiority. However, Ji Yuhan's luck was indeed weak. Out of 985 projects with nearly 40 schools, he didn't draw anything good. He just had to draw the Imperial College, the school ranked #1. When the school board learned about this, they began to seethe with anger. Pearl Institute was a well-known university within the nation. However, there was indeed a slight bit of disparity when compared to the splendid Imperial College. After all, the other party's history was extremely deep. Here, the disciples of aristocratic families were the same as normal students. The geniuses in this place were numerous, you could hit dozens with a wave of your arm. If you weren't born under a heavenly sign, then you'd be embarrassed when telling others that you were an Imperial College student. The board of Pearl Institute did have a lot of pressure. Being the #1 ranked university in Shanghai, there was no way they would ever say they were terrified of Imperial College. Thus, the board of Pearl Institute decided to choose the most outstanding freshmen in the main campus to distinguish themselves for Pearl Institute at the Imperial College. The list of names was decided by Dean Xiao, and the first name he wrote on it was Mo Fan. Mo Fan even dared to kill those from the Black Vatican, and he dared to be tyrannical. No matter how imposing the Imperial College was, they still couldn't exceed the Black Vatican. By having this kid go, they definitely won't lose out. Afterwards, Dean Xiao also put in the names of other people Mo Fan knew. One of them was Zhao Manyang, his dorm mate. The other was Mu Nujiao, his housemate. One was Song Xia, his future dorm mate. This girl was a bit too violent, let's forget that. Zheng Bingxiao, his classmate of the same element. Luo Song and Shen Mingxiao, who had obtained the carcass of the shadow beast. The healing element student, Bai Tingting, and another student called Peng Liang. Since they had picked them from the freshmen, those old students who had entered the main campus from the Azure campus were not even ranked. Thus, the outstanding students were a group of people that Mo Fan had at least seen before. Adding in Mo Fan, there were a total of 9 exchange students this time. Ji Yuhan was leading the group, while Qiu Yuhua was responsible for talking. If he were to count, then Mo Fan was familiar with all of them, except for the student called Peng Liang, even if that familiarity was bad blood.